Never going to be a time when you're totally in control.
Why
Life
not?
is a constant struggle.
I don't see why black people can't be totally in control of their destiny.
Oh, only if you struggle and fight for it.
Well, that's what it's all about.
But you got to fight with your head as well as with your fist or with your gun.
Well, maybe, I think that all wars involve fighting on every level.
That's
you see,
right.
Politics is warfare without bloodshed, and warfare is politics with bloodshed.
Yeah.
Well, hello, young people. What's up? What's up? What's up? We just gonna chill. We just gonna chill tonight. Talk some shit. Chill tonight. Trying to keep it minimal. Because let me tell you something. Yeah. When I talk about politics and shit, that get me hyped. However, we ain't gonna go that far. So I'm gonna wait a little bit and give some people time. Plus, I'm letting folks know. So let me say hello. Oh, shoot. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, hello and good evening. Me and my pillows, yo. They be fighting. I be trying not to have them in the scene. But that just don't be the case. So, yup, shoulders tonight. It's shoulders. It's a shoulder night. Let me get this light correct. There we go. I like that. That's good. So welcome. And like I said, I'm gonna just chill, let some people file in. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate you supporting. It's just, a lot of stuff has happened, and I just don't get why we still think that we don't need to protect our own, right? I was so upset about what happened in Jacksonville. Here we are again. This is the second or third event, I should say, that has caused for us again to look at the racial aspect of things. And I know that's not a popular subject. And I know that we feel like there's nothing that can be done about the community, but that's not true. It's not true at all. We have to stop saying that. We have to stop thinking that we're done. We're not done. I feel like as long as I'm alive, I can get up and do my thing. I have a chance. And I always think of it like this. Mr. Prince Hakeem, welcome. Thank you, Cellulite Podcast, for coming. Thank you. Um, again, I am very passionate about what's important to me. And I feel as though, what's them sad eyes? Some sad eyes. I'm doing okay. Yesterday was a little rough. I think I had to do some reevaluating, not in a bad way, But it was like, I'm just so tired of hearing about our people's lives being cut short because someone decides that we're less than because of the color of my skin. Hey, thank you, Keith West. I'm honored. Thank you for coming in. Much love, much love. So I'm gonna take my time tonight, right? But we're gonna talk about some serious stuff, but I'm gonna deliver it in a way that I think it's not judgmental. Hey, Cleo, thank you for coming in. Um, it's about what's happening around us as we have all of this infighting amongst us. I understand that YouTube is a business. Don't get me wrong. I also understand that just like how it can be a recreation for some and it's a business for others. Oh, already got somebody hitting the link. So before we get into it, I got a few people in here. I'm gonna run my intro one more time. I was working on it. I worked on my little intro. So now that I got a little bit of an audience, I'm gonna run it for y'all one more time, and then we're gonna bring up our guests, and we're gonna get it started. Let's go, right? Like, let's get in. Bougie, my queen friend. Let's go. Let's go.
Never going to be a time when you're totally in control.
Why
Life
not?
is a constant struggle.
I don't see why black people can't be totally in control of their destiny.
Oh, only if you struggle and fight for it.
Well, that's what it's all about.
But you got to fight with your head as well as with your fist or with your gun.
Well, maybe,
I think that all wars involve fighting on every level.
That's
You see,
right.
politics is warfare without bloodshed, and warfare is politics with bloodshed.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a guest. Hello, Simon. How are you, sir? Hello. Well, while we wait for Simon, um, again, thank you, Just
I'm
Jay.
yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. Thank you for coming in, Just Jay. Like I said, we're about to get into a few things, but I want to make it very clear. My intention lies in two things: to find solutions that can work for our community to better us. And then my second is to also promote Chocolate Earth because I feel like the first step I can take is feeding folk. And that's my whole goal, is to start feeding people, start getting fruits and vegetables out, then head on to the next level, which would be the meats, and not just give them food, but also teach them how to cook it, teach them how to grow it if they have the ability to do so. So with that, tonight is we're going to talk about a few things. I wanted to get back on the debate. I wanted to talk about the gentlemen who are running for office, and I wanted to get into the conversation of, our Black conservatives, our Black Republicans, because we don't seem to have anybody that is Black on the Democratic side running for president. So, with all that said, Simon, welcome. What would you like to
I'm
add
just
to
here
the
support. Yeah,
conversation?
I'm just here supporting the channel.
Oh, well,
Whereas
thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I'm not sure if anybody is familiar with the Green Party, right? So, the Green Party has is supporting Cornel West. Um, Also, too, we have Vivek Ramaswamy, we have Tim Scott, and we have Larry Elder. So, we're going to do a little bit of digging to find out. Everybody wants the throne, right? These men feel that they can run this country better than it has been ran before or currently. But let's see if they align with what our community needs. And I also ask the question and say, hey, my brothers, are you going to take initiative this go around and vote from the local all the way to the government and I to the feds, let's say that, to the federal government? We have a lot happening, right? Affirmative action is getting ready to disappear. We've already, entered into telling women what to do with their body. Right. So there's nothing. What agenda do we have? What is it that we want? My sisters and brothers, what do we want? Do we want to continue to complain about how we see our communities, or are we really willing to take a step and do something about it? Simon, I heard you take a breath. You got something to say?
Oh no, I think like we too into what has been presented to us. Like,
Mhm.
I was on the stream like earlier and we was talking about Burger King. It's just crazy because it's like the hamburger. So,
Mhm.
it was just like, yo, we've been presented with all this stuff,
Mhm.
and maybe it's a time that we turn around and start acknowledging ourselves.
Yeah, it is time. It's been time. I mean, I hear, and especially with having conversations with my brothers, we bring out Marcus Garvey, we bring up Martin Luther King, we bring up Malcolm X, we bring up, I'm trying to think who else is on that list right now. However, those men are gone. They are gone. And what are we going to do about now? I'm tired of talking about history. We know. And even within us knowing, we seem to hesitate when it comes to major change in our community. Because either we feel like, oh, we don't need any leaders, or it's not going to work, or they're going to tear it up, or it's going to be a problem. And that makes no sense. That makes
Hmm.
no sense at all. Not now. Not
Of
now.
course, of
We
course.
have the technology to reach from city to city, state to state, country to country. We are a global economy. The United States is a global economy. So why can't we get a piece of it? But we do have the economic power. However, it's where the money is going. It's going right back to the people who want to oppress us, which
Hmm.
makes no sense. We're going to get them money anyway because all of us have to pay taxes. All of us have to pay taxes on our vehicles, our homes, our land. It doesn't matter. If you work for a company, corporation, you pay in taxes. So none of those things matter. So the point is, let's hold on to that dollar a little longer and let's put it in a way that makes sense.
Right.
So what I wanted to do is I got stopped in the last one. First, I want to show, we're going to finish just kind of skipping around the debate, the first Republican debate, because that seems to be the heaviest hitters right now, with Tim Scott. Larry Elder didn't come to the debate. Donald Trump didn't come to the debate because he's leading so far in the polls that he was like, I don't even need to come, even though I'm indicted like 80 times. Like, I don't need to, they going to vote for me anyway.
I can relate to that.
And the attitude is just, to me, it's a little disgusting. And when I hear it is, the attitude is disgusting. It don't even make no sense. This dude is so
I know, but
cocky.
yo, when you're a millionaire, it don't work like that.
No, it doesn't matter because I no, all millionaires don't act like that. So stop. We can't do that.
Yeah, I understand that.
All millionaires do not act this way. And this man ain't even a millionaire. He broke. He might have
Mm.
some assets, but his followers are paying for his legal fees, all this traveling, and we as the taxpayers, he will get uh extremely amazing health care forever. He's got security detail forever. And where does that money come from?
Yo, that's why I like you, man. You break this shit down.
The
Go on,
taxes of the
carry on,
people.
carry on.
Thank you. So it's like, let's throw that box out the window and stop talking about how we don't want to be a part of the federal government. Baby, we in so deep. Hey, we in so deep. Wait a minute, hold on. How Chocolate Earth Foundation in here? And I'm in here too. It's like I'm just playing. Anyway, I
Ding
just
ding.
think uh no, that's yeah, I know who that is. So it's interesting that we have come to this place where we're like, well, that's white folk problems. It's our problem too. How we want to make money in this country, how we want our taxes, we want to be entrepreneurs, we want to benefit just like they benefit. However, we don't. We
Mm-hmm.
don't. Because whereas they take that money that they take from us and they build hospitals and schools and neighborhoods and art schools and donations to colleges and all that. No, you ain't got to worry, Bougie. No imposters, no imposters. But yeah, it has come to that place, and it is necessary for us to go, enough is enough. We have all the information in the world, whether it's in the library, on the internet, wherever. So now we have to play within the game. We have to play within the guidelines that were set forth. We didn't make this up. We built it, but we didn't make it up. So,
Okay.
yeah, right. And I like what Keith said. He said, worthy people don't live off money. It's their connection within these circles, but strong facts. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, yeah. That's
But it
correct.
is. It is about your
Yeah,
connections.
yeah,
I had,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. I know
So,
people you don't know.
right.
What's up?
It don't mean
Chill.
nothing, right? Like, that's your circle, this my circle, right? And then they may overlap, but that doesn't mean that, okay, your circle might have some people in it I don't deal with. But does that mean that we can't still
It-
do business? No,
no, not at all. Because the world changes.
all the
Um,
time. Well, humans
and
change. So it's not
yeah,
the
and
world, it's humans that change and decide, because we give
well,
value
I
to all of it.
detract. Okay,
No, you're fine. I
you
wasn't
done that one.
correcting you.
No,
I'm
no, you done that.
saying,
No, that was good. That was good. That was good. Like the
um,
the humans change.
right.
I'll go back.
Yeah, because we give value to all of this, right? We go, okay, now this is the best thing, or we call it trends, but it's the same thing. It's the same
Hmm.
thing as if today, what is popular today may not be popular in the next 4 to 5 years, right?
Hmm.
So now we know that the value of money, though, is always there. That is always hard, cold cash, baby. If you got the money to pay, then that's how it goes. And there's nothing wrong with that. It is just about what you do with the money. Money ain't evil. That's just something, that's what we use to trade and barter. to say that is just, again, I like this word, but I use it, asinine. It don't make sense. Um, when we
Yo,
say
what you're talking about is something that is
what?
it,
Go ahead.
it,
I'm
it's not it's something that most people don't understand. Like money is it's like it's not like a big deal. Like people think money is a big deal,
well, it
but
is if you don't have any or if you don't have enough.
yeah, obviously, yeah. Um, and um I took it upon myself to turn around and start watching YouTube streets and
Mm-hmm.
watching like Philadelphia, like certain types of states that's going on in the US, um, like in people and the whole state, what's going on,
Right.
and people are, you know, what I saw was totally different to what I live. So I was like, wow,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
it is. I mean, but
Um,
I completely agree with that because I look at politics all over the world.
so then
I try.
I look
Yeah,
at
go
someone
ahead.
like you, and I'm like, how did you navigate that stuff? Because we always have to sort of come back to, like, it's like myself. I'm like, yo, I'm just this black dude in London, and
Mm-hmm.
there have been many young black men in London who have never, what, gone past like 24, 25 years.
Yeah,
I, I've been lucky. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, you know, in that sense, when I'm connecting with people, I'm just like, yo, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention, you know.
Well, you
And
have to, and I won't ever knock somebody for the fact that our country is set up like this. They don't want you to pay attention. It's
okay,
like the Wiz, right, or the Wizard of Oz. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. I can give you everything you want if you do what I say. And we know that's bullshit. We really do know that. It is it is not true at all. You could jump hoops. You could be a fire breathing hula hoop dancer at the same time, and they will still figure out a way to move that goalpost. Shout out back football season coming in. They still will move it. So now it
damn.
comes to the point, what are we going to do? Are we going to just continue to keep saying, oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that? So we're going to jump into this debate. I want to hit on the people who are the superstars, so to speak, on the Republican side. And let's talk about it. I want to know how y'all feel about it. If you didn't catch it, if you did see it, we're going to skip around because it was about 2 hours, I think. So I'm not doing all that. But we are going to skip around and then go into Tim Scott, Larry Elder, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Cornel West, who is running for the Green Party, if you are not familiar.
Yo, I don't have any bang in this buck because, like, it's a US presidential thing. But
Well, it's just like you guys, you have a figurehead, but you have parliament. So you
I can
still
hang
have to,
around if you want, but I'm just saying, like, I
yeah, I
don't.
mean, but you can give an opinion about the people that you're
All
listening
right,
to.
I'll
You
hang
feel
around.
me? Yeah,
All
that's
right, cool.
all.
Yeah, all right, cool.
All right, let's go. Fair use, fair use. Shout out to the Pac-Man show. I do follow him because I will not give Fox not one view ever. So let's go. I hope it's something. Oh,
Why do you have a thing with
Look at
Fox?
that smile. The
who?
Fox.
What's his name? Murdoch, the man who owned
Okay,
Fox. Yeah,
okay. I get
yeah,
it now. Okay, you don't
yeah.
need to say shit. No, okay,
That's right.
cool.
I know my shit, sir. I ain't just saying stuff to say nothing. You feel me? Like
No, that's cool. That's
I
cool.
do my homework. You feel me? Like I said, I've been in politics forever.
Yeah.
So
No, sorry, I apologize.
no, you're good. Somebody asked me, when are you running for office? I was like, man, the more and more I think about it, I'm like, a sister might have to. I agree with you, Keith. I don't. And you know what I find interesting? We're gonna go through it. Now we have a lot of black men who vote Republican, okay? And we got a lot of black men who don't vote at all. However, I asked the question, who you gonna vote for? You don't like Biden. So we got Tim Scott, Larry Elder, and Mr. Vivek, who is brown, only in the tone of his skin. All right, let's go.
Administration with the state of government.
Okay, let's get into these questions.
30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out, we all will hear this. Very pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the pack and to explain why they are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president at a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
Shout out, Keith. Thank you.
They call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But is it?
Some would
More than
say
65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. And here's the reality for some voters we talked to here in Wisconsin this week.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high. A lot of people's out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford the house anymore.
Inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song on the Billboard chart.
oh no,
is
we ain't
called
doing
Rich
that again. That song ain't even
Man
about it.
North of Richmond.
And the man came out and said, don't use my song. I was gone. All right, let's see. Come on.
I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done and I will not let you down.
Thank you.
I guess his debate prep was yell. That'll make you seem charismatic.
Right.
Better on the economy than him.
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas and be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view. We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought people together to make progress going forward. Truth and accountability are the things we need to do to fight waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country and it's
Bruh. Y'all saying a whole lot of nothing already out the gate. Like, stop, Mr. Christie. Okay? Because I remember wasn't that long ago, you and Donald Trump, y'all was in love. Kissy, kissy, smoochy, smoochy. All right, let's keep going. I'm petty. I'm petty tonight. Let's go.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey, when you were governor, had the second lowest.
Yeah, Christie's sounding a little bit weak, guys. I'm not going to lie.
Downgraded 11 times.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010. What we also did
2010, sir. We have been through an academic. We in a recession. There's inflation. And you up here talking about what you did in 2010. Stop. Okay. Let's go.
Chocolate
was cut.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Okay. But thank you for coming up.
Yo, you are so insightful. It's unbelievable.
Well, thanks.
I don't
I
even.
try.
No, I don't even know if you understand. Like really. You know how I see you, but I'm just saying. Continue. And but I gotta take care of my door. But it's just like, yo, just do continue.
All right, I will keep it pushing. Thank you for the compliment. I think, but thank you.
Yeah,
We
man.
also have
Goddamn.
another guest. I think this
Yeah.
is someone new. Let's come on in. Hello.
Oh my Jesus Christ.
Trump.
Yo. Oh, wait.
Oh, I love it. I got a Trump fan in here. Let's go. I love it.
I'm gonna go, but KO, be careful, bro.
What's going on, Simon? Donald Trump will be president in 2025 when he's inaugurated. I like Vivek. I'm reading his book right now, Woke Inc. Great book. I believe that Vivek will be president the following term after Trump's. I definitely don't see him being president now. It will be a great day. It will be a great day when Trump retakes the throne. It is absolutely, or it has been an absolute nightmare with the Biden administration. We literally have and I think it's elder abuse at this point. You literally have this man. He's falling asleep in Maui. He doesn't know whether he went to an HBCU or not. He's lied so many times about the most minute of things. He is very creepy. I mean, he kisses little kids on the forehead, on the
Trump
cheek.
likes to grab them by the crotch. So
Well, he grabs adult women by the pussy.
It doesn't matter.
Those
It
women are
doesn't
prostitutes,
matter,
and there's nothing wrong
No.
it's nothing wrong with purchasing a little bit of coochie.
Well, there's nothing wrong with purchasing some coochie, and I
Yeah,
think
nothing
sex
wrong.
work should be legalized. So
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But I do want to step in and say, when you talk about Trump in a way, because I don't really care to talk about Biden. The fact is, we know who he is. We know the past that he has, on and on and on. Regardless of him falling asleep, there was nobody else stepping up to the plate to take it. And that's just the truth. But I do have a question for you. Then what if he doesn't make it? Because he's been indicted 4 times and he's getting ready to go to trial in October.
You're gonna have an insurrection on your hand. If
we had one, let's go.
No, you're gonna have it'll be Jan 6 times a million.
But that's what they said. That's what they said.
There's no possible way with the millions of Trump supporters that you're going to have a former president sitting in some federal jail. People are literally going to burst those doors. Yeah, they're going to burst.
But okay, that's fine. My question is for Black men, and I'm assuming as you as well voted or will vote Republican.
Of course I will.
If that is the case, well, my father was Republican, so I get it. But the part I want to understand is with all of Donald Trump's record, let's take it all. Now,
What's his
don't
record?
leave out one piece. With the 4 indictments, now a mugshot that's going to go down in history for the first president since the 1800s
That
that's
was a
been
great
arrested.
photo, by the way. Let's be honest.
I won't be honest. That is a
Great
horrible photo, but I think the man is a scary man, and that's who he is. Your opinion, my opinion, we don't have to argue that. My thing is this.
I think
To
he
the
can sweep
facts
you off
of
the
it,
feet. Go ahead.
are we going to have a conversation about the
That's
politics?
what we're having one. I'm
Yes,
telling
we
you what
are.
I believe that Trump can
But
do. But go
no.
ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
nah.
As a black
So-
man, go ahead. As a black man, go ahead. You about to say something? Go ahead.
No, I finished. I want to know why not get behind the black candidates? What about Larry Elder?
So
What about
I like Larry Elder. I believe, and I did a video about that beautiful black man and how he curb stomped the Breakfast Club. Those 3 idiots on the Breakfast Club. Here goes the thing about Larry Elder. I believe that it's a tragedy when you have follow me on this one. Come down a rabbit hole with me. You have a school, hypothetically speaking, and you have a very popular kid and you have a popular kid. Larry Elder, unfortunately, is the popular kid, while the very popular kid is Trump. Trump is too popular amongst the populace. I believe that in terms of IQ, intelligence, Larry Elder wins hands down, and so do the other candidates. But in terms of a superhero, the kid with all the superlatives, Trump is gonna win. I mean, he's so entertaining to watch and listen to. He's so blunt, and he's just listen. He is the 21st century. I would say Teddy Roosevelt. He's a man's man.
Oh
And that's
no.
who he is. No, I know. A lot of people don't
He
believe
is
that.
not Teddy Roosevelt, child.
Well, but you know, Teddy Roosevelt was a man, and I feel like we don't have a lot of men who are
Okay, I apologize. I know you want to go down that way, but it's not about, for me, my thing is policy. You named off things that you, in your opinion, like.
Yeah.
I'm saying policy-wise,
are
these men aligning
Yeah.
with what you guys want? That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. What policies, please?
Yes.
What policies, though?
What policies, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start off with this. First of all, deregulation.
Of what?
First of all, oh my God, of businesses.
Okay, deregulation of businesses. And so what does that, break that down for me, please?
Okay, so let's do this. So, are you familiar with his green energy policy? Okay, I'm okay. Oh, I love this conversation. Are you familiar with his policies on green energy?
Yes.
Okay.
Continue.
We have I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, please. I'm listening. You're a guest in my house. Go ahead.
Okay. There we go. This is what I loved about Trump, right? He wanted to roll back the Clean Power Plan and loosen regulations on methane emissions, right?
Yes.
We have a issue in this country, right? With pollution, right?
Of course.
We're switching. We're going to switch over, and eventually EVs are going to be the standard for the vehicle standards, right?
What about the oil companies, though?
Eventually they're going to either collapse or I have no idea, but I think it's a good idea because you got to think about this. Look at China right now. China is invested heavily in oh my God, what is it? Help me out here. I'm getting tired. Jesus Christ. What is it? Oh my God, what is it? Come on, help me out here.
What? You got it, sir. I have no problem.
God.
I'm here tonight. Let's go. What?
Damn, what is it again? Hydrogen. So China's invested heavily in hydrogen right now.
Okay.
I really believe that clean energy is the future.
It should be, yes.
And it should be. Think about the evil oil companies and think about it. All of the fracking and all of that. Go ahead.
I do think about the evil oil companies who are a part of the Saudis, which are some of the most wealthiest men in the world. I know that we get a lot of oil from them. We have the Alaskan pipeline. However, when we saw her firsthand, when the academic went down, that we had ships of oil sitting in the ocean because we didn't have enough people to keep things moving. Right?
There was a major supply chain issue with
exactly.
that. Yeah.
Same
also,
thing,
Trump.
Same thing with, but hold on, sir.
Okay.
Same thing with the food crisis, right? Yeah. When Texas decided to close their border, and knowing that the majority of the fruits and vegetables and products come from Mexico City. A lot of our companies, the corporations we work for, the items we purchase are usually made in Mexico City, Indonesia, China, of course, Malaysia, and I'm trying to remember and India. So that's why I asked you about the policies, because us being a global economy, what policies has Larry Elder, Tim Scott, Vivek talked about coming out of that for us to have clean energy? Because then you have to cut off a lot of heads to get to that level. And we know that the lobbyists who have access to billions, even trillions of dollars to come in and say, hey, Chaotic, I know you want this for your state. Vote this way for me, and I'm going to pay you about $2 million. How about that? I'll donate that to your campaign. So this is legal bribery, right?
Yeah.
So all of those play in that same box. And so that's why I said, I don't really care about his personal. I care about the policies and the money that is behind these particular people. And then they turn around and say they want to do better for the same business owners in this country. We don't have a strong manufacturing. Our GDP is going down because we don't make anything anymore.
We're still number one, though.
We're still number one because we work globally and use global money to keep that GDP high, because what we're producing is access to the trillions of dollars that Americans spend on a daily. So yeah, of course, that's going to work. And also too, when Bush signed that we could work overseas and businesses could use that ability to take call centers and all these jobs that paid at least a minimum to have a lower middle class, that's all gone. So that's why I ask, when you decide to vote for these men, what are the policies that attract you to them? And not just their bloviating, or not just their, they little quips and, oh, he said a tagline. I really don't care about any of that. Like, it don't move me.
Okay,
My thing is policy.
Okay.
So you got it. Go ahead, sir.
Let's do policy. Let's do immigration, right?
Okay.
You and I both know that Donald Trump's immigration policy was very, very blunt, very, very strong. He kicked out a lot of illegals. But you know who's number one at kicking out illegals, right? Obama, believe it or not.
They had to during that.
Obama was number
time.
one, but Trump, he did the
work. They were criminals,
of the Lord.
though.
He did the work of the Lord. Yeah, Trump. Okay, his immigration policies, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't necessarily build the wall, but he didn't get Mexico to build the wall, but his policies. But his policies on immigration were great. The fact of the matter is that had he got 4 more years, or had he had been elected for 4 more years, I believe that there would be a wall stretching from what.
So how does that benefit you?
How does it benefit me? Look at this.
Us having a wall and immigration policy. I'd like to know.
How does it benefit
I'm
me?
assuming you're a businessman as well?
Yeah. I mean, I do live in a
Okay.
free market society. I
Yes.
trade stocks. I have had
Awesome.
businesses before, small little businesses,
Yeah.
but
Me
nothing
too.
big. Nothing
Entrepreneur,
big.
the whole nine.
Nothing big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
But here goes the thing. You're asking me how does it benefit me, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you how it benefits me. First of all, let's use Chicago as an example, microcosm. Okay, let's use
Okay.
Chicago. In 1982 or 83, the Black residents of Chicago voted for a mayor that introduced the bill. It wasn't a bill, but he basically introduced a sanctuary zone for the city, sanctuary city.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward almost 40 years later, look what the blacks are doing in Chicago now. Oh, the immigrants, they attacking us. Why they be getting the building right there that we supposed? Are they not doing that? Are they not doing that? So you ask me, how does
I
that
don't know. I'm not from Chicago, but
Okay, well, you can look it up.
I haven't heard nobody say. I've heard that across the country
You can look
about
it up.
immigrants taking our jobs or building. But I do have this caveat for you.
Oh, well, I wasn't even done, but
I apologize. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so you asked me, how does that benefit, or what does that do for me? Okay.
Right, the policies of immigration
This is
having a
what
wall.
This is what it does for me.
Mm-hmm.
Had that Uncle Tom mayor, the black mayor, had he done the work of the Lord instead of trying to be nice to everybody, he would not have a situation where his black residents are in fear of these criminals that are illegally here, but it's a sanctuary city, so they can be there. He wouldn't have that problem. So blacks like me wouldn't critique the blacks there.
Okay.
You see, when people complain about the illegals and all of this, I'm like, it's your fault, Blackie, because that's who you voted for. That's who your grandmama voted for. That's who you voted for, the mayor. And so the fact of the matter is that I like certain policies because I'm a truth teller. And when people start crying about oppression, or if they start crying about something, I just kindly remind them, you are responsible for this, just like the people in Chicago. You're responsible for it.
Yeah,
so yeah. So I don't have any. So the thing is, like, let's just nip it in the bud right now. I'll tell you this. You would think that millions of people would protest all the money that's going over to the Ukraine. Well, people may say, well, why does that bother you? I'm like, why does it bother me? You got these people in the Ukraine getting our tax dollar or our money, when that money can be used for infrastructure, that money can be used for research and development in this country, that money can be used literally to cancel out student loan debts that we all have. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So yes, a lot of these policies do affect us. They do.
Well, I get that part, but my question is immigration. How does that affect? We'll even put it in this way. Well, no, you didn't. You were talking about what they were saying about how immigrants were taking their jobs or why do they have to, they build, and then you were talking about Ukraine getting that money. I wanted to know, and here's just where I am with it. So with immigration, I do believe that immigration has been a part of this country since the beginning of it. We have a long history of bringing immigrants here to do the work that the Europeans didn't want to do, right? So we started with China. We've had Japanese.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? So now
wait
a minute, hold on real quick.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with being blunt. I have no problem with being blunt. What I'm saying is, let's have some meat and potatoes in that bluntness, because it's like, okay.
Let's
so
do it.
If I have a business, right, and I'm in agriculture, that's where I am. Okay. In this country, the majority of the agriculture that is picked here, farmers in the United States, they hire immigrants seasonally, and they get visas for them. So as a business owner, I'd have to apply for a visa for a certain amount of people to come work for me and then go back, where it wouldn't be legal. It's like we like lobster. Those of us who like seafood, that is picked by immigrants. Those who like certain things, those jobs are done by immigrants. So immigration is always a keystone in any country, because you have to have people who are willing to do the jobs that we don't want to do. And so that's why I wonder, because when Florida passed their immigration law and a lot of the immigrants or Mexicans or however left, and how he sent them all over the country illegally, that left a lot of jobs open. They were showing how the construction places were empty, the fields were empty, and I didn't see no Black men running for these jobs. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so how do we get to a place where we're like, they need to get out of here, we need a wall, we need all this, when there has to be a foundation for all of what we benefit from? Who puts together the things that we use on a daily? It ain't us.
Eventually, what is going to happen is that you're going to have, and hopefully I'm using this right.
You got it. Take your time.
Sort of like a divergent, probably not using this right, but sort of like a divergent innovation in farming, right? Eventually, you won't need human labor at the scale in which to use some people picking some oranges off of a tree. Hear me out for a minute.
Because there's some things you couldn't put. Like,
well, that's
I don't
what
understand
I mean.
that.
But that's what they probably would say. That's probably what somebody would have said about automation with making hamburgers 50 years ago. Oh, nobody.
Yeah, but you still need human beings to run it.
Right. But what's going to eventually happen is that you can clearly see by going into these restaurants. Now, these restaurants are scaling down. I don't know if you noticed like the size of the inside. They're scaling down. You can literally order your meal at the kiosk, and eventually you're going to have robots making these meals, right? At these little lower tier restaurants, McDonald's, Burger King, etc. So it's very plausible to assume that automation will take over the little minute the minute jobs that you just named that we get illegals to do. Is very possible.
But they're not illegals. Did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said. You said immigrants.
Yeah, they're immigrants.
But what I'm saying is that a lot of these people are not here picking oranges. A lot of these people here are I'm going to be very blunt with you. A lot of these people here are criminals.
Okay.
They are from.
I'm not going to say a lot. I think that's unfair.
I'm not saying
you don't
a lot.
know the
but what I'm saying,
but but they are. Some are criminals.
Okay,
I get it. Go ahead.
Okay. And let me just be blunt with you. I'm going to be very blunt.
Okay.
These people are from third world countries. These people are from savage countries. They're not from civilized countries.
Ooh.
Most of these people, when they come over here, you have 2 and 3 generations of these people who refuse to learn English. I went to school with a lot of people from the South America. I went to school with a lot of these people from the border, and I'm telling you, they have a absolute disrespect for this country. When they come over here, they refuse to learn the language. They refuse to matriculate into this society. And the fact of the matter is that we don't need them here. It's not like they're Japanese. It's not. No, we don't. It's not. No.
Why though? Who's going to do these jobs?
They are not.
Who are the prison?
Ma'am, all you have to do is look at what's happening with LA. Look at what's happening with Texas. Look at what's happening with the border states.
Yes, I live in one.
Let uncivilized people come into your country. Look,
we have uncivilized people that walk around here every day. And they're born here.
But ma'am, they are American by birth. And the thing of the matter is,
and so what? That makes them better.
Ma'am, all you have to do is look what happens to a civilized country when you have an influx of uncivilized people coming in. Look at what's going on in Europe right now. Look at what's going on in France, in the UK.
Wait, hold on. Let's stay on the lane.
But it
has nothing to do with what is happening in the United States. So what you are saying to me is that the corporations who hire illegals, because we know, and I'm assuming you would be privy, there has been plenty of businesses in the news being called out, being shut down because they're hiring illegals, but they're hiring their children, 13, 14-year-old kids. Now, I also want to add to that with the caveat of one of my, I'm into hip hop, you know what I'm saying? That's my thing.
Jungle music.
So Rick Ross, he opened up a whole bunch of restaurants in the South, right? And he was hiring people to be in his businesses. He was saying this is opportunity, da 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 da. We'll come to find out they were children as well. They were illegally working in a fast food restaurant and were not of age. In this country, you have to be at the minimum of 14 to 16 years old to get a permit to go to work. And they cannot work late hours. But that was happening here in this country. There are plenty of stories and cases that have come out where American-born people are taking advantage of these illegals and using them to profit from it.
Yes.
So if this is a problem, then this goes back to what I say. Why haven't those who are Black conservatives, those who are Black Republicans, those of you who feel so strongly about this, have not gotten together and found a candidate that is going to do those things for you? And I'm not talking just on a federal level. I'm saying state to state. I mean, we have the internet. We can connect all over the world. Like, I don't understand. Where's the fight?
Ma'am, you and I both know when it comes to fighting, the Republicans or the conservatives or people on the right run like a dog with their tail between their legs. The only people that I've seen get things done within the last 10 years are the left. For some reason, the right just does not have the base to do it. I don't know why. We don't have the leverage to do it. It's a tragedy, but think about what we've seen since 2020. Think about everything that think about the LGBT community. Think about bills that help the, for example, the Asian bill or Asian crime bill. Think
that's
about,
because they had an agenda and a
right.
representative,
So
and they
fought,
went.
The liberals actually,
yeah.
the liberals actually fight for what they want. Conservatives don't. It's the weirdest thing. And truth be told, I really feel as though if Trump does not get into office,
who's next?
It's in my opinion, if Trump does not get into office and we are blue again in 2025, it's just further downhill from there. We're going to be a banana republic.
Interesting.
I really believe that. I really believe that. You yourself just said that our GDP was going down, right?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I mean, now would it literally be a banana republic? No, not in the sense of like some little shithole like Jamaica or something. But the fact that
we are competing with China and we are losing.
Yeah.
And the reason that is because China is investing in their people. Give you an example. When Donald Trump was in office, because of his inability to read and comprehend, he thought that the tariffs was making it hard for the people who were selling to us, or the farmers who grow soybeans in this country who sell to China. The tariffs hit the business people, not China. So what China ended up doing was they went to a whole lot of farmers out in their rural provinces and said, look, I know you grow XYZ, but we're going to pay you, we're going to take care of you to grow nothing but soybeans. And then they said, and excuse my language, fuck you, Donald Trump. And they started growing their own. And so this is why I say, if we are going to continue to give our ballot, whether we are Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, whatever you may be, as a community, if we are going to continue to just give our votes away, then at least say, you're giving them away because the policies align to benefit you as well as the community that you are in. Because no matter what, and based off the avatar that you have, sir, this country sees you as a Black man, right?
No, they don't.
Okay.
That's what you see me as.
No, I see you. You are Black, sir.
Yeah, that's what you see. I'm an American.
Well, okay, that is your nationality. You're absolutely correct. We are all Americans in that.
And I find that offensive that you said that.
Well, I find a lot of the things that you said so far offensive, but we can just agree to disagree.
Yeah, well,
I'll move on to.
Do you think that BRICS will create their own dollar or create their own monetary, like their actual own paper money?
Who?
You know, I'm pretty sure you know what BRICS is, correct?
Brits or bricks?
BRICS. BRICS. BRICS.
Okay. Continue, please.
So Brazil, Russia, India, China.
They may.
So they have a coalition now. So what I'm saying is that it's very possible that we might be looking at the devaluation of the dollar. Because you were already
that's
talking about
always
China.
been the case. Yeah, that's always
but people really believe that the devaluation is going to really happen now rapidly with BRICS now.
Well, what would happen, in all honesty, is that again it would be traded just like the dollar, just like the yen, so on and so forth. So that on a global scale is always going to be the case. That's going to shift because again, this is value given by human beings, fickle human beings.
Do you not like Trump or something? I'm just asking. Do you not like Trump? Like, what's going on over here?
Why does that matter?
Because I don't know. I mean, do you not like him? I mean, listen, you're asking about specific policies.
Yes,
I mean, are we forgetting that Trump beautifully within the first 100 days of his presidency instituted the travel bans on those goat herders over in the Middle East? Are we forgetting that?
I disagree with that, and that has nothing to do with
whether
he
literally did that.
Yeah, I know he did it, but I disagree with what he did.
Why do you disagree with that? Do you really want those? Do you really want these people? I'm sorry. These people are terrorists. To be completely honest with you.
No, I'm not going to do that.
No,
I'm not going to do that. They are not. Not all of them are terrorists. We are not going to do that. Their country is their country, their government, their rules and regulations. It has nothing to do with me. And for me, as a Black woman in this country who is also given opportunity, why can't we, if this is the United States of America, the land of the home, land of the free, land of the brave, because again, this is what we were taught. It's not like this is new information. They've been bringing immigrants over here since we started. So I don't understand why. All the people from World War II that came here, all the people that started Amsterdam,
good white people.
That's your opinion, sir. But that has nothing to do with the policies of 2023 and 2024 or 2025.
Ma'am, look at how peaceful. Look at how moral.
We have chaos here.
Look at how peaceful and moral the country was when you had good white folk coming over here. Look at how religious the country was. I'm telling you, if you let those goat herders come here in mass, you're going to have Sharia law here.
They're already here. Sir.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So I don't know who you're talking about because you think I want people to have the ability to live their lives. That's what I want. I want people to have... They're not going to bring Sharia law here, sir. You act like we got one of the largest militaries in the world. It is not going to happen. And everybody that is in our government, hold on, sir. Everybody that's in our government is not going to allow Sharia law. Stop.
All it takes is
we have plenty of people.
All it takes is
the government paid for them to come here. Do you not know that? Our government, the same complaint you had about money going over to Ukraine. You don't think that because we are in bed deeply with the Middle East, with their oil, with the money, with the prince, with all of that, that we don't have an exchange? They don't allow people over here? Come on now. You seem like a very wise man. I don't understand how you could think that. And why do we have to call them names? Why do we have to be disrespectful? They're not taking anything from me.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You seem to be very intelligent.
I try.
Now, that goat herder, Ilhan Omar, whatever her name is, who's in Congress, was she not removed from the Foreign Affairs Committee?
Well, that was because, again, it was based on bias.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
What else? You calling these people goat herders?
What do you think she's doing in that crap hole country she's from? What's that, Somalia? What do you think she was doing?
Are these talking points that are your own? Is this something that was in your family? Is this how you feel about all people who come here and have diversified our country? Things that we benefit from now is based on the different things that are here from different parts of the world? America is a melting pot, even though it might be ran by your beautiful white folk. They let in who they want to let in, because they sure enough was trying to turn around the people from Haiti right back to where they were.
They should have.
Why? When they are part of the issue.
civilized.
Who says they are not?
Look at their country. Look at Port-au-Prince.
Do you understand again that the U.S. had a lot to do with why that country will not be where it should be and could be, along with France, along with the United Kingdom, that they have been doing things and placing dummy people into the places of president? And that is why they want to keep an all-black country who freed themselves down and disillusioned and unavailable, and they put embargoes. It's just like Cuba. Stop, sir. I don't know where you get your information from. I'm just strictly talking about the facts that these same beautiful white people you talk about taught me when I was learning about business and government and politics. This is the information they gave me. So I don't know why you feel it necessary to belittle anybody. They're still human beings. Culture and color is the only thing that separates us. That's it.
All right. Okay. So let me ask you this, ma'am. Since there's just human beings, would you allow 500,000 individuals from Papua New Guinea to flood the American streets?
Why not?
Are you insane?
Are you?
They're savages. Look at how they live now.
Run for office, then, sir. Run for office. Make changes. If you are so unhappy with how we have immigration in this country, then change it.
I'm very happy, ma'am.
No, sir. You're taking what I'm saying.
Do you know where Papua New Guinea is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you ever seen these people? Do you remember?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you mean to tell me you would be perfectly okay?
Yes.
We're all just human beings. If
Russians are here.
Who?
Ukrainians are here.
Ma'am, Russia and Ukraine, ma'am, you and I both, I know I talked about Ukraine, but ma'am, you and I both know that Russians are an industrious race of people. Let's be honest.
Are every brown country in this.
No, I'm talking about the Papua New Guinea.
You are talking about what you're doing, sir, is clearly sharing your biases against people who are white, people who are brown.
No, I'm not.
And people, yes, you are.
Indians are very industrious. I never caught the Indians. I never caught the
Indians.
I never caught the
Indians,
ma'am. Okay, I never caught the East Indian savages.
Well, that's your opinion.
I called the individuals from Papua New Guinea savages.
You also called the people from countries Haiti, who are majority Muslim. You said they were goat herders.
Ma'am, what were they doing before? Ma'am, what were they doing before oil made those countries rich?
Living their life.
Stop it.
You stop it.
Stop.
These humans, I'm not sure how old you are.
The Ottoman Empire, right? Go ahead. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that people have been living their lives in this world and on the land that is available for as long as we know. I wasn't in the past. I don't know that. I don't swear to know it. I take all of that history with a grain of salt because I see human pattern. That's what I study. And human pattern says to me that the highest bidder, what you can provide, and the United States has always been about
Can I ask you a question?
Where is the money?
Okay. Erica Badu, can I ask you a question?
If you gonna come up here and then try to insult me,
you sound like one of these. We're all human beings.
Well, why did you come up here and talk to me then, sir?
Well, I think you have a great topic to talk about. But let me ask you a question, ma'am. Since we're all human beings, would you ever marry one of those individuals from Papua New Guinea?
If he was the right man for me.
Oh God.
There you go. Right. You wanted your aunt. Why not? Animals. I have dated men from all cultures, and just as you call them animals, I know that the same white folks that you praising call black men animals.
So what? They would be right.
Oh, really? So you're an animal, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. Look at what black men.
You're an animal. Is that what you're saying to me?
If
that all black men in this country. Wait, hold on. Because I want to clarify. I want to be clear. You are saying that it is all right for white
Yes,
people's
they have a right to say
perspective.
that. Yes.
Yes, we have a right
It's a
to say
free
whatever we
country.
want. This is what is so amazing.
Yes.
But we also have the right to say what we want, but there are consequences to
Like
the
what?
things that we say.
Like what? What's the consequence?
The indictment of Donald Trump, my love.
Oh,
He
my
thought he
God.
could say whatever he
Now,
wanted.
you know
He
that's a witch
calls.
hunt.
No, it's not. He did it.
Oh, so
There is
Biden and his
proof. There is proof, sir.
What's the proof?
These are the
What's the
men of
proof?
law and order.
What's the proof?
Tapes, emails, people
Okay.
telling him.
What's
One
the
of
tape?
his key people.
What's the tape?
We can go to it. Hey, let's go. If you don't know where it is, I'm happy to play it for you.
Okay,
I
let's
am
play it.
happy
Okay, let's play it.
to
Let's
play
play it.
the proof
Let's
that
go.
let's
Let's
go.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see here.
Okay, use ChatGPT. Use Google.
Yes, I am. Do you not use Google, sir?
I do, and I use ChatGPT.
Okay, there
I
you
will
go.
admit that, yes.
All right, let's leave that where it is then.
Now, are you a member of Delta Sigma Theta?
No, I am not, sir. I don't
Okay.
believe in those type of things.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Yes. Okay. All right. Stop it. Stop.
Why? Why is it so hard to believe that I can sit here and tell you honestly how I feel? I don't know you, sir. I welcome you up on my panel, but you feel it. You feel very comfortable calling me a liar about what? I haven't said that.
I'm calling you a liar respectfully.
No, there's no such thing for me.
Okay.
Calling someone a liar respectfully.
Well, I apologize.
Tell me where the lie is, sir.
I apologize. Okay, I'm just talking. All right. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
It just like
now, do you have a master's degree in political science?
I don't really want to talk about my education. It doesn't really. It's not relevant because I'm not asking you about
Veteran Rock College. Okay.
Do you need to continue? Any more insults you want to add before I
Phoenix,
go?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead now. Go ahead.
Why? Does it bother you?
No, it doesn't. I'm just asking. You're very well informed on what you're talking about.
Yes.
You know about policies. You know about supply
Shouldn't
chain.
we? I don't think having a degree.
A lot of Americans don't, believe it or not, and a lot of Americans don't dibble and dabble in foreign affairs.
So why not celebrate the fact that I am informed and not just up here bloviating instead of insulting me by asking me about my education and saying different things like that? Like I don't get. What does that do for you?
I just think it's funny.
You're the only one to get the joke because I'm trying to understand and listen to you and take in what you say, and you want to.
Go ahead.
Are we okay? Can we continue?
So what is the actual thing? What is the video you're going to show me?
Oh, I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
The indictment. So we're actually going to go to.
So you're going to show me the indictment. You're not going to show
AP.
me.
No, well, these are the crimes he committed. That's why a jury indicted him. So they saw this. This was a true bill, meaning there were 12 people. I'm not questioning whether you do or not. I have an audience of people in here as well. Okay. So I speak to them, not just to you. So they also have decided. So these are other 12 human beings who decided, hey, this is what they do. So this is as of August 3rd, 2023. Here is the Trump supporters view the latest indictments as evidence of a crime. So let's look at that for a second. And I'm happy to bring it up for you.
Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Let me stop screen sharing here. And we can go here. Sir, if you find yourself bored, you can always leave at any time.
No. Come on. Let's do it.
It seems like. Have you not met a person? So what? It's my sir.
How long does it take you? Come on.
Then go ahead. Go ahead. If you don't want to wait.
All the evidence. Like, okay, where's the evidence at?
It's here. Why are you so impatient? If you in a rush, then you could go. I could still pull it up.
It's 11 something where I'm at. Go ahead.
It's 8:00 for me, so I'm not in a rush. So there you go. All right. So let me bring this up real quick. Bring it up on my share. Oh, cellulite. Come on up, baby, if you can. Because we had this conversation, and you also being a man of Trump, please, you're more than welcome. Hit that link. Come on. Let's see here. All right, let's go. And I want to give a shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope that you're learning different things that I plan to continue to show. And let's see here. So, Trump supporters view the latest indictment as evidence of a crime against Trump. All right, let's talk about this. So, this was August 3rd. And so former President Donald Trump and his supporters are reacting to a third indictment against him, with a now familiar playbook of deflecting with unrelated accusations, distracting with misleading claims about the charges, and demonizing the prosecution. This is what he has been doing as well. He actually was told by the judge, he had to be told by the judge to be silent and stop saying the things that he is saying, but he can't help it. So I like when people say what's on their mind because it lets me know who they are. So let's see here. Let us go. Let's see. So this is the attack on our nation's capital as of January 6th, right? And this is Special Counsel Jack Smith. So are you familiar with him?
Yes, man. Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Hey, Ashton, thank you for coming. All right, cool. I got you, Will. I'm bringing you up, babe. All right.
What's up, baby?
What's up? How you doing, sir? Do you know Chaotic Truth?
I know Chaotic. That's my G. What's going on, Chaotic?
What's going on?
Sounds good.
Ma'am,
Listen to Chocolate trying to throw Trump under the bus.
I am not.
I did a show. I did a show on the great Donald Trump, and you showing this Associated Press article means nothing. The January 6th riots or Capitol attack or whatever you want to call it, Trump did not tell people to go do that.
Yes.
Correct.
And I was arguing with so many people. I said, prove it.
We can prove it.
Where did he say that? Nobody has proven it yet.
Hey, Chaotic, you know what they can prove? They can prove that the Biden administration. Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
I wasn't done. And you got to jump deep. So
I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this last night, but it has been proven that the Joe Biden administration did order Twitter and other social media platforms to not only hide but also get rid of all of the evidence regarding his election interference and also the Biden laptop story. So that's proven.
Well, that's actually exciting. So to your proof, okay. So we'll start with about, I don't want to say because I don't know if you guys know. There is a writer that I follow because, again, it means nothing. So we're going to keep going. So we'll go to the actual, we'll jump on YouTube real quick and we'll see what these indictments are. And then I'll let you guys hear it and then you can make your decision. I am not here rooting for Biden. I am not here rooting for any Democrats, as that is the case. We don't have a lot that are running. I'm trying to understand, and my whole goal in the last week with the shows that I've been doing is to understand if Black men are behind Donald Trump and those who follow his line of thought, then where is the big movement of voters to make these particular changes? If you want, why didn't that come out? Because a lot of Black men didn't vote when Joe Biden and Donald Trump was running. And I was surprised with the fact that since rap and hip hop, we have been putting him on a pedestal. So I didn't understand that. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Ma'am.
That's fine. That's in your opinion. I'm not arguing perspective. I'm asking, why did not the Black American men in this country that are on the same line of conservatism or the right or whatever you want to call it, why didn't they get together and encourage each other to go and vote so they could have kept him in office?
Have the stats ever been pulled for the number of Black men in America that have voted during the 2020?
Yes,
2020?
it was.
What was the statistics on that?
We can pull it up. I'm not going to say, I don't want to misquote, so we can pull that up. But first, let's talk about the 4 indictments he has, and we'll go from there. Because again, when Mr. Chaotic and I were talking, I'm still trying to figure the policies that benefit Black men in voting. That isn't that the point of voting for someone? The policies that they run on, right?
Okay. All right.
Am I incorrect with that?
Ma'am.
I don't like the way you call me ma'am. It just sounds like it's
okay. Chocolate. Okay.
Yes,
chocolate,
thank you.
Okay, chocolate. Chocolate.
Yes.
Now, respectfully, I don't think that you are a mammy, but I'm gonna say this.
You obviously do, because you just said.
Listen. I'm gonna say this.
What does that even mean?
You know damn well that mammy in Atlanta. That mammy in Atlanta, the prosecutor, is doing this to
He's
boost
not the
her
only
career.
one, though.
How beg your pardon?
What about Jack Smith? These are indictments in different states.
I'm talking about the indictment in Atlanta. You know that they are using, just like in New York, you know that they are using these Black prosecutors as.
There's only one.
Honest.
There's only one. There's only one Black prosecutor prosecuting Donald Trump.
So the prosecutor in New York wasn't. So Donald Trump didn't get prosecuted in New York. He didn't get indicted in New York.
Didn't he get indicted in New York? I don't know. That's your boy. You know,
he did.
Right?
He got indicted in New York, and that's a Black prosecutor.
Oh my! And he's Black, right? He's a Black man, though.
You don't see the pattern here.
What? That these are people who went to college.
They're trying to make a come up off Trump's name.
So what? Don't we all do that? Isn't that what America's about?
So
clout chasing,
here's my thing,
making money, but we're not talking about that. I don't understand why y'all want to argue that.
No, I'm not. I don't want to argue, but my thing is, if we're going to look at the entire picture, let's just stop looking at one color of paint. We have to look at the entire picture, correct? Can we all agree on that? Let's agree. Can we look at the entire picture?
I don't know what pictures y'all looking at, though.
Well, let's look at the entire picture of America and its history and everything.
And I do, and I did, and I shared that with Mr. Chaotic, but he seems to think that it's necessary to not necessarily give me an answer, but kind of play around with this. Well, ma'am, don't you know? I don't care if you call this man beautiful. I don't care if you call him a god. I don't care if you love him. I don't care if you hang him up above your bed. My question still falls into the same box.
So the thing is,
why are you voting for this man?
But here's my thing. That's it. I got that. But here's the thing. If you're going to condemn Trump for everything that he's done,
I never said that.
Let me finish. If we're going to, oh my God,
you're a popular man.
No, it's just my job. I'm gonna say this and then I gotta get off. If we're going to look at everything Donald Trump either done or has been indicted for, that's fine. That's great. I'm with you on that. I love when things come into light so that way we can address them as American people. Can we agree to that?
Yes.
All right. On the other side of the aisle, we're not going to also not dismiss things that have been covered up, which has been proven and brought out into the public that the Biden administration and also other governmental bodies and politicians and associates, they have done. Because let's not forget, Biden was found to have been holding documents as well. So has Obama, so has Bush, so has Clinton, so has Bush Sr. A lot of them. Hold on, wait, let me finish. So when it comes to Biden, I'm not one to shy away from throw Trump ass in the jail, right? If that's where his ass belongs, that's where his ass belongs. But in that same token, if we're going to do to one, we have to do to all. Let's not just bring up Trump.
Well, let me say this. I was talking about before you came up. I said, and my thumbnail says, Cornel West, a Black man, is running for the Green Party. Vivek, Tim Scott. Okay, so again. This is why I'm having this discussion. So also Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott.
You mean Vivek Ramaswamy, man?
Oh
yeah, Vivek got the best. He got the best chance to win right now.
So thank you for correcting me, sir. And then of course we have Larry Elder. So the only two men who showed up to the event of the first debate were Vivek, of course, and who was it? And Tim Scott. Larry Elder wasn't there, and neither was Donald Trump. So I say this, if this is a person, and let me be very clear. My bias is against anyone who is in office, who is doing things illegally and doing things that do not align with the community that I represent. And that's it. What policies, Republican or Democrat? I have voted both. So I don't sit here in judgment in the sense of, oh, I hate Donald Trump. I don't know this man to have those kind of feelings.
So
I think
you
he
more
was
so going
not a
against his
good
policy.
right. That's all. That's
Okay.
all I'm asking.
Okay, so
And I'm
all right, so with the
accused
policies,
of
with the policies that Biden has, or any other,
we're not okay, but Will,
well, hold
and I
on, but
have
here's
to
my
cut you
question.
off, babe. Will,
Yeah, it's cool.
let me say this simply put. Here we go. I'm gonna say it this way.
Go ahead.
Biden is already the president. Okay, so we're gonna put him over there. He already got the title. He been in there for 4 years. We're gonna leave that there. He has not. Okay, that's fine. In your opinion, we will not argue perspective. My thing again is, where was this storm of black men to come and vote so Trump could stay in office? That's what I'm saying.
That's why I asked.
Okay, let's go.
There was a
All
lot
right,
of black
I'll
men.
go there.
There was a lot of black men. There was a lot of black men who did indeed vote for Trump. Unfortunately enough, because of all of the false ballots that was allowed to come in and get those Biden votes up, which no one ever went back to investigate, even though they
But they
pointed
did
out.
investigate it.
No, they did not
Yes, I'm
investigate.
in one of the states, Will. I'm in one of the states that they investigated it.
Yeah,
I'm in Arizona.
You know what happened when they investigated? It was a rushed investigation where
No,
they
it
could not get
wasn't.
all of the. Yes, it was. They didn't
it
want to.
wasn't.
They didn't want to miss the. They didn't want to miss the presidential
Me and you,
deadline
we
to elect Biden.
we can agree to disagree at this moment, but I am
Mhm.
happy to have that conversation with you because I do
Okay.
have the proof of the investigation that took place. And this has been over years. They have been investigating over the last 2 or 3 years about the ballots, the fake electors. We here in this state alone had people trying to be fake electors for our state so that they could overturn a vote that had already been done. The ballots were counted, I want to say here in Arizona, because he spent millions of dollars to have these particular places count the ballots over again. That was Arizona, that was Georgia, that was Ohio, and I don't misquote me. I don't want to say it. I know that there's a few other states in there that also did it. So what more of an investigation can you have if there were so many and all of his people, hold on, Will, all of the people that was rooting for Trump kept saying they had proof. Come on, I want to see. Show me.
So when they did this investigation, did they go back and check all the information that was on the ballots?
Yes,
Because a lot of those, hold on, wait, a lot of those ballots came back, and a lot of those people who so-called mailed in ballot were either dead, either in prison or outside the country.
You know
who that
was,
supposed to be.
though?
Hold on, they
Those
wasn't supposed to be.
Republicans who got
Those
caught
wasn't
doing
supposed to be. Those wasn't. Okay, so how come it was only the Republicans? So here's the thing about the government. Wait.
This is the cases. We're
Chocolate,
talking
as a
about
former
the facts.
as a former chocolate, listen to me. As a former government employee, I'm just telling you from the top.
Yes.
Nothing is never cut clear and dry when it comes from the government. This is
I know
why.
that. Right.
Okay. As long as we got that on the same page. Chaotic, you got it. All right, I gotta get off here. I love each and every one of y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
You know,
I can't.
I have to say this.
You can say whatever you like, sir.
I gotta put my hold on for a second because I gotta.
Black Beauty, welcome, and let me speak to the chat. Thank you guys for coming in. I'm trying to hang it in tonight. We're gonna kind of go long. I still haven't gotten through my video yet, so and we got derailed, but I love the conversation. I do say this again. I do not care who you vote for, what you vote about, as far as the person. I care about what policies. When are we going to see a change in the voting strategies of Black conservatives. Tim Scott is the only Black Republican senator, and they've already said that even in his realm, that he only is going to get 2% of the vote. These things are distractions, because if you are all running, and it was just like this in 2016 when we had 1,000,001 Republicans running for office, and it was Donald Trump. And here we are again, getting ready to come up on another election year. And I feel it's necessary to continue to have these conversations all the way through. And I will. And because I have followed, and I am going to share everything I follow. Do you need to leave, sir? I'm happy to kick you.
No, I'm waiting to talk, and I know
I'm talking to my audience, sir.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, for God's sakes, you have
Well,
a guest
on. Yes, you are a guest in my house.
Oh my God!
But you don't have to stay.
Yeah, I get that.
But I won't allow you to disrespect me, sir.
Okay.
And I won't allow you to disrespect my
But
audience.
can I ask you a question?
If you don't like that I am a speaker that doesn't go real fast. I don't like to rush people.
You're talking like it's poetry night.
I talk like this all the time.
Did you go to poetry night?
No, I don't.
You're lying. Have you ever gone to a poetry night?
Bruh, I'm not gonna answer no more questions if you keep calling me a liar. I'm serious about that.
I'm asking you, did you ever go to poetry?
Okay. Find a new word, sir.
You just seem like the kind of person that goes to poetry night, and you just like, what is high? What is higher? What is higher learning? You just look like the type. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Well, why didn't you just say that instead of calling me a liar?
I was trying to, but you were just rambling off. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry.
No, you mean what you say.
No, I mean, well, I'm sorry for. I did mean what I say, but I'm not sorry
for
getting you off. I mean, yeah, sorry.
But you know what? I would love for you to come back, but I think that maybe you should go now.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Donald Trump.
There you go. You have a great night.
Hey, have a good one. Thank you so much.
You too.
Yes,
bye. Child, come on.
Just a minute.
I'm sorry. Just a second, baby. Somebody's coming. Child, this is what I be talking about. Can we have a conversation without the insults, without the side conversation, without the rambling on? This is my home. This is what I do. And those who don't like it, you ain't got to come here. Ask him real quick. Did he? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and go back to my video. I think he's around the corner, babe. Just yell. Was there a drink? Okay. Well. Right. Like, what? Child, please. Honey, look. This is why I say ain't nobody moving me. Because it's like, I find people like that who feel it necessary to, and Bougie, I give you complete autonomy, my love, if you are irritated or bothered by anyone in the chat. Like I said, I talk the way I talk. I am the way that I am 24 hours a day. Either you like it or you don't. And you don't have to come here and have a conversation with me. And I don't do well with impatient people because I'm not going to move any faster. You chose to hit the link. I didn't invite you here. I'm a guest. Child, please stop. And I find it interesting. I'm bringing up information. I am bringing factual information, not my personal view of Donald Trump. I don't think enough people have said what they needed to say about this man, right? I don't need to, but I do know he was indicted for not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. And on top of that, he has said some of the most ignorant things, and the inability to have a conversation and talk about policy. What did he do that was so great? Because you made a few more dollars on your business, because you got some more money. Then you cannot tell me or come from me at that turn. You can't say to me, oh, he's this, he's that, he's this amazing. I can say that about the cornflakes man, the Mr. Kellogg's. He's amazing. Right. Impeached twice. But see, all of those things go away because it's a witch hunt, right? It's they trying to make a name for themselves. Well, guess what? Today, 4 hours ago, it has been announced that as of March 4th, Donald Trump is going to trial for federal indictment around January 6th. And I can't wait because unfortunately, they don't allow cameras in the federal court. But when he go to court in Georgia, child, it's going to be cameras. And not only was he indicted, 18 co-conspirators. They got him on the RICO, love. The RICO. Child, please. Get out of here. Get out of here. If Obama had done any of the things, y'all still talk about him. He ain't been president for how long now?
So there's no way you could reach the driver to have him bring back my drink.
Well, just give you back your money. Girl, we out here doing a whole bunch. But anyway, what? But that was fun, right? I ain't mad. I dusted off, baby. And see, no, that's somebody else. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and get my video back up. Child, you up here. Lord have mercy. Get out of here. Get out of here with the rah boom bop biz. Hey, I'm live though, but that's okay. So like I said, let's jump to, because I don't care about Chris Christie. He ain't gonna be president. Neither is Nikki Haley. Child, they ain't letting him do nothing. And so let's look at Pence. Ain't nobody even talking about this man because he's so what? The Rico and not Puerto Rico. They talk about the Rico. Man, stop. Why though? Why the insults? Why the digs? Why can't we just have a conversation about the policy and what's happening? He's talking about looking at something in totality. This man is committing crimes and no one should be above the law in the United States, right? Shouldn't it be that everybody who commits a crime, we say that about low-level crime Black people all day. All Black people say, the Black folks that feel the same way as our Mr. Chaotic says the same thing. Now, he stood up here and he called people savages from other countries. Child, I hope he don't never travel. I hope he don't never travel. Half of the things, excuse my language, half of the things we get in this country are from what? Other countries. And the reason why places like Papua New Guinea, Haiti, brown and Black countries, why we have what? Nidus, hit the link. I need you to explain. Come on up here real quick. I'm thirsty now. That man made me say a lot of stuff for no reason because we ain't get nowhere. I would have rather talked to Will. Right. This man still ain't paid his contractors. He still ain't paid his lawyers. Do y'all know he got new lawyers? He got rid of the other ones. And he even got his lawyer indicted. Rudy Giuliani. They were trying to commit a coup. What? And He talk about these are savage and third world countries when our own residents is trying to do what third world countries do, which is try to have a coup. Child, please. Stop. He made me thirsty. I'm on one tonight. I don't know why anybody want to play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me tonight. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Shout out to Robbie. And shout out to that song because I do like it. And see, people think because I talk slow. Right. Dude was like, what about his main man? It all started with, what's that child's name? Michael something. I can't think his name right now. He went to jail for him. Then, and let's not talk about the pardons that Donald Trump signed for. The placating and the pandering that he did to black men is disgusting. He let out 2 rappers and they up here talking about he the next God. But then be the same group talking about I ain't got no leader. I'm a black man, I lead myself. But you can get behind him. Von Erich, where you been? I've been asking about you. Michael Cohen, yes. Thank y'all for coming in. We talk about we want serious conversations, but it doesn't have to be like, oh, nobody can laugh or joke. But don't come up in here being disingenuous, trying to find out, pick my brain and ask me what if questions. I'm talking about what's happening right now. What are we going to do about 2024? Roger Stone. Thank you, Bougie. That's why I love you. Because again, those of us who think the same, those of us who see the same thing, because we can. Our perspectives of life can be different. But if the sun is yellow, how many of us are going to argue that it's not? Maybe a handful, right? You're going to have some people say, no, not really. It's more of a caramel. You know what I mean? We going to have opposition, and I'm cool with opposition. But when you can't answer my questions, don't try to insult me and throw digs. Bruh, look, I've been called everything but a child of God in my life. I do not care that you cannot handle all of the essence that I give. Yeah, I'm being petty tonight. Oh, shoot. I'm going to drop this link again. Please hit it. I want to have a conversation. I just don't want to be sitting up here running my mouth to myself. And I do appreciate those who have come in here, who have stayed. Like I said, all is welcome. But if you here to cause some trauma or cause me some drama, you got to go. You got to go. I don't have time for that. Let's have a genuine conversation. Let's talk about that these men who are been in these positions are not doing anything for our communities, whichever you identify. He placates to the American people. He talks down upon the uneducated and unemployed. This is the same man who stopped Black folks from renting apartments in his buildings. It's the same man who thought it was all right to grab women by their nether regions and, they'll let you do it if you're a celebrity. You know, if you're a celebrity, you can do what you want. I don't even, and you can even go back and see, even other leaders in our global construct took him as a joke. They didn't respect this man. Not at all. They called him a buffoon. They said he was a joke and that he needed to get. You think that the money that Biden got to run his campaign was only from Americans? Then you silly. That's all I'm going to say. Because again, He talked about Canada. He talked about Mexico. He was trying to get the military to go into Mexico. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that does for our country? The immigration. You want to say that it benefited you, but there's still children now, even now, that have not been put back with their families. There are still people who haven't committed no crime other than trying to have a better life for their family because their governments have decided that they ain't worth it. And it's insulting to me because it's like, then I know you're not taking it seriously. What you're doing is bloviating about a man that you are worshiping, because that's what it sounds like. If I was talking like that about Beyonce, they would clown my ass, and you know it. If I was up here going about how beautiful she was, how this and that, the voice of Venus. Hello, love. Thank you for stopping by. I'm honored. I'm honored. You guys can hit the link. It is at the top. Now, I try not to, but I'm going to have to. I'm trying to get these land permits taken care of. So if you like it, the show, and you're enjoying it, hey, hit that Cashapp for me. A few dollars go a long way, and we could do a lot with a little. So I say all that to say that if we are going to have these conversations about what and break down what we want to do. We are the people, right? If we don't exist, they don't exist. This is why they allowed all of the immigrants. And now their ancestors are saying, we're Americans. We're free. Because where did everybody settle when they got here? The South, all the way up to Maine, Rhode Island. This is why you have the largest Black populations in those states. Why? Because that's where the slavery was. And I'm hitting them. I'm hitting them words tonight. Because I am tired of kind of pity-patting around what is going on. What? So we're going to just continue to act like we don't know what's happening. And when I ask the question, if the policies and design that you want in this country as men of color, why haven't you gotten together and made it happen? Why haven't we seen a candidate coming out of our community? 46 million people, let's say. Hey, B Rose, thank you for coming and stopping by, baby. Always welcome. Please, if you feel so, please hit the link. You're more than welcome to jump into this discussion. I kind of still want to go into talking about Tim Scott. So let's see what he's talking about in this C, and then we'll go to Vivek Ramaswamy. How about that? Lord have mercy. Child, Mike Pence, he's so scary. That man's scary. Oh, yeah, they had a good back and forth. Let me see. All right, so we're going to go through the video here. Let me turn it up, and let's talk about it.
Martha, you asked earlier who's the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States.
Mother done let him come out.
In Indiana, where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as Vice President of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration.
How much
and then
more
we were
money
there in
goes
the
on
worst
to the
pandemic
military?
in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president.
Yes, because they want to cut it. The Republicans have been trying to get rid of Medicare. As you saw, Donald Trump talked about that for years. His health care plan, where was it? Did anybody ever see it? Am I tripping? Am I lying? Help me out. Because, you know, we like to swing that word around here. But, yeah. So, let's go.
President can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor,
Mr. Vice President,
and when I was vice president.
You didn't do nothing.
You were named earlier. I'm going to get Vivek first.
We'll get to both of
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. People
Wow.
by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, Vivek, if I can.
Mispronouncing his
I'll
name.
go slower this time.
I sometimes struggle with the reading
Look,
comprehension.
I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor.
I agree with you, Con
Joe
Eric.
Biden has weakened
This is
this
why I'm
country
saying what
at
I'm
home
saying.
and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a
Oh,
rookie.
dear. That's ages right there. He being an ages. Ooh, go ahead, Shannon. Oh, you dirty.
30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open.
You know what's funny to me when they jump to this? Let me just say this. For me, it's a different perspective. And I have a bias against those who say, you know, oh, they shouldn't have shut down. They shouldn't have done this. Canada is still surviving, right? They took care of their people for almost a year. Their people. And this is the same party who want to then turn around and say, oh, it's more money. We paying you more money to stay home. Inflation was coming, period, because again, anytime a president comes into a hot mess, they have to spend the first 4 years cleaning up what the previous president did. We had 8 years of Bush, and you see what it got us, for those who remember. And then Obama got the job with all of a House, all Republican, Senate, all Republican, and one of my favorite players in the game, Mitch McConnell, who has been stiffing the people of Kentucky for years. Because for those who don't know, the taxes of New York pay for what Kentucky needs as a state. And now we're finding out, because again, this is the information age, you can take it or not, that I think it's Timmy Tuberville, we're going to call him Timmy tonight, Come to find out, he technically does not live in the state he's supposed to be representing. But these are the people we should trust with what our outlook is going to be in the next 20, 30 years. I think that there should be Senate limits, just like there are presidential limits. I don't think senators should be allowed to be in as long as they are. Mitch McConnell looks like a zombie. This man is sick. You can see it. But they will hold on to their power so hard until they can groom the next person to think and act the same way. And that's why I said it's disappointing when you talk to certain people that they have talking points that they don't even know where they come from. You just repeating shit. But we'll continue. Because, you know, you get more flies with honey than you do vinegar.
And you sit him down and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
You're a bad boy, Anthony.
What does that got to do with anything? We ain't even seen Fauci.
I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now.
Uh-oh.
The reality of the fact of the matter is that one of yours? Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform?
Can I ask y'all a question? Do y'all think he gonna go to Kentucky and West Virginia and win over the vote, Mr. Vivek? Just throwing out a question.
Which is what you're hearing about. Or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of an American revolution.
Wow. We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have a moment on the economy.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Hey.
There are two people who have not. We're going to get
Time
back to
for
that.
revolution.
There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the
People are
economy.
like, who?
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And of course, I'm from a town of 300 people. It's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these folks. But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said, go to Milwaukee and break a leg.
Right.
But I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state, in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that is just subsidizing China. If we're going to stop buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China, we're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil.
Yeah.
Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil.
Christopher, welcome
20%
back.
off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
Crazy. I don't know who that man is. Anybody been to North Dakota?
Delighted to be here tonight.
I know it's a lot of land.
Let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered.
First of all, Arkansas is one of the poorest states in the union, along with Kentucky, along with Ohio. A lot of Republican states are poor. Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. So where the money going? Where the money going? This is what I say. You don't know their policies. You're just voting for them because I don't know. And I heard this young man say, because Trump is a man. What? What's that mean? Man for what? Who? His wife don't even like him. And she told it. Okay. She told, right. Tax cuts. You don't want to pay taxes on things, black people. Come on, man. I know everybody don't like Boosie, but I do love when he said that. Come on, man. Because that's how it feels. These are just dressed up thugs. And that's what I think. They are dressed up thugs, honey. That's it. Pillaging, taking, lying, and pretending like they care about the people they're supposed to represent. They don't care about these folks. Hey, Either Man, welcome, welcome. I feel so special. All my men done come up here tonight. Hey, how y'all doing? No, I was just playing. I love talking to y'all. Please hit the link if you feel free. Let me go ahead and keep it going, because I'm telling you, it's gonna get good.
Taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. Wow. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas after I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago. I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce. That's a specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me...
Oh, God. Oh, no. What just happened?
Yeah, it froze. Hold on. Let's go
The
back.
feed
Because
glitched.
I thought it was me, but it's not. It's him. Hold on.
And here's the deal. Let's just answer the question. So here's that a
Republican Party doesn't care about climate change.
Should be interesting.
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander.
What about the hands?
Right. Don't nobody raise their hands.
That's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all,
Mr. Deflect.
One of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said, no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present. You've got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes?
Hey!
Is that a yes? Is that a
See?
hand raise?
Hold on. I gotta say this because I'm being petty. Now, we go on these panels. I do as well. I go into different people's rooms. Look, debating, and when people get hot under the collar, honey, they trying to cut you off. They trying to say stuff in the sound in the background. It's great. Let's go.
Climate change agenda is a hoax. Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
Wow.
The climate change agenda is a hoax.
Owie! Ooh, petty.
The anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought?
He said.
Hold on.
He said, I'm the only one.
No, wait, hold on. No. I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here. The last person in one of these debates.
Oh my God, Chris Christie. Come on, y'all. This is entertainment. Are you for real? Dude, like, y'all, I gotta go back. I gotta hear that. Cause you know he got under the skin of them other men's on that panel. Lord. Right. He said, I'm the only one that ain't bought pay for it. Yeah, baby. Welcome back, Prince Hakeem. Yes, they are dressed up gangsters. That's all. That is it. They are just dressed up. Gangsters. The gangsters became the corporations, and they still run it the same way. They do us dirty. They lie to us. They give us all kinds of stuff. They tell us it's okay, knowing that it ain't. Just bop, 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 bop. And if you want to play in their sandbox, by all means, honey, I'm just not. Yeah, me too, girl. But you took a nap. You took a nap so you could stay up. Oh, look at you. You wild. Oh, you wild boy. You wild. Let's go. I gotta go back. I gotta hear that pettiness again.
And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes? Or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
because
no,
the
I
climate
didn't
change
raise- I
agenda
didn't
is a
raise a
hoax. Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
Wow.
The climate change agenda is a hoax.
I see.
Independence for it. The anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are.
I can't
of
disagree
actual
with the
climate
man.
change.
Governor Haley, are you?
I might, like I said, I give you your props.
Listen.
No,
Hold on.
Enough.
Let's go.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
Right.
And the last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur tonight.
Give me a hug just like you did to
The
Obama.
same type of amateur.
And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
The
bear
same
hug, brother.
type of amateur.
Wow. Hold on.
Oh, it's
Governor
nasty.
Haley, would you like to respond?
Can you
Are
believe
you
So,
bought
Brett,
and paid
what I
for?
Do
want
you
to
sound like
say is the fact
ChatGPT?
that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. First of all, we do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of.
Right,
But there's a
Christopher,
right
that's why
way
it's
to do
funny
it.
to
And the
me.
right way to
They
do it is, first
crazy.
of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and India that they have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies.
Hold on. Can I just point out the straight up hypocrisy? Every electronic that we own right now, you probably find anything. Battery charger, your television, all that. Where it come from? Where it come from? Here? When last time the U.S. made anything? Did we manufacture? No, we shut all the jobs down. We let them go overseas. The car companies, the cars that we buy and spend $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, even $50,000 in debt for cars that ain't even built here. It is just insane. The hypocrisy is crazy. And you think I want to vote for you? No. No, honey. It is time for a revolution. I agree with him. I agree with him on that. But a different type. But let's keep going. Ooh, I love it. Pate. Let me serve it to you on a platter. Pate. No, baby, we don't. I remember during the academic when they were showing. Now listen to this. They were pouring out milk. They were throwing potatoes away because the school shut down. So you mean tell me because the school shut down, we don't need potatoes? Write it off as a loss and make money. All right, then. Oh, no, I can't play nothing. Christopher. I got in trouble. They said if I do it again, they're going to shut me down for a week. I can't do that. I'm too little. And I'll make enough money on my channels to be shut down for a week. So I'm sorry. We got to play it in our heads. Okay. That's it. We got to play it in our heads. So anyway, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Let's go.
that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done. What that does, half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping.
Well, blame Bush. Don't blame Biden.
The environment, you're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop polluting, and that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator
climate.
Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Oh,
Absolutely.
is it? Oh, no.
Are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Sorry. Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the
All
American
right.
people deserve is a debate about the issues.
Okay, here come Tim Scott, y'all. Let me. Yeah, I know, but they shut us down. We was in here having a good old time, and they shut my little channel down. And I'm not even monetized yet, so YouTube is on something different. But like I said, once I'm on my property, I probably will not be doing as much of this, like just sit up and do lives or whatever. But I will be showing y'all what I'm doing, because I thought that I would be on my property before the summer was over. So I got a lot of work to do. Hopefully within the next few weeks, getting up there. So let's continue. Child, I came. Whew. All right. First black man on the deck is Tim Scott. Larry Eldridge did not attend this debate. I don't know why, but he did not. All right. So Tim, what you about to say, Tim? Let's give Tim a chance.
You've got to stop polluting, and that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator
climate.
Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely.
for?
Sorry.
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American people deserve is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who are devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America.
Do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm a Southern boy, I talk slow. So America,
Right.
America, that was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase, Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage, devastating our own economy? Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get
Yeah,
to.
we do. We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming up next, the candidates will weigh in on what could be a defining issue in the 2024 campaign, the first Republican debate. That contraception should be available, and can't we?
Okay, so we about to get into it. Let's go. We coming back. Okay. Not really.
Land, but we know where we are right now, which is in early polling, Donald Trump in a strong position.
Wait, hold on.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too.
Okay, yeah. So let me get back.
Inflation
That's a lie.
explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increase.
Okay, so I don't want to go too fast.
You see 16% inflation. Your gas is up
Real
40.
quick, every candidate so far attacking Biden.
Right.
But that's not a justification for voting for you over the other 7 people on the
That's
stage.
it.
Sending the money back to the states and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Did that
in
Christopher that blocked
2017.
him?
We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%.
I don't
dual
know, Christopher. I have
households
to
by
disagree,
60%,
baby. I think he
returning
got
to the
that.
average
He has
family
been bought and paid for too.
$4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved 4.4 trillion, 4.1 trillion, 1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases. That's devastating home buyers today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
Now, hold on one second.
We're going
to.
So I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President.
We'll
Mr.
be with you in a
Ramaswamy,
moment, please. Take a number.
listening to all of this, why should voters choose you
We'll talk to
over
Vivek
more
first.
experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
What does that matter?
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's
'Cause I
mind
think
at home
Clinton was
tonight.
young too.
Who
When
the heck
he-
is this
he got
skinny
in
guy
office.
with
He
a
was-
funny last name? And what the heck
Oh,
is he
okay.
doing in
I
the middle
went
of this
too. I went
debate
too far
stage?
back. My bad. Hold on,
I'll tell you,
y'all.
I'm not
Hold on. Let me go forward.
It. And Biden did that. So, first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop.
Okay, I said I was jumping around.
That unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions?
I don't think he like her either. But again, if we don't put people like us in office, we cannot be surprised at the people who do get picked. It's kind of like the kid that used to raise their hand all the time to read or to do stuff all the time. You're like, boo, not him. But you're not going to get up there. Right? So it is time for us to have the tenacity to pick someone, choose folk from every level that are going to do what we ask. These people do what their donors ask them to do. So that's all we got to do. We know this system is set in place and it's going to be here until there is major change. And so since I know Black folks, we got the consumer power, that means that we can move that money and turn it into political power. That's it. We start replacing the businesses, start offering services that our people pay for. There are plenty of hair businesses, nail businesses, eyelashes, barbers, clothing stores, t-shirt companies. That is fantastic. But we need grocery stores. We need affordable housing. We need places to go as a neighborhood. We need our own schools. We need our own health care. And we need to have our money in our banks. It is the same thing that they're doing. So why don't we do it? Obviously, we have allowed them to hold the reins for so long that we feel comfortable in the decisions that they've been making for us. And we know that's not okay. And because they got us so razzle-dazzled with all the things that we have to worry about to survive in this country, it keeps us unaware of what's happening all up that mountain. We're going to have to send some folks up there. That is about what we want. And that's it. Let's keep it going.
Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Brett.
Governor, hold on. You're not mentioning Vice President Pence. Governor DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win.
He's bobbling.
But
again.
second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of.
First of all, you don't even know you're pregnant. 6 weeks, really? You don't even know. It's usually around 8, 9. Sometimes it ain't even that. Sometimes some women don't even know until they like 2-3 months in. But again, who are you to make this decision? When there was no regulation. Yeah, child. When there wasn't no regulation, women lost their lives. And that's all I'm going to say. People have different views and perspectives. I really wish it was separate of church and state, but a lot of this has religious connotation, and that's why it was reversed after all these years. It was just something to prove. And what's interesting is people who are pro-life, that's not even their slogan. They took it from the people who was like, we are pro-life, we pro-choice. It's your body. Some women don't live after childbirth. And I know we don't have these conversations, but I'll be damned, I'm gonna have them. Because it needs to be discussed as to why we want to pretend like this stuff don't go on. And I do agree with Haley in this regard. Contraception should be available. And they should be available in high schools and middle schools. Because we cannot pretend as though our children are not engaging in adult activities very early on in life. Let's be proactive instead of being reactive. And that's all this is. This was something they've been wanting to do for years, but they have nothing to replace it. But to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty? Really? And these laws are being made up by, I'll leave it there. Child.
Of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong, to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth.
That's not true. That is a lie. But there are stillborns and there are children who come, unfortunately, their little bodies make it, but their spirits don't. Let's stop.
I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
Disgusting lies.
I'm going to stand on the side of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head. Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you.
Dear God.
And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life. And I knew from that moment on, the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states
Oh, he
only.
went there, Chris.
It's not a states only issue.
Went there.
It's a moral issue. And I promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people, but it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses.
I find it interesting. You know what? That would be like me going, there needs to be vasectomies for all men who have more than 4 children with different women. You need to be sterilized. If I decide, now I don't have, that I'm a biological woman, right? So who am I to tell you what to do with what's between your legs? But the government thinks it's okay to tell women what they should do. See, again, I come from a place of experience and not just running my gibbets. It was a very eye-opening experience to go with one of my closest friends when she had found out she had become pregnant. And he didn't want it. So what happens in that situation? Our adoption system is trash. So giving your baby up for adoption, unless you find a family who can pay, that's why they have more closed adoptions than open. And if your child is a certain age, they're not going to adopt them anyway. Our adoption system is ridiculous. All of it. To Von Erich's point earlier, all of it needs to be changed. So we start small, though. You got to start small and you got to start infiltrating. But the fact that this man used the fact that he had given his life to Christ, and if Obama had said anything about Allah, it would have been a snowstorm. Hell would have froze over. They'd have been running in the street screaming, Sharia law. Child, come on. Spell Sharia.
This is compassion for women in crisis pregnancies.
Sorry for interrupting. It must be said, something like 93% of abortions happen before that point anyway. The 7% that happen later are almost all extremely difficult, complicated situations. This entire conversation is farcical.
100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legition to ban abortion after a baby is capable of experiencing pain. Leadership.
Hold on. 70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
A 15-week limit.
Let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. So
let's let him speak.
But the Supreme Court did overturn Roe v. Wade, and the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though. If you were president, would you be able to abide that?
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution.
In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country.
It's actually the right take.
And we can't have,
No federal
Republicans
abortion.
who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states. And then the next day they
Not
turn around and go,
everybody
no,
knows
the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives. They're stepping into people's businesses
Stop.
over and over. If we say that the feds should be in on this one,
Stop.
where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should
But
be.
Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's
no scientific evidence, no statistics, no information, nothing that says that women are out here and doctors is out here. There is no evidence anywhere, even in a book, that says this is what women and doctors is out here doing. Come on. But you lied. Stop lying to me, please.
all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota,
Okay.
and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson,
That's why
right here.
50 states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the Supreme Court gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress.
That's
so
right.
there is authority. And that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So
Wow.
they have their extreme
No.
position at a national
Not even
level.
true.
It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of legislation while I was governor. And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about.
Let's be real. Y'all want bodies. Y'all want bodies. You need people to work for you. You need people to continue to buy homes, continue to buy cars, pay high insurance rates, go to college, shop from everywhere, travel. You need the taxes. You can't have taxes without bodies. I mean, that's it. No matter where you go, if you don't have a lot of people, you don't have a lot of money no way. We know this. It's interesting too, because at the top of that, right, there are few who have rule over all of us. And then on the bottom, you want to tell people, oh no, you don't want to be rich. You need to come work for me. You need to see your family. There was a video, I don't know if anybody saw it, about this man who had been working for this company for 30 years and found out he wasn't getting his pension. See why I say all that loyalty? Stop. Stop. We have to stop. And it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
About it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation.
I don't hear housing. I don't hear food. I don't hear jail time. I don't hear anything that has to do with men, right? I hear women. I keep hearing women, but we can't get pregnant with our spouses. Just saying. All they want to say is no, and sign on and pick an amount of time, and they never been pregnant. That's like me saying what a man should do with his informations, his tackle and berries. And I don't have one. There are just certain lines. And this is what I mean. You know, we throw the word equality around, right? And yes, there are differences between us. But the equality that we were asking for had to do with the right to work, the right to have our own property, the right to buy our own cars, have bank accounts, to be able to have control of our lives. Because beforehand, it was your father and then it was your husband. You didn't get a say-so. That's what the equality women fought for. And I wish when we say that out here that we give it the correct context, because that's it. It has nothing to do with biologically wanting to be a man. There's no way that's going to happen. If you weren't born that way, as far as the male sex, you have testes in you know, your little thumbtack when you're born, and the ability to make children, right? To produce the little swimmers, all of those things are necessary and needed from a man, just like a woman with ovaries and a vagina and a cervix and a uterus, and all of those things are necessary to have children. Outside of that, you can create a child in a lab, but it still has to be put inside of a woman for it to come to fruition. So to now change the goalposts and go, women, listen up. 6 weeks. That's all you got. How? And we are afraid to have this conversation because we know that a part of this is a morality thing. This has nothing to do with your morals. This has to do with people making policies that are going to dictate what you can and cannot do. You cannot run a red light. You'll get a ticket, right? And I'm not comparing the two. What I'm talking about is policies that other human beings sit and create based on biased information. And again, I say, there is a lot that needs to go with if you are going to say that a place like Planned Parenthood, for instance, and the fact that they do women's services, like, for instance, birth control, pap smears, oh gosh, it's a list, but I ain't gonna go down. But let's keep going. Because like I said, anybody want to have that conversation, please hit me up. Because see, I can have it without making it an insult-driven, religious, Bible-toting, screaming. We need to talk about the policy and human pattern and human behavior. Come on. Can we stop?
Future. There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong.
But it's not true, though. It has to be extreme circumstances. Wow.
We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for, at the minimum, a 15-week limit. I'm 100% pro-life conservative. I have 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us.
Again, here we go, church and state.
Us inalienable rights that include life. That is a list. That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue with a 15-week limit at a minimum.
Thank you,
Brett, I
Senator.
think we're all pro-life, but
Thank
what
you.
I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
All right, another issue is America and the crime crisis, the homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline. People are moving out as homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began in the COVID era. How much of what we're seeing happening around this country is a result of those COVID lockdowns? And is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats been talking about defunding the police for the.
I'm sorry. Was that the question? Was it? Can somebody tell me if that was the question? Was that the question? Defunding the police? I thought she said homelessness. I must be crazy. Maybe my hair wrapped too tight. I don't know.
The last
Hasn't
5
happened.
years.
No one's really
And we ought to
talking
be
about it.
funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities,
Whole lot of
at
talking.
unprecedented levels.
Liar.
I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people.
I'm sorry. Did he say anything? Did he say something? Like, what I miss? He said defunding the police after being asked about. Okay, I ain't gonna stop it again. I can't follow this man. Pence make me nervous. He the kind of man that if you saw him, I would clutch my purse if I had to be alone with him in the elevator. He seemed creepy. Yeah, he's a creep. He gonna show up out of nowhere. He'd be like quietly, like if you work with him, he would quietly be looking over at your cubicle and shit. He's a weirdo.
But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those
You're not
tax
going to be
cuts,
president of the United
and
States.
we're going
I'll
to
tell you
close
that right
the
now,
Federal
sir.
Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the
Please stop
states
now.
with a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement. We will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie,
What?
another issue. This weekend here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids. Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country.
Okay, let's
blame
go.
this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation.
Yes, and they have.
What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person along with Governor Hutchinson up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the state.
What? I'm confused again. What is he saying? Did he answer the question? Am I tripping? Am I being too hard? Right? Am I not being a team player? And I had to cut my light on. Am I not being a team player? Like, do I not understand? What is this? Child, I hope that's wrong. Please, Lord, no. Not him. Not him. Not him. Oof. No. Please don't vote for him, y'all. Don't vote for him. I'm going to be real. I have not seen one candidate yet I'm ready to give my vote to. For real. And I'm going to tell you what's going to end up happening again. By default, Biden is going to win because we playing out here. Yeah, man. He's a creep, man. Calling his wife mother. Like, is this the 1700s? Like, what is we doing? You is weird, sir. Listen, they wouldn't be ready for me to run. I'm for real. Because I'm going to tell you something. No. 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 I'm going to say it with you with a smile, right? Like, no. Child, please. Come on. Come on. All right, I'll leave it alone. Let's go. Maybe something amazing is about to come out of what he said.
States are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father, and then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges, we're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration.
Hold on. Do nobody practice for the 30 seconds? Like, should you have your thing down? Y'all should fire y'all speechwriters. Don't let them tell you that you can wing this. Because they can't. They're horrible at it. They are horrible at it. They're like talking over each other. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Somebody look up. Somebody come look at this.
He would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a President Ramaswamy? What does a President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we are crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel.
That's part of it.
It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here too.
Religion.
We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime.
Can I speak on Governor DeSantis really quickly? Governor DeSantis,
we don't have an identity crisis. We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have some others like you may have on the stage. It's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to recognize that
people with the failed government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. That's actually how we translate.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop crime.
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low
Not
in
in-
Florida.
not in
We're
Miami.
happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And
They so petty. You, the governor of the state, you take it all. You can't just say, "Oh, it's good over here." No, major cities, sir. Wow, you see how they switched it to crime and stopped asking people about the pop outs. I said it earlier, but I'm saying.
so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had 2 of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone. And as president,
He a man, y'all.
we are going to go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country. And it will stop when I get into office.
Okay. One more here before we break, Governor Bergen.
We talking this stuff.
Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps them get the crop off. There's accountability. There's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson?
Because I think he'd be getting nervous.
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America.
I'm always
and right
afraid.
now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's 3 simple words that would be helpful. 1, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure that we have the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As president of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the president of the United States.
Brett, thank you. Hold on.
Break.
Brett.
So, speaking of that,
Sorry, I
right
had
now
a little-
you are looking live at
I don't know
Fulton
what he's
County
saying.
Jail.
Come on, what?
Where former President Donald
I don't
Trump
care
will be
what that means.
processed tomorrow.
Right,
So next, the
anybody going to
candidates will
South
have an
Dakota?
opportunity
Like,
to talk
any of the
about the
Dakotas?
coming trials of Donald Trump.
Wow. All right, so I think we're basically halfway through. In this second section,
thank goodness we halfway through, because I'm so sick of them. They crazy. This is exactly why I said what I said. Crackhead behavior. Shout out to the Pac-Man. Thank you so much. David Pac-Man, thank you. Please. I liked it. I subscribe to you. Please don't copyright me.
Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand.
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And
not
I know
this.
you didn't. Whoa.
No.
What's
And
the
look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now, whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
I'll say.
Okay, Christy. Crispy.
This is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you
They
raised
don't
your
like
hand
you.
supporting.
You know they
I'd like
do.
to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact. And Chris Christie, honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now.
Wow.
But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Let me tell you,
I'm sorry. 30 seconds, Governor
you
Christie.
make me laugh because
Go ahead, brother.
Called him Chat
you sit here
GTP.
in an answer. You sit here in an answer.
That's still back
They're
there.
eating him alive. He can't even speak.
You sit here in an answer.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
Hold on, Governor
Wow.
Christie.
Hold on.
They're booting him off.
Well, so listen, the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section. Governor Christie.
You sit here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not true.
It's very true. I read it, and
Because
I
there's a
know.
difference
Look,
between
I
bad
know.
behavior and illegal
By the way,
behavior, Chris. And you as a
by the way,
prosecutor should know that.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot
There's
better.
a difference between
I
bad
know,
behavior. And
I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
your MSNBC contributor.
he said,
These are
he said,
politicized indictments, and we have to call out the truth.
Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right. So President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th.
Here we go.
On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher Wray,
that's not
shut down the FBI.
Mr.
Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
No, he won't. He's not gonna be president. He makes me think of who was Trump's boy. He made him in charge. Ben Carson. That's who Tim Scott made me think of. Ben Carson. Mr. He called Joe Biden sleepy shoe. You don't know if Ben Carson is ever awake. I don't think he is. He might have helping hands, but child, he need to help himself. That's all I'm gonna say. We ain't heard from him. You see, he ain't in the conspiracy lineup. He didn't get indicted either. That's how I know. You know what color you are, sir. You know your place in this country. You didn't jump behind all of that white folk and all they shenanigans. He was like, stage left. Child, please. I can't. Oh, this gonna be a hell of an election year. I'm telling you. We're gonna see some stuff we ain't never seen before. It's just I mean, we're gonna actually see these politicians in human form because all of that is coming out and we ain't even in it yet. It's August. You know what I mean? Oh, let's go.
But Governor DeSantis, do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th?
So here's what we need to do. We need to end the weaponization of these federal agents.
But that's not the question.
That's not the question. I know, but here's the thing. This election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country. I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November 2021.
Vice President Pence, what do you think, Vice President, is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States? I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important than so answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let them get away with it. I'm not letting Biden hang out in the basement this time. We're going to run him ragged around this country.
It wasn't Biden who was in the basement.
These people are dangerously insane.
Yes. See, that's the thing. Girl, he was selling insurance. He wasn't fighting nobody. Assigned to. Come on, man. Where your military record? Y'all always talking about that. We have one of the largest militaries in the world, next to China. But yet and still, our young men and women who go in and fight for their life to do whatever they feel is necessary to do, they can't make ends meet. The barracks is a mess. The housing is a mess. The VA is a mess. Come on. Stop playing with me. I can't take it. You guys are crazy. Jeez. Holy cow. Let's go.
Former President Trump is beating you by 30, 40 points in
Right.
the polls.
That's why he didn't even
so
show
it is a
up.
factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules, and under the Constitution.
wanna
And so
hear facts.
obviously I'm
never.
not going to
Facts,
support
that's
somebody
crazy
who's
talk.
been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution. And that's consistent with RNC rules. And I hope everybody would agree with me.
We're going to get to a lot more topics.
We're going to move on. No, we're going to.
Martha, can I answer the question?
Can I get in on
Okay, I'd like to answer.
You
No,
have
give her
already
like
been
my answer.
on
Hang
it,
in
Vice
there.
President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question
Go
you
ahead.
asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of.
Let me tell you this. I'm not thanking him. He wasn't doing his. He let him run amok and had nothing to say. That's almost like how they try to say, okay, your child is wilding out. They tell the parents, hey, your child is wilding out. Now the child getting a fight. Now the parents mad. Well, why am I? Because you would not do your job in the beginning. So I'm not going to give you credit for doing what you were supposed to do anyway. Not my. I can. Woo, child. Hey, listen, guys. I wanted to say that I'm not gonna do this all night, but I do plan to do a chocolate after dark. For me, it's getting ready to be 10 o'clock. We're gonna go through the rest of this and wrap it up. I'm not shutting down. I'm just going to have another intro for you guys, and you're more than welcome to stay and hang out. Because the rest I'm gonna probably push and try to do another 3 hours and see what we gotta do. But if y'all like it, thank y'all for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. Hey, hit that cash up, yo. If you don't mind, a sister ain't monetized yet. But if you feel so wonderful in your heart to do that, I appreciate you. So let's keep it going. And remember, liking, sharing, and subscribing and commenting is free. And I'll take that support too. Because I'm getting close. Get close. I do that 500.
Of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party before we can move on to the issues that Ron talked about is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay. Governor Haley, we haven't heard from you on this. Do you agree? Do you agree that Vice President Pence did the right thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing. And I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean,
as the people we talk about
when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational concern.
I'm talking about my subscribers. I'm at like 384 or 87, somewhere near.
America, we can't win a general election that way.
We need to get rid of the Electoral College.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I want to say, you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. We are. China is the number one threat to our country. And every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just, you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
Don't get me wrong. Somebody wanted to give it to me, okay.
Spend a few questions on it. Let people say what they wanted to say. And now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was.
You did. You answered on this.
You did
You did
say
answer.
something. Yeah. We thought you were done, but you
no,
please.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it. That's how we move our nation forward and turn the page forward.
Oh, Lord. Will he please get off of Donald Trump's draws? Donald Trump don't like you.
Justice system that was this corrupt.
The difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. You can answer a question.
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition.
It was the
by
governor
the
of
individual that's been
Indiana.
convicted. So if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may, it's not about looking back at January 2021.
Oh my God.
It's about January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand.
Okay, no.
And I took an oath
No.
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
No, I don't want to hear this.
And it ended with a prayer. So
Good day, sir. Good day. No, I don't want to hear this. What the holy snack bag? Come on, yo. Don't nobody want to hear this. You talking about Bibles and bruh. What? Listen, I don't care how old a person is. That's not my issue. Your character is your character. And Mike Pence is a jellyfish to me. He is vapid. He is empty. He's a hot monkey ball mess. That's them. Oh, but Christopher, let's be honest. They all come from that same era. Donald Trump, Biden, Pence, all of these old European white people come from that era. I will always say this. How we discuss slavery in our country, right? Descendants of slaves are living here now, just like descendants of slave masters are living here. So, people say, let's cut to it. Let's tell the truth. The truth is this. My life can be taken and justified. I ain't got to be doing nothing. Nothing at all. Now, do the police do this to their own people? Yes. I watch Law and Order. I grew up on Cops, honey. I grew up watching Forensic Files, all of them shows. I am a junkie of crime, law, politics. Like, I am a junkie of it. And so it's like, for me, I know that they do. So if they will do it to their own, why wouldn't they do it to us? Huh? Is that just me? Is that me smelling that patty? They wilding out here. So I said, it's that hot button time. That's what I said. We're going to do anything. We're going to build anything or do anything or create anything. This is the time because, baby, they fighting with each other. The Republican Party is split just like the Democratic Party is split. But it's split deeper than that. Hey, narratives and dialogues. I was waiting, hoping you was coming through. But yes, they all are from that same era. Just as quick as Biden wrote the 90s, 93 to 95, I think 92 even, because this man been in politics so long. Then he wrote those bills, predators, right? All young Black people, gangs, predators. We wasn't allowed to be around too many people. It was rap music that was taking us out. Young folks was leaving up out of here every day by the hands of the popo. Then you got to remember, these are the children that were being raised in the 90s from the parents of the crack era. Whose era is that? Donald Trump was still alive. Biden was alive. Pence was alive. They all come from that same era. Yes, you had people, Donald Trump, he put an ad in the paper, not even knowing the truth. Put an ad in the paper, to this day, you can find it. He paid for a front page ad to say that these 5 boys, the exonerated 5, should have their lives taken. And the case hadn't even started yet. Same era. He made money in the 80s from his daddy, who was a slumlord. And a person who did not want nobody this dark. So you know you couldn't get no darker. Living in his complexes. There's the truth. There's the truth. That they all still come from the same era. Politics has always had dirty money in it. The dirty money that was created in this country, not a dollar in this mother is clean. Because it has come from the backs of other people, not just people of color. We're talking about our Asian brothers and sisters, his Mexican brothers and sisters. Oh, I'm sorry. You know. Oh, and don't let's not forget about religious affiliations. Islam, Judaism. Interesting. It's quite interesting to me that we can sit up here and say things like, and I quote, these immigrants need to learn how to speak English. Why don't you know how to speak Spanish? Why don't you know how to speak Mandarin? Because that's where the money is. Why don't we know how to speak to the deaf? We don't know how to talk to nobody but each other. And even that, we can't communicate right. So to tell me we don't even have a national language. Like you go to France, what they got? French. They speak French, right? You go to England, what they speak? English. They talk about us all the time. Say we don't speak nothing like the Queen's English. If you go to Canada, you're going to speak French. You got French, English, and now you've got all types of people. Now you do have South Koreans and Chinese and Vietnamese and Filipino. And I mean, it's such a diverse country just like ours, but yet we want to say that the worst part of immigration is the border of an ally, because you do know Mexico is our ally, right? Military-wise. Because if they wasn't our ally, they wouldn't send U.S. citizens who run to Mexico right back here. What? The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. And I'm not going to be nice tonight about it. Like, stop playing in my face. You could call me all the names you want. But baby, I know what I'm talking about. Because it's factual. It actually happened. Human beings did these things to other human beings. We can't even deal with the concept of being human beings. Everything else is a happenstance. I've only been on, I've been in a boat. I've gone to the Gulf of Mexico. That's as deep as I got into Mexico. And I ain't had no hate on it at all. It's a beautiful place. But we have a rise in people of color, us, Black folks, Black Americans, who are moving to Mexico. Why do we have expats then? If America is so great and treating Black people so wonderfully. Well, it depends on where you go. I will say that, narratives and dialogues, because I have a few friends who are Mexican. They got, they family, everything. They got family in Mexico. They got family here. And I always was welcomed, in their family. I never felt that. But again, that's my anecdotal experience. But I don't believe, and again, it is probably from who, though? Who you think and why you think Mexicans have an issue with us? What Black people do to Mexico? Come on now. We all have the same common enemy, but we don't like to say that. They did not want the internet to do what it did. It let us all see the game is being played all around the world. The Jedi mind trick all around the world. And I appreciate people who are open and willing to tell the truth in different places. I do. I am on Instagram. I am on TikTok. I am on YouTube and any other social space where I can get information, right? I do go to places like Vice and the local stations of each city. I do those things. And the reason I do that is because I look at myself as a person who wants to develop in my country, not just in my state or my city. I want to take it to that level. Now, if it gets global, bam, by all means, chocolate earth on the lips of everybody around the world. I'm all for it. But if we don't change our imagery and stop allowing others to paint our imagery, it is always going to be the case. All right, let's wrap this up because I'm ready to talk about some other grown folk things. So we're going to keep it pushing. I'm going to have to do another part to this.
Russia further it's actually not clear that it's legal to use the military in that sort of law enforcement way. It's actually legally quite controversial.
We have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first, secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
Thank you.
All right.
We heard the names. Governor Christie first. All right. Look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight. And
well, Christopher, I do have a little pushback to that. Black Americans, those who, have that ancestry, so to speak, or our ability and what we speak, we were only repeating what we were told. They talk like this too. If you go to certain parts of like Louisiana, Alabama, you can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference if it's a white person or a black person because they all sound the same. You go down south, you go up north. Black folks have Boston accents. The English that we speak was taught to us by other people, not each other. I didn't go to an all-black school, right? I didn't have all-black teachers. I had white teachers in an all-black school neighborhood. We walked to school, right? But we weren't learning anything. We had one Spanish teacher, and no, that's why I'm learning how to write with New Yorkers. So language, period, is a mix. There is no one correct language. One language is no better than the other. It is just a way of communication. The fact that is awesome, and that we need to have more of that. So that to me is school choice. If you want to send your child to somewhere that's more integrated and has, different types of people, fine. But I think all Black schools are necessary because our culture is in danger in the sense of the history of it. We talk about it so much, but we don't put into play the things that need to be done to keep that history. Yes, we write books, but who is writing the textbooks our babies are reading every day? Who makes the books? that says that Black people benefited from slavery because it taught them skills. That's what they saying in Florida. That's we benefit, slavery's good. But there are actual descendants and actual people who can tell you that have lived past 100 years old what that really looks like. I remember in the Times magazine, when we used to read magazines. Okay, so after all right, let me see. I'm gonna read what you said. After all Black grade school, I then graduated from Northside High School of Performing Arts, where some of the greats come out of Atlanta. But even then, we did not understand we were being tolerated. Come on. For the people in the back, we're still being tolerated. That's why you see so much about diversity. Right. But we equal, right? We all Americans. Come on, man. They done called us minorities. We've been called savages, animals. Our Black women called welfare queens. Our Black men called predators at the age of 14 and 15 years old. Why do we, what? And you want to praise a man like Donald Trump, who ain't never stood 10 toes down for shit. Never. If it wasn't for his daddy, we wouldn't know Donald Trump. I don't know how many brothers got $1 million when they was in their 20s and their daddy said, here you go. You do what you want. His father kept bailing him out until he couldn't anymore. That's why he surrounds himself with people who will fix his issues, because he is a coward. He is the emperor with no clothes. And when we sit here and I hear Black men and the things that I know y'all done went through, just, it ain't got nothing to do. Just the fact that you are a man and you happen to be dark, brown, caramel, extra latte, whatever. Our babies. Yeah. But then we sit here and praise. And like I said, even back then, I was a kid and I was like, why do they keep praising this dude, Donald Trump? Because he got some money? But what he about? What he about? Kanye said it best line ever. They made us hate ourselves and love their wealth, because that's all we compete for. Are we competing for self-improvement, or are we competing so we don't get treated like the rest of the Negroes in the back? I ask these questions, but it's okay. Well, let me see. Oh, Jasmine Guy, yeah. You know what? I'm going to tell you narratives. I grew up watching Fame, man. Right? Janet, all that. I even went to art school in Cleveland. I did the audition. I was a little girl. Went and did it. I was into the arts, I still am. The creation of words that then will turn into information and conversations. So I might not be every day the same person. I guess people act as though I'm so different. I don't think so, because I grew up around people who had these conversations openly and willingly. Jasmine Guy, she became famous from my school because she was, yeah. Yes. Because the mulatto. Think about it. And I'll even put it to that, even to this day, right? I love watching like Telemundo and, going through and watching their different stuff. Think about their representation. And then think about the Mexican men and women you see here, just in the United States, that have come here from other countries, Honduras, because a lot of them aren't necessarily coming from Mexico. They're coming from the smaller, poorer countries underneath Mexico. Because, we seem to forget that we share a continent. The United States is not the only country, because we're a country that has little countries. We're called the United States. However, we're not united. We have different ways of doing shit. From state to state, county to county, city to city, on and on and on, neighborhood to neighborhood. Right? Right. It is hard growing up lighter than everyone else. I know. I went through the same thing. And I'm not even that light. No, I don't think so. But in comparison to what in this country a Black person looks like, and then they see me, then, oh no, you're not as threatening as the lighter you get. Or if you are dark, you better be light on the inside. Hey, y'all know what I'm talking about. So, child, I can't with this debate, child. Because it's like the same rhetoric. Ronald Reagan could be still standing up there. George Bush could be standing up there. Both of them, the daddy and the son. Not Oreo cookie. Not you did the Oreo cookie. Stop it. Stop. I can't. Well, I will say this, narratives. I can go off my experience and I could go off what I've seen on here. I think there is still that colorism runs deep though, for all of us. We were taught that. Our parents would say things. Our grandparents would say. Tell you what my grandmother told my mother. Yeah, but I will say this. When they always picked somebody to be the front runner for Black people, it was never a light-skinned person. I always noticed that. Malcolm X wasn't light. Jesse Jackson ain't light. Al Sharpton ain't light. Obama was probably the lightest politician I've seen next to Cory Booker. And he is a senator out of California, so, but he is just light. But does that make you less Black than a person who has more melanin? Because then we have to define what Black is, because the name was given to us. We didn't vote on it. Then nobody get together and say, okay, this is white folks doing, because they started calling us Black. White and Black. That's it. Whites only. Blacks only. That was it. This is why it has been adopted and ingrained in our system today. When you look on applications, when you see information, what does it say? White America, Black America. Right. But when you look at the leaders across the world and across the country, and I'm going to take Africa out of it, the lighter, the better. It's the same with, let's go to Australia real quick, the Aborigines. That's right. So it is come to me that it is just, it's just wow. Like, wow. Well, you know what, again, light-skinned men, they get a bad rap too, though. They the pretty boy. Somebody want to beat them up. Believe me, I got into plenty of fights when I was a kid. I had long hair, and I was way, like, probably about maybe about 2-3 shades lighter than I am now, because I've been living in the sun for so long. I got a little golden to me now. But in the wintertime, honey, it looked like I am sickly, okay? That European blood come through, if that's the case. But we also have to take in consideration that we also don't have true identifiers as to what makes us Black. Yeah. Do you know how many Native Americans have been portrayed with what? This is why we talk about blackface, right? They didn't do it just for us. They wasn't disrespecting. That's the one thing I say. Americans will not just disrespect one culture. They disrespect them all. Oh, man. Well, I see a lot of dark-skinned men that are very feminine narratives. What about that, though? There's a lot of dark-skinned men out here who act real feminine. But we have masculine and feminine in us both. That's how we get here. Of course you're going to have traits from your mom. Of course you're going to have traits from your dad. Yeah, they do. They do. I know they talk about how we look, how they look. Insults. That's all I hear. It's like, no solutions. No, hey, brother, what you bring in and what I got, and let's talk about it. It's always some craziness. But again, it comes down to this. If you have enough people that want to gravitate to that, then that's what's going to continue to be the popular thing. Right. Darker than all day, teeth bright, eyes bright, So we have to be really cognizant of that it happens all around. Honey. But you know what? I want to say this. I don't think it's necessarily feminine traits. It is more of this, what do you want to call it? Because you can be masculine and feminine. Like those things can go together. Like, again, these are terminologies. But a man that's effeminate, right? And any of us that went to church, that's where we encountered usually our first effeminate man. Child, the stuff these men talk about on these YouTube screens blow my mind. My father would have a heart attack. Men didn't talk about stuff to talk about on here. And the way they come at women, oh no. Oh no. Right. Like a great example of that is Will Smith and so his character and Alonzo's character. So he was light-skinned and ghetto, and Carlton was from the upper middle class. Right. I think about the men, like my grandchild, though. How these old men be out here talking crazy. My grandfather had a real gruff voice, and he'd have been like, that nigga need to shut up. That's exactly what he would have said. And so listen, like I said, we done talked about this enough. I'm going to put politics on the back burner. And now we're going to go into chill mode, right? It's 10:30 for me here. I know it's late other places. So tonight I want to hang out and find out, we just going to talk. We just going to chill. No, I don't mean like, and I like him even in real life because he was that little boy that was dancing with, never mind. I ain't even gonna say his name because I don't want to hear nothing crazy. But yeah. But you have that dynamic that happens a lot. But that's how it should be for all of us. But unfortunately, humankind is not like that. We are driven by what we think about each other. Take chaotic, for instance. I don't know if you guys were here earlier, but the things he was saying, calling people goat herders and animals and savages. Oh, he didn't say animals. He did call people savages. Right. Well, again, when we talk about history and we talk about it, all of the things that we describe, Puerto Rican, Dominican, these are the national, these are their ethnic backgrounds, and their names are the nationalities. The Dominican Republic, they're called Dominicans. Puerto Rico, Puerto Ricans. That's it. Some have more melanin, some have less. Some have straight, some have curly hair, some have more keen features, some have more broader features. Come on. Can we stop? But this is again why I say we don't have any think tanks for archaeology. Who are we sending on trips to go and really get the information and bring back and create our own textbooks? How many Black groups have gone to Ethiopia or Egypt or Ghana to study the way that our European cohorts have done to get the truth? It'd be one or two Black men, they write a book, and then we run with that. Nobody else need to go. That's it. You already did it. One person did it. Don't do it no more. That's enough. Nobody. Don't do nothing. All right, y'all. We're going to go into part 2. We're going to pause right here.
Imagine that.
We almost at the end. I can't. It's giving me a headache. So I'm going to stop sharing it. And I appreciate everybody who came and hung out with me for this part. There are some conversations that's been going around on YouTube that I wanted to talk about, right? And this is of the more intimate kind. And if you're up for the conversation, please continue to hang out with me. So let me I got something I want to share. Okay, so these are kind of older, but I think that they have more of a positive spin on it than oh, that's right. I don't know if anybody has seen these, but we're gonna go through it, and it's called Black Love. I really have been looking at their channel, and I wanted to kind of talk about it. And so let me see how long is this one? Because I just need to step away for a few minutes. Oh, this is a perfect. Okay, so we're gonna look at this first video that I want to share with you. I want y'all to notice. Oh, thank you. And I love that you come and visit and hang out and participate. I appreciate you. Please note it for real. So let me see. I think I can change it here. So yeah, I can change it here. So we're gonna change it and we're gonna talk about Black love tonight. Men and women, both sides. Black love. Relationships, right? And what we want out of them. You know, on these streets, I hear that, you know, we swear we want relationships. We swear that that is the issue. We swear that, you know, Black men and Black women, we ain't listening to each other. And I am speaking to, you know, this is not gender bias. This is not, you know, male bias, female bias, none of that. This is about human interaction and what we call love and what we call relationships. And we have so many different names for them. You know, some of us are in situationships. You know, all of them are relationships. They just have different levels. And that's how I see it. I try to keep things simple, right? Let's not overcomplicate. So this is going to be the second half of the show. And if you guys feel so inclined, please like and share and subscribe. If you feel like you want to show me some more love, we're trying to get these permits hit. So if you'd like to donate a few of your hard-earned dollars, I sure enough appreciate it. My Cash App is scrolling down at the bottom, and all will be appreciated. And every donor is going to be a part of the Chocolate Earth family. Okay? And I don't mean that in just words. Once we get some things up, I'll be sending y'all some stuff. All right, second part of this show. I'm just writing this stuff in here. Let's see. And again, the link is in the chat. We're gonna hang out. I'm gonna see who's gonna come in. We're gonna go through a few of these videos and just kind of really, you know, just let's relax and chill and enjoy each other's company as men and women, single, married, or in, you know, dating a little bit, whatever. You know, I've been single for a while. I can't front. I've been out the game for a minute. So I don't pretend like I know 100% what it's like to like consistently date anymore. I think it's been about 5 years. Yeah, I'm on my 5 years. I know that's wild, right? And let's have an honest and respectful conversation about Black love and what that means to us. So again, you know, let me change this thumbnail real quick so people can see I got love on my mind. Like, what's her name? What's my girl's name? Who know that? Who know the song I'm talking about? I got love. Natalie Cole on my mind. Yeah. I like her. All right. We're going to do this right now. We're going to get in with these changes. What you mean? It's not the broadcasting schedule. No, come on, we can change it. Okay, hopefully it's saved. Let's go there. Natalie Cole, thank you. I wasn't looking at the chat. Oh, congratulations. That's okay. That's all right. I appreciate you being in the chat. I appreciate you participating. I ain't going nowhere. So, and I'm going to keep having these conversations. So no worries on that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Dating is rough. We're going to talk about that. Yes. That's that old school R&B right there. That's that ooh music. That I'm feeling it. Give me a drink. My man gone, my dog died. I just need somebody to hold me and love me and tell me everything gonna be all right. That's it. All right, so I'm gonna step away real quick, but I got this video for us, and we're going into the second part of my show. So hang on with me. I'm gonna get me some refreshments for my throat. I'm purged. So we can keep it going. I just want to, you know, we did the seriousness. It's time to have a little bit of fun. Ain't nothing wrong with that. All right. I think some people have played this video. Yeah, the dog got ran over, child. Dog ran over. He done cut my brakes. You know what I'm talking about. Just all R&B to black people is just like country to white folks. I'm telling you. You listen to old blues records, you'll be like, Pig, what happened to you? All right. Let me get to it. I just need to step away real quick and we'll discuss this video. I think I've seen it out here on some other panels. I'm not sure, but if you've seen it before, please still weigh in and let's talk about it. So it's about 10 minutes. So I'll be about 5. All right, let me share this here. Oh, okay. Who? You talking about Mary J. Blige or somebody on YouTube? I just make sure. Because you say MJB. That's the first thought in my head. Oh, shoot. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. All right. So this was done in the 70s. Let me show it. Okay. I was just saying. Right. Poor Mary. She another one. Successful, smart, beautiful. I mean, all the things men swear they want. She can't keep them in. And I don't mean it in the way, black ladies say it. I mean it in the way of these men. I don't know what they think they want. I don't know sometimes. And I could only imagine what it would be like to be dating or being with someone at that level of public public celebrity. You know what I mean? So, all right. So I'm gonna set it up for you guys, and then I'm gonna get going real quick. I'm loving this brother with the dashiki. Shout out to David Hoffman. I don't know him, but he seemed like he's a persuasion man who got a lot of information and a lot of videos with some old black people on TV, and I like it. Check out his dashiki. That's all I'm gonna say. Please look at his dashiki. All right, let's get started. Let me go talk about this man.
The resurgence of black awareness and pride, black men and women face new problems, not only in relation to white society, but to each other in a black society. Recently, there has been a stream of articles on this subject, and the Chicago Daily Defender, America's largest black newspaper, began a series some weeks ago on the emergence of the new black woman. Benny Washington, reporter for the paper, surveyed the Chicago scene to report on how black men and women believe the revolution in racial pride will affect them and their families, before the sociologists and experts tell us how we are supposed to react.
As a reporter for the Chicago Daily Defender, and as a black woman married to a black man, I become deeply aware of the effects of this new black revolution on the relationship between black man and black woman. I see it among my own friends, and I also see it in my home. But the most revealing and the most vocal statements about what the new black man expects from the new black woman came when I met with a group of young unmarried friends one Saturday afternoon.
I think that what's happening in America as far as black men, black women is concerned is that there's a revolution within a revolution. We are fighting our own woman. Our woman will not allow us to emerge as black men. No. But our black women, who has been put in this role of aiding white America, white structure, and castrating the black male, has continued doing this. She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America women. I just said that I'm blaming the system. They are victims of the system like the black male.
Well, why do you say that we are castrating you? You say that you want to be the leaders. Okay, well, what about the black professional woman? Are you saying that there should be no black professional woman? Are you trying to deny black women the right to be creative, the right to function?
We're not asking for you to take a back seat. We're saying that you have got to be astute enough
and can view the situation well enough where you just automatically know what your role is and step back. And whenever you want to have that aggressive thing, this is the thing that the young black man today is not going to tolerate. My old man tolerated it because his old man tolerated it. It came up for years and years and years. But today, the young black man is not going to take it. He's going to be out there as a leader.
White America has used black women to keep the black male in his place. And you're still aiding them by saying, well, we are qualified, we want to work, we can help.
Okay, how are you going to reprogram men so that they don't let us take over what's supposed to be their responsibility? And men that I have had dealings with, they are perfectly willing to sit back and let us do anything we want to.
I don't think you have to reprogram men. I think you have to reprogram women.
No, you have to reprogram the man so that he will forcefully take what belongs to him, because you know women, as long as we can get, we're gonna get, and it's part of our being. We're going to do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
You don't want to live on the level of income that I can afford you and love me on the basis of that. You want to always be inspired to have all those things that's a part of the great middle class white American society. And because I can't deliver these things to you, you say that you are not a man.
I don't measure a man by how much money he can bring home. I measure a man by how he treats me. Whether when I'm tired and I'm sick and I'm scared, he's there.
For these women, the men are there. But with the feeling of racial pride has come new conflicts and new problems. Across America, they meet to discuss what Black awareness means to their families and to them as Black women of today.
You know, there have been a lot of myths created about the Black family. We all recognize that. And one of the most pernicious myths is the myth of the Black matriarch, you know. And this whole concept, and I think this is one of the reasons that the Black community reacted so negatively to the Moynihan report, because we know that that's not true.
It was not like
the Black woman has not been a matriarch in the sense that it has been defined thus far. And thank God research, and I hope Black research is being done now to reverse that kind of thing. In fact, the Black woman has been a woman at the head of a household, not by choice, but by necessity. And more often, that's right, and more often than not, she is not a strong, matriarchal, aggressive, domineering figure. She is a woman in search of a man. But this story has not been told.
The prejudiced society created what we have now. So that's what we were. Okay, we have a revolution going on. What part of the revolution?
We're in an evolution. I think the revolution is yet to come.
Yeah, it's to come. This thing will
keep tossing the word revolution around lightly. Everybody.
Actress Val Ward performs the works of our Black poets and dramatists. For her, Black awareness is not revolutionary, but the very foundation of her marriage. Val's husband, Francis Ward, talks of the struggles of the Black family in the past and the obstacles that lie ahead.
It's extremely important for Black history and culture to be transmitted from generation to generation. And the best way, the most effective way that this has always been done is through the family, acting as the primary unit of social organization. And I think one reason why it has not been done with Black people is because of the destruction done to our family life. So this certainly has to be one function of the Black marriage, to begin to reemphasize and to pick up the thread of Afro-American history and culture that has been left off generations ago when Africans were sold into slavery, when the family unit was purposely destroyed. Part of the obligation of being Black is to make absolutely certain that whoever has any kind of control or jurisdiction over your kid, you know, is not bringing him into conflict with the kinds of things we teach. We try to instill in them here in the home.
Most middle-class homes, quote middle-class homes, like I don't even get caught up in that bag. You go into will have some copy of anybody, any white artist, I don't even have to name anybody, instead of the works of Black artists. I think it starts, especially that identity part, the books, the kinds of books. All of these things start in the home rather than complaining about them being in the schools at this point.
Unless we're absolutely certain of how that teacher is handling them, then we may have to assume that whole responsibility. We may have to pull them out of school ourselves, and do all the educating ourselves.
Say, for instance, when they say to my child to draw, last year Rhonda painted Abraham Lincoln brown, and she was put in the corner, We had to go up to the school and deal with that. They must be respectable to their peers in school. And what we do, we handle that. We don't say, you jump up, you curse that teacher out, or you say it doesn't exist. But they see us at that school knocking on the door. You have to be in there. Either we're going to control, their minds here, or at least give them the choice.
A lot of this is new to us, and a lot of these things we're grappling with, and we don't want to give anybody the impression that we have the answer to everything.
No, let me cut you off again. People go around talking about hate. We really don't have time to hate because, it goose up the bag. We're loving ourselves. Mm-hmm. This might bring around a lot of other different things.
To be black means to love. It's got nothing to do with having to hate anybody.
It does determine, though, Francis, and has nothing to do with hate. Again, it's love. That we might have to do certain things to protect that love.
It may bring us into conflict with somebody.
Necessary to protect that love.
Finally, I asked Francis about the standards of today's black man as compared with those of 20 years ago.
Standards which white society had projected. I think these standards
Thank
were
you for hanging out. I'm back.
He had to become successful according to the white mode. He had to get a good job. He had to buy a good car. He had to move to the suburbs. He had to rear a good family.
Okay, so I know I'm coming close to the end, but I've seen this video before. I want to kind of see what was going on in the chat. Nadia says she looking Becky like. Yeah. Yep. This is not new, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to get into some 21st century folks in a minute. I'll let this wrap up. I do hope that you guys have enjoyed the video so far. And we're going to keep it going. We're talking about black love. Black love. That's as much music as I can do right now. Because they trying to come for me, right? I can't do it. All right, let's go.
Family that went to church every Sunday, that did everything that the typical good American family was supposed to do. And I don't think the black man necessarily is addicted to that notion. I think he sees the falsity of it. I think he sees the total hypocrisy of it. I think he wants to rear a tightly knit family, but not for the purposes that white society says. He doesn't want to rear a family for any sham purposes, just to fulfill some false ethic. But he wants to rear a good family in order to have his children strong, reared in his own image perhaps, and to transmit, most importantly, to transmit the values which he is learning to his children, and to try to ensure as best he can that his children will transmit those same values to their children, and have the same transmission repeated from generation to generation.
Listen to me. I am a woman. Black, that is. And there is but one thing which brings tears to my eyes. And that is to hear man, woman, or child stand up with strength and say, I'm proud. I'm black. And that's beautiful.
Hello?
That's right. It should be like that, right? Again, to his point about having a home and raising his children the way he would like to raise his children, and to see those children take on some of his traits and his desires as well. However, we cannot forget that the basis of what we now do from the 70s up until now is based on a culture that we had no choice but to emulate. We do have our differences, but we're all fighting for the same things, which are safety, education, financial stability, mental stability. our health to be okay, us to love the careers that we decide to be in. No different. And when you look at across the world, it is the same. Culture and color may separate us, but us as universal human beings with the desire to create legacy with our children, with our wealth, with our thoughts, with our inventions, with our know-how and strength. Yes, there are differences of us because of our culture. That's why we say things like code switching. You finally get a great job, right? As the man of the house, you finally get the tech job you want. You making more money than you ever thought you could. Because you hustled, you went to school, whether it was a tech school or whether it was a 4-year college, and you got hired. Well, where's your job? Not where you live. So you got to move. You move, and you're the only Black family in that neighborhood. We have upper echelon areas, no doubt. But there's always an extreme with us. You know, we have completely forgot about all the people in the middle. The people who just want to live their life day to day and know that my family is safe. I can be the man or woman of my house. I can rear my children the way I like and be a better person. I can do all these things. And that has not been created. That has not been created. I think those are the flyers, the ones that made it in while we had the door open. Sorry, change the subject. So now let's get into the love part, right? Because some of us have been at each other's throats for a minute. I think that's always been with men and women. I think that's man and woman, period, across the world. I think that it's an ideology on one side and an ideology on another. And some of us can find that middle ground with each other, and a lot of us cannot, due to the fact that we don't even know what we want. So how can we know what to ask from another person? And the fact that we live in a day and age that men, especially Black men, have whittled down that the only thing they want in a mate is for her to be fit, friendly, and feminine. Not money savvy, not intellectually savvy, not emotionally savvy, not, hey, is she a nurturer? Is she going to be a great mom to my kids? Every mom ain't great. Okay? Does she wash your clothes and cook your food? That's the criteria. Can she cook? Right? This ideology that's out here now, that's it's a little archaic for what we know Black women have learned, whether it's self-taught or gone to college or gone and gotten a trade. There are black women who are welders, fire people, police officers, doctors, lawyers, teachers, biologists, scientists. Like, come on, let's stop. So, okay. Next up, we're going to give a shout out. Now, these are 2 years ago, but I still think they are very valid in the conversation of Black love and our relationships with each other. And yeah. If I'm going out here and working every day, but nobody is making you go do that, why don't you start a business with you and your wife, or you and someone else, so you could be home and be a part of your children's lives, or be that husband that's around for whatever. People who want the lifestyle they want, they fight and work for it and get it. Right? And we have gotten to, I'm sorry, y'all. My clothes don't want to ever. I don't like things on my shoulders, so I think my clothes are just used to it. But anyway, we don't, you know? And that's why I always ask, and I've been cussed out on a couple of these panels, child. I ask, what about the intimacy? What about those moments when there's no one else around and it's quiet and it's just you and I? Who are we together? Just like who are you when no one is looking? Who are you with you and your mate? So, child, and sometimes that's healthy, Christopher. Ain't nothing wrong with having a little ooh wee for your man or your woman. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Sometimes the feeling just be too strong, and you got to get that out the way first. Right. Yes. You remember, I don't know if you guys do, but you remember being told opposites attract? That you need to get somebody that's opposite of you? No, I don't agree with that. Now, some personalities, yes. However, they still have, right? Yes. If you are a man who wants to be an entrepreneurial giant in whatever you're doing, shouldn't you find a woman who is savvy in that as well? Now there's somebody that you trust, right? That's somebody that you can be like, all right, we on the same page. She about her business, you about her business. You know, you about yours. You know she ain't gonna be writing checks in the dark for some old raggedy stuff, and you ain't gonna be gambling it away. These things exist. So I agree that when we talk about the word love and we talk about that commitment to love or commitment to loving someone, another human being with all of their flaws and their fragility and all of the things that make you up as a human being, all their quirks and smells and sounds and all of those things matter. Because it ain't always going to be somebody going to walk by and kill one on their way to the bathroom. Like, I'm so sorry. I know some men who find women who do something naturally, they are grossed out by it. It's crazy to me. Men who have, okay, so Narrative said, men who are musicians have jealousy the worst until the money comes, and sometimes even more if it gets in the way of business because of the stereotypes. I agree and disagree with you, sir. I think that's just a lot of people, period. I think it's a lot of people, period, who if you, again, do not have, no, it's not. Look at Usher. Now, I understand why he got divorced. Like, no doubt. The old girl was off the hook. But there was plenty of Black men R&B singers. And all the men you talking about in the neo-soul era. What we heard dirty about them men? Nothing. Carl Thomas was a part of the era too. But I say this. As men and women, we're going to have our differences, our different wants and desires. However, we still want and desire each other. That hasn't stopped. So what does that say? That says that there is hope for it. You just haven't found your yin or your yang or the top to your bottom or whatever you want to say. And again, too, I haven't been just single, right, for these past years. I've also allowed myself to heal from things that I had never let myself heal from before, because I thought, oh, no. You gotta get back on that horse, girl. You gotta find your husband. Ain't nobody talking about Neo. Neo is, I'm sorry, Neo is a pookie, okay? Neo is a pookie. Because he out here doing all kinds of ratchetity. All right, let's get into these videos. Don't even bring out Chris Brown, child. He crazy too. But again, these are not men who know themselves. I'm just gonna be real. You can tell the people who comfortable in their own skin and who ain't. Come on now. And if you're just following this same guideline of this is what a man do, that's what you're supposed to do, then yeah. Well, this man doing that, then I want that too. Find out if you like your eggs scrambled that way too, sir. Find out first. Test it out. All right. Let's get into these videos. He Willie. Don't take off my buddy Willie. All right. So it's a channel I really like. It's called Black Love. And I have to subscribe and give them a shout out so they don't copyright me. So they have done some things and I want to go over their roundtables. I really do like that. Let me see here, because I don't want to go into one that ain't giving me what I need. Because they talk to a lot of different. Oh, wait, let's go here. I didn't know they was having a Black Love Summit. Is anybody familiar with that? I didn't know they had that. It's a Black Love Summit. I'm gonna go next year. I'm gonna go and see if I can find my king. I'm just playing. Let me stop playing. Man, I'm gonna be on this land trying to get this stuff done. You know, we trying to be in a relationship. Let me quit. I'm being bad, and I know. Hold on. Okay, so I kind of like the fact that these are shorts, so we kind of can kind of jump back and forth in these conversations. So let me pull it up real quick. Let's look at some of these shorts. Okay, I hope you guys can see it. I want to make sure it's really big. Everybody can see on the screen. And so there was a Black Lives Summit. So we're just really going to look at their shorts. So let's go. And please, by all means, chime in and, you know, let me know what you think.
Sex can be the most difficult, challenging thing to talk about it because it just feels awkward. I mean, you know, I love my husband. I feel like I can talk to him about anything. But when it comes to sex, it still seems a little awkward. And don't forget about toys. They're very helpful.
We went from one end of the spectrum to the other.
Let's dive right in. When's the last time one of you was wrong with your wife?
What was the question?
When was
What's it go?
Tell me about it.
What had happened? Man, y'all just gonna start trouble. Yeah, right off the bat, huh? We ain't even gonna warm up. About the pants.
Oh! Hold on. Can you guys hear it? It's real low. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this. Because they whispering. This audio is a little different.
See, y'all ain't gonna be doing that from the
Tab's
audience.
right there. Ready.
Let's dive right in.
Jada Pinkett? Was that Jada Pinkett's mom? Oh no, I think so. You're right. Go ahead. I see you. Catch some details, sir. Catch them. Catch them. Let's see. Oh, good. Okay, so we are in it. So this is a summit. So we're gonna go through it. It's like 53 minutes. So we can kind of stop and talk and all kinds of stuff. And if there's a place you want me to pause, please throw it in the chat. I'm gonna move my screen over so I can see the chat. If anybody want to hit the link and come on up and talk about it with us, come on. All is welcome. Let's go.
When's the last time one of you was wrong with your wife?
What was the question?
About 3 hours ago.
Tell me about it. What had happened?
Man, y'all just gonna start trouble. Yeah, right off the bat, huh? We ain't even gonna warm up. About the pants.
Oh!
See, y'all ain't gonna be doing that from the
That's right there. Ready for
y'all
it.
married. So look. Hey, but hey, I happened to look for something and it was not there. It wasn't there. I promise you, it was not where she said it was. I looked 3 times. And she happened to go in there and look, and I swear to God, she set me up. And it happened to be in there.
There you go.
Look at Bill
Bellamy.
Bellamy.
Get her, I told you so. But yeah, about 3 hours ago.
Oh, wrong. Okay.
That's cute. That's not a real being wrong.
Hey, you said weird.
He said wrong. Okay.
All right, who else? Something that you actually had to apologize for.
I just say sorry every day just to bank my sorries because I know I'm going to be sorry at some point.
I came home with some food the other day, and I feel like when I bring food home and I got a lot of shit in my hands, they don't never open the door for me in my house. I feel like that even when I come home from out of town, I got bags and nobody's running to the door. So the other day I had some La Fonda. I don't know if you've ever been to Atlanta, but they have this amazing Mexican called La Fonda. And I'm coming through the door and the kitchen door is locked. Now I got 2 bags in each hand and she in the kitchen. And I'm looking through the window like, you gonna open this door, we gonna got down. And so when she finally opens the door, I'm like, babe, you gotta stop doing that. She's like, what you talking about? I'm like, you gotta stop not like knowing to come open the door like I do when you come home, because if you coming home with groceries, I know you've been to the grocery store, you got some food, you got some bags, I'm coming to the door. So long story short, she immediately, what you mean? I'm meaning what I'm saying. And she's like, no, the way you're talking to me is, and I'm like, no, but I'm saying how I feel. I'm telling you that I don't think you come to the door when I have bags in my hands. That's how I feel. I want to tell you how I feel. I need you to know how I feel. And then she got mad at me and then went to sleep. And I'm like, we can't go to sleep mad. That's the rule we set 23 years ago. We can't go to sleep mad. That's why we've been married 23 years. So she wakes up the next morning mad. And she said, well, you spoke to me. You should listen. I just told you how I felt.
See, then you
I
get in
told
trouble.
you how I felt.
You got in trouble for how you were just.
I was just saying how I felt.
Y'all think he said it like that?
And I'm not trying. And ladies, you need to know something about your man. He not gonna bring up every little thing all the time, but when he bring up something, it's a couple things that come with that offering. It's not the one thing you thinking about. And all I asked was you just to hear me. Y'all want to be heard, right, ladies?
All of them.
You want to be heard?
Yeah.
So do we.
Absolutely.
Yes.
They don't want to.
So anyway, I had to apologize. Didn't want to. Still didn't mean it.
So why you apologize?
But I did.
Mm-hmm.
But that journey is so real.
Don't post that, by the way.
It's too late. But that journey is very real. The idea of, hey, you want us to be more vulnerable. You want us to talk about stuff. Yeah. And then when we do, well, there's an explanation. There's a reason. There is an unintentional minimization of it. And then you now get mad and I got to apologize. Otherwise, you mad at me.
It's a catch-22. Because if you don't apologize, they're mad at you. When you do apologize, a lot of times they're like, but you ain't say it right. You ain't saying right? Like say it. They be like, say it like you really mean it. Let me see your eyes.
But I
I'm
don't
sorry.
because I'm mad at you because I was trying to get you to apologize. Now I gotta apologize.
I always say, even when you lose, you win, because you think, like, when you say sorry and you just own it, you have a happy home. It creates harmony.
I did watch this
and all we
too.
want
I
is
watched
peace.
Ready to Love.
You know, that's really
That's
at
true.
the end of the day, we just want peace and harmony.
All right,
So
one more
if I
time
gotta
in the
say-
back,
if all I
please,
gotta do is
please
say
be
sorry,
quiet,
Then I'm
folks.
good.
Then I'm good. So even if I know that I'm right, I'll just, hey, baby, I'm
But
sorry.
when we say, but seriously, ladies, when we say we sorry, we still want that booty though. Don't be like, they be like, okay, I forgive you, but then the booty tight. You know, y'all sleep with all y'all clothes on.
But
And
really,
they
really
sleep with
They
Ugg
really
boots on.
sorry.
They don't want to
They
get you know.
really sorry.
They still mad.
In the bonnet.
And the
If the
bonnet.
bonnet's
Like
on.
they lose all the kisses be tight.
yeah, soften your lips. So why you?
Yeah.
But I want to add this though. In the beginning of relationships though,
Yeah.
I feel like
Uh,
you know we all everybody, the men and the woman are trying to be in this relationship together. So they're adhering to things they might not normally adhere to. They're getting along so they can grow, and then they become the best versions of themselves, I think. And that's what's happened in my relationship. But at the same time, at the same motherfucking
you don't
time,
believe in happy wife, happy wife.
I just feel like
you mean
you
happy
want to
wife, happy
communicate,
life.
right? A lot of my relationship was about communication.
These
I
are
travel
old
the world. I sell fantasy
stereotypes,
for a
though.
living. Like,
It
there's a
came
lot
from
of
the 50s.
communication that gets you to 23 years married with two functioning great humans, 22 and 18. But I think that as much as you want to
just
express
messing with
yourself
you.
and want me to hear you, I want to express myself. There are things I'm learning about
I'm just
myself
teasing.
at 50.
I knew what
I
you
just
meant.
turned 50 years old. That like, and I
Yes,
had my
sir.
birthday party at Prince's house. I did that.
He did. Paisley Park.
At Paisley, that's my father.
Welcome
my
to your
mind.
6th decade.
Thank you. But I just feel like I think a lot of times, you know,
Excuse me, y'all.
especially as I'm getting older, I'm being more expressive. So if that's vulnerability, if that's just
But that's
me
good.
growing up, whatever it is, but I don't want you to dismiss my feelings. And it's almost like it's backwards a little bit. Don't you hear me? I love you. You know, I just.
You're right.
But I think it's also because, at least for me, I don't do it much. And so when I do it, it's because it matters. And there are a lot of times where I'm just not going to say anything. And it's not that I'm sitting on it. I'm just choosing to let it go. But the things that I choose to bring up, it's because it matters. And I want to actually talk about it. And you do want to be heard.
Yeah, I like to express it in the moment. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times as men, we feel a little sort of timid about saying how we feel about a situation because we know the repercussions can be kind of crazy. So you can't just say how you feel in the moment.
You gotta
sometimes.
filter. You gotta sense it.
You gotta be like, in my head, if I say this, we're not gonna eat.
Right.
We're not gonna eat.
Ain't
You
ain't
go
gonna
ahead,
be
you
no
see the
food.
outcome.
It's gonna be bad. I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to walk the dogs 8 times in a
Right.
row. But at the same time, it is really masterful to be able to communicate in the moment so that
That's it.
they understand how you feel in the moment. So it's like, babe, well, why would you do that? And she's like, well, I didn't know you. I didn't even know you cared about that. And like, but I was sitting right here and you didn't even ask me if I wanted something to eat too, and you went to get food. Oh, well, I would get you something, you know. But if you don't address
If
it,
you did that.
but see, it don't work.
Oh,
It
yeah,
don't
that doesn't
matter
work.
if
It's
we did
one
that.
rule.
It's one
Oh,
rule.
yes, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah. I think if you are able to, over time, be able to express yourself in the moment, we learn in the moment.
100.
It's hard to go backwards.
Yeah.
Oh, you still talking about when we was at the skating rink?
Also, stories start to diverge.
Right.
And there's no winning
Yes.
that. It's like, that's not what happened. Well,
yes.
And they have the best memories.
And look,
They remember from the
Black
first date
men
you had,
having
what you were wearing,
positive
everything.
conversation.
I don't understand how they're like a computer. Really, I'm like, I have the short-term memory. I remember like maybe this morning what I had for breakfast, but you know, she
Yeah,
goes
my
weeks,
mom used to have to
months
dress
back
my
Hey, I
to
just-
the phones and pulls
so-
out stuff.
He ain't know
I've
nothing.
learned to operate in, do you want to be happy or do you want to be right? And what I'm listening to, yeah, see,
You
right
you
there ain't
want
gonna
to
lead
be
to no-
both,
that ain't gonna
but you
lead
have
to
to
no
choose.
success.
But he live in the garage.
Yeah, you see, hey, hey, that ain't gonna be no success, homie.
In your garage.
You were finishing or you done?
No, I mean, I'm listening and I'm thinking, you know, when you first started out, the first thing I thought about was how did you say it? I was like, hey, what was your tone? Right? I ain't see nothing wrong with your
content.
Yeah, with the content, but tone is everything.
Tone is everything, yeah.
Tone is everything.
Yes, it
changes the whole
is.
context. But I'm listening as we continue to talk about it, and I'm like, most of these problems. Now, I've been with my wife 20 plus years, you know, since we was kids, and the majority, yeah,
Yes, sir.
and the majority of our, you know, arguments, they were on some immature stuff, you know,
Right.
and what I started to get to was, you know, most times she wrong. I'm gonna say that out here. You know, most times she wrong, but I just started asking myself, like, hey, what are we talking about? Like, what are we really?
Yeah,
what am I
what we really talking
Man,
about?
I'm gonna take an L right here so I can take the W later and get to that thing you was talking about. I'm gonna take an L right
Yeah.
Always talk about that boo.
getting that food. You know, you should have, you know, or
Or
you
our
told me
food.
you ain't want nothing. Why you want my plate now? I ain't gonna argue about that right now. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead, baby, eat the fries. You told me you ain't want nothing though. Right? So later, I'm gonna get the W. Right? So I look at most of my situations like that in almost everything that we do. It's like, hey, listen, do you want to be
I'll be
happy
right
or
back,
you want to
y'all.
be right? I ain't gonna sit and
Yeah.
argue over nothing stupid.
Life is too short, and it's like a lot of the arguments that we can have are so trivial sometimes,
Yeah.
you know. And I always like, babe, it's like, really, is it worth it? You know, like, let's just, you know, it's all good. Like, you know what I mean? And if I have to say I'm sorry, I'll say I'm sorry for that, even if I don't feel I am. But it's just, we're different people. Women are more emotional, men are physical, and we think differently. Like, so I think the key is empathy. And
I like that.
you know, empathy is the key to intimacy as well. And I think that once you're able to validate your partner and really understand where they're coming from, it just opens up another part of their heart, you know, and they're able to love you even more, because a lot of times they don't feel heard or seen or validated, because we always want to fix things. I mean, if they come to us with a problem, we just like we go to the solution. We're like,
Immediately.
right? Boom, we fix it. But sometimes it's like they don't want that. They just want to be heard, or just to be understood, and just to feel what they're
Empathy.
feeling.
Yeah. It's
And
called
I learned to
empathy.
just sit back and just listen and go, okay, what would you like to do, or what would you like me to do? And how can
Wait.
I
Hold on.
be of service? You know, and
Mr.
also
Sir.
the 5 love languages. A lot of people don't know about the 5 love languages.
Let's talk about this for a second. It's what you said in the chat. Our emotions are not gender specific. Like you said, in a different way, because if you are not comfortable, because it's not in a man's DNA to not have emotions. It is the range of emotions. Your emotions might be angry, indifference, apathy. Those are also emotions. But there are men who have empathy and discernment and all of the definitions of that long list of things we call emotions, which are also part of our traits, right? And I know men want to go with, if we did not care, we wouldn't be worried about her period. She don't know that. We're not mind readers, just like y'all not mind readers. So it's unfair to be like, well, he need to know what I'm thinking. But it comes to knowing who you are. Traumas and all, flaws and all, good or bad. Knowing yourself and loving yourself. Not just knowing what you like for dinner every day. Loving yourself. All of your pain, all of the goodness, all of your successes, all of your failures, all the things that make up who you are. And it goes for both, men and women both. You do. I know we use the term trauma. And I had men on the same space tell me men don't have trauma. I said, oh Lord, we in trouble. We in trouble out here. Can we start looking up definitions? Because that we didn't create, but we using the words that's given to us. We use trauma, accountability, all of these words that, do you know what that means? Do you know the examples that work? But yes, I completely understand where you're coming from. But yes, I know y'all do. I know you have trauma because human beings have trauma. And guess what? If a child can have trauma and still be a child, when you grow up as an adult, you're still that child. That part of you is still there. You just got bigger. And a lot of times you can tell that all you have done is gotten bigger and older, and you ain't learned nothing from you or anyone else. I wasn't always this way. I know that, honey. I was mean. Don't get in my face. Don't ask me nothing. No. No. Every answer, no. No, thank you. No. I don't want what you offering. I don't want to hear what you got to say. I do not care. It is over with. And what I had to do was come to the decision that these were right. I know some very, like, talking to my younger brother, who is like 20 plus years older. I am older than him. I've learned a lot from him. And how he looks at life and his perspectives. And if I can put on his glasses and go, yes, I can see it like that. And a lot of times we can't. A lot of times it's just that simple. Hey, I can see what you see. It's like knowing that we go outside, somebody gonna say this green, the sun, the sky is green, and somebody else gonna say the sky's blue. Now, maybe from their perspective, men happen to be colorblind. A lot, that seems to be a trait that's common among men, that y'all can be colorblind. Women, some men, not all, of course. Excuse me. I'm still hanging in here. I ain't going to bed yet. All right, let's get through this video.
Which is, and I mean, for me, I know what my love languages are, but my love languages may not be the same as my partner.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. You got acts of service, you got words of affirmation, gifts, quality time, and physical touch. And if you don't know what your partner's love languages are, you could be doing things, buying her gifts, all these things, and she's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
I need quality time. She might need, so it's really important to have these conversations and just really get to know who you are, because you're two completely different individuals. You're unique people. And you got to understand, like, the manual is very thick in a relationship. It's like, it's work. It's a work. It's like, it's a lot of work. And we just got to be patient. That's one thing I've really learned over the years.
Lord, I'm hitting stuff
We've been together 7 years. I'm married for 2. And
congratulations.
Thank you. And I tell you, man, when you find your person, it really
that's right. Who's perfect for you?
It makes you want to be the best version of yourself.
Yes.
It makes you want to be better.
That's all.
And that's how you know when you found your person. If you're with somebody that doesn't make you want to be better, doesn't champion you, doesn't really want to push you,
Right.
then
succeed.
that's a bit of a flag, you know.
Mhm.
And you know, relationships are all work, but you need to have somebody that makes you want to be better and gets you excited to you know.
I
Yeah.
agree, and I think it makes you think of two things. One, people have a tendency to love the way that they want to be loved, and that's not necessarily what the other person needs.
Right.
And so if somebody has entirely different love language, but you're loving them in the way that you want to be loved, it may be real to you, but it's not
for
being
them.
received.
Right.
And if it's
Hey,
not being
Ether
received, then it's
Man.
not going to matter. And so it's where communication and understanding and vulnerability comes in, because you're trying, but it's not being felt.
Right.
And so that can be like,
I
I'm
don't
doing
know
my
what they're
best,
drinking on,
but
but
you
it
don't
look
really talk about
good.
it.
I got something to add to that.
What you got?
I like what you're saying. I think with relationships, in my experience, 20 years in, is that I think you need to check in. Like, I think because everybody's needs change from like where you think where your needs were when you first started with your person. Every 2
Because
3
we
years,
black,
you on a
Either
new
Man.
level. You know what I'm saying?
That's
You don't
black
listen to the same
love.
radio station every day. You know what I mean? You might be on
Cultural
another vibe.
love
I
for
think
yourself
tapping in with
and
your
for your mate.
partner, finding out where they at with it, and then like meet at that spot. Because a lot of times we get in rhythms of the old, like, yo, we just gonna do this 1 2 3, 1 2 3. She might be at 4 5 6 today, you know, or this year might be 4 5 6 or 7 8 9, and you still operating on that first rhythm. It might not. Now your relationship getting a little stale. Now you like not talking. You in the, you know, you in the den, she in the kitchen. You know, it gets weird. I feel like tapping in every now and then, sit down, like just like this is like kind of corny, but I think just sit down and say, yo, what are your needs? What do you want? Like what are some of the things you into right now?
Either Man, don't come in here trying to be extra. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Our culture, how we can love on one another is all I'm talking about. I'm a black woman. I would like to find a black man that can be a part of my life and I can be a part of their life. We share a culture. That is what qualifies as black love. I'm sorry. Are you married, Either Man? I thought you were. I thought you were married. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. And of course, you're always welcome. Come on up, hit the link. I mean, it's our culture, especially even in this country. They call each other black. That's what I thought. I thought you were married, but you also have, even as a man of color in this country, your culture is different from other cultures, and black people are still in the early stages of understanding ourselves emotionally, understanding that the external has to be just as, no, I'm sorry, the internal has to be just as strong as the external. And we do and have had many issues that do concern Black culture and us talking to each other. Now, you own these platforms out here, sir. So you already knew what these are. Black men talking about Black women. Right, exactly, narratives. Now, I got to Arizona and I've only been Black in certain scenarios, right? Okay, Either Man, that's not what I'm arguing tonight. And nor do I want to. Black culture is something that transcends time. It has transcended, and American culture is still very new. America is the youngest country, one of the youngest countries. So even their culture, American culture, has been influenced by all cultures around the world. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. Let us continue. Much love, Heath.
You know, what do you think you would like to be right now? And you'd be like, oh wow, damn, you want to know? And then you're like, because women are like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I respect all the ladies in here. Women are different than us. Like, they be on different vibes. Like, they'll have you buy, like, it's like shoes. Like, I ain't wearing heels. I don't want to wear heels today. I'm wearing my flats. You know, and then I'm gonna go to my sneakers. And I feel love is like that. It's different channels. So every now and then, y'all just sit down and just have a real cool conversation and be like, babe, where you at?
Okay,
right
that's
now?
up
Like,
to you. We're talking about love and intimacy. I'm not talking about you being pulled over by the police.
Is your vibe right now?
I'm staying right in the mode I was in. You needed to come in earlier if you wanted to be political.
Check in. Communication is the key.
That ain't what we talking about now.
Let's start with a couple of questions.
Okay.
You've all been married for a long time. Have any of you been to therapy to help your relationships or individually? Do you feel like that's something that's contributed to where you are now, or?
Yes.
Yeah. People think therapy is taboo, but therapy is a beautiful thing. You know, I mean, you don't have to be, you know, having a tough time to be going through therapy. Going to therapy. Therapy is just to help you to expand and evolve and grow. And so therapy is not a negative thing. And yeah, we've done therapy individually. We've done therapy together, and it's been so such a positive experience. You know, we've grown so much from that.
Yeah, I've experienced it as well. I think it's really good for couples to go that route, because what I like about it is that you get an opportunity to express yourself without having to feel like, oh my God, if I say this, like, you get one person to sort of be like the referee,
moderator.
You know?
Yeah, the neutral. Yeah.
You get somebody that's neutral, and so what happens? What I like about it is you hear better. Like, you'll listen, you'll be quiet, like,
active
you'll hear,
listening,
and you'll be like, oh snap,
that's what I call
know.
it.
And then you get a chance to talk, and she'll be like, oh my God, you still caring about that, you know?
Because I've been married the longest on the stage. How long?
You want to ask me questions? Hit the link.
Well, you agree with me with the therapy, though, right?
I ain't gonna keep talking to the chat. I'm tired. Somebody got to come up here and talk to me.
I just think if you can't work through your problems together, bringing somebody in, not that it doesn't work, but I just don't know how. Because I think that there are God complexes with doctors, with psychiatrists, and people just have to be right in scenarios. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that.
Narrative is so funny.
But Kenny, I think what it is, I think if I'm listening to you, that's your ego.
No, it has nothing.
Hold on.
It has everything.
It has.
It's being honest.
I don't hear that. I don't hear ego in what he's saying. I'm saying I hear him saying that that it's not for everybody.
That's true.
Right.
I agree.
Now,
Why you used to have an ego then, big bro?
Right.
No, but the only reason I
Because it
said
is a
that
little
is
bit of
because
ego.
when you go to somebody else, you're vulnerable. You feel vulnerable as a
I
man.
got to be vulnerable with my woman.
Yeah,
No, but what I'm
if you don't
saying
know
to you,
how
because I
to
felt
be.
the same way, I could relate to you. What I'm saying is, when you go to therapy, you're saying that you need help, and a lot of times for men, it's hard for us to say that I don't know. So when you go there and you feel like somebody's listening to your personal situation, it makes you feel vulnerable. I did it. I know exactly what you're talking about. But what I do like about the courage of it is, if you do try it, you will learn things about yourself that you didn't know, because you don't have nobody that's neutral to just be able to listen to.
Well, you know, either man, everybody does not subscribe to the religious side of it. Spirituality, your soul is what's keeping you alive right now. The energy that's within you, that's what keeps you going. The energy that's dancing around in your brain, the energy that's got everything moving, working, flipping, doing, that's your energy. That's your spirit. But everybody doesn't subscribe to the same ideology of religion, because sometimes even within that spirituality, you also need to assess what that means to you. and what that looks like between you and your partner. Just like he said, it's not for everybody. It's just like you stated, well, they didn't say that their marriage wasn't working. You just coming in here. All these men been married for like 7, 20, the light-skinned brother 20. You know, having a good relationship has nothing to do with religion. Nothing to do with religion at all. And it's like, we can't play. And I'm not going to play with you tonight. Because it's like this. You come in here to troll because you didn't come from somewhere else. Don't come over here bringing that energy over here, bro. I'm going to send you right back. I'm going to send you right back. Because I am. I mean, vice versa. I've seen women therapists agree with the man. It all depends on who they connect with. And then I've seen therapists who do a really good job. Again, they happen to be therapists, but they are still human beings with traits and biases and so on and so forth. No, he said he didn't understand he should be vulnerable with his woman, right? But again, vulnerability is subjective. If you're going through a problem and you want to take it to your wife and of course your husband, you want to feel comfortable enough to have the conversation. And see, you just got here because even before that, the lady said, even though she is married, it is still uncomfortable for them to have questions about sex and sexual toys and those kind of things. So I don't want to play in the religious bottle because I don't subscribe to that either. I do believe that there may be a higher being. No. Ashton, it's okay. I know exactly what either man meant. And like I said, you don't know everything, just like I don't know everything. I don't know everybody, and I'm not going to put everybody in one box. I'm just not. Right. There's a lot of people out here, a lot of human beings that need help and won't admit it and think they're doing just fine. Married, not married, with kids, no kids, in school, young, old, it doesn't matter. If you are not comfortable in your skin, if you are not comfortable in your head, like I said earlier, during my journey of being single, I've worked on me so that I can be a better communicator, so that I can be a better lover, so that I can be a better empathetic person, so I can actively listen, so I can understand. I have learned things, read things, talk to people, do these things, try to understand men a little bit better. And it's like, that's not in the Bible. That does not say that. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you either, man. It depends on the person. That's what I'm saying. Don't come over here with that. Go on back wherever you was at and ask them questions. Don't come over here with that. Don't come over here with that. I'm on some positivity, sir. Yeah. And that's sad because it's amazing to me how the same man just sat here and said, spiritual guidance, right? But then take it to the grave. So you mean to tell me that being married under the eyes of the Creator, and this is your spiritual partner, that you can't be vulnerable with that person and tell them your deepest secrets or your insecurities or your inabilities? Then you could take that. Because if that is what you mean, then no, I don't want that. And you can keep the Bible out my bedroom. I appreciate that. Hey, Prince Haki. Welcome back, sir. Let's keep going. I like listening to these brothers, and they have been married for 20 plus, some of them. The one gentleman, the dark-skinned bald one, I think he said 7 years. The brother on the other end been married for 20 something, and the light-skinned brother 20 something. I'm not sure how long Bill Bellamy has been married. I'm not sure, but let us continue, please. Come over here with your yickety yackety. Out here, man. I always want to mess up what I got going on.
You clean. That's what I learned.
So I think that
no judgment.
it's different for every person and every couple, and there's no one way. It's not therapy is a must.
It's a personal
therapy
thing.
is something that you.
Or
never
you could
did.
just drink alcohol.
But honestly, it's like if you think about whatever.
It does.
That's my therapy.
Hey, sometimes you want to sip.
Either man, I'm gonna ask you one more time. You either hit the Cash App or hit this link, because I am not answering any more of your questions. You should know that. Don't ask me. I didn't bring up spirituality. You did. And I already know. So I'm not trying to have a confrontation. I'm trying to listen to men of a certain age who have gone through some things, been through some things, and they want to bring the negative, the positive, the good, the bad, and indifferent to other people, men and women both, who are married or single or wanting to be married. And it's positive. And ain't nobody cussing each other out. Ain't nobody yelling. Oh, did they close your PayPal account? That's funny. Moving on. Watching my stuff. Get out of here.
If you think about how people like to work out, some people will never go in the gym. They'll do things that are outside and super active, and that's their way. And some people only go in the gym.
Right.
And so neither is wrong. It's just what works for them.
Absolutely.
And I think what's really important is that you know
That's
that
it.
hey,
What
if there's
works
a
for
need,
you?
you figure out a way to address it. And if it's the two of you, if you need to read something, you need to do whatever, you figure out what it is without a stigma either way. Oh, you're not going to therapy? Something's wrong with you. Oh, you're going to therapy? Something's
I got
wrong.
PayPal.
And so as long as you can remove the stigma, it's all good.
If
And
you
what's
want
the
the
next
link,
question?
I send it to you. I love the questions.
No, what?
Oh.
Ashley.
I'm scared now.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to ask the panelists one by one what you would say the secret to the success of your marriages are. Starting with Chance.
First and foremost, don't go to therapy. Kind of piggybacking off of what they said earlier in terms of what Bill was saying. Encouraging change, being okay with change, and meeting your partner with change. Like he was saying that, and all I was doing was sitting here reflecting on me and my wife's. We grew up together, and a lot of our mishaps came from that one subject where we were growing up, and when change happened, the partner was getting uncomfortable. You get comfortable, right? So you don't like to be uncomfortable or see something that your partner's doing that could get you out of that place. So, obviously the one we always hear, communication, but being okay with your partner changing, right? Encouraging them to change, telling them it's okay, and checking in, like he said.
I think never let your expectations exceed your efforts. I think that growing up together seems like we all grew up. We've been in relationships long, especially us three. How long have you been married, Tommy?
It's almost 8 years.
Yeah, but growing up, literally from young adults to adults, there's a lot of things that change. Finances, opportunity, kids, parents getting older. And you cannot expect your effort to be any less than what you expect from the relationship. And I think that's how my wife and I have been so dynamic as partners, because, we love each other, yes, but we're partners. We have roles in our relationship. We are better at certain things than the other. We know to yield to that in certain instances, and the understanding in that allows us to grow. I don't think you can grow when you're stifled. I don't think you can grow when things aren't checked off the list. But put that effort in, because it's work. It's not for the faint of heart. It's not for people that are easily able to say, I'm done and moving on. That's not what real partnership's about.
Tommy?
If your
Sorry.
relationship is really
Had a-
important,
had
you
a
need to
quick
treat it
movie.
as such. And if your relationship matters and you want it to work, there are things that are inconsistent with getting to a place where you've been together 20 years or 25 years or 30 years. And part of that includes working on yourself and being willing to do that and being willing to confront that so that you can be the best version of yourself and be vulnerable in that there are things that you may not be doing or you may not be open to, but it's like you were saying, it's thinking about, and both of you, it's like thinking about the W as, for me, it's the horizon. It's not thinking about 3 months from now or 6 months from now. It's thinking about 20 years from now and figuring out what I need to do today to make sure that I'm in a position where my wife continues to choose me today, tomorrow, next year, 5 years.
I'm glad he said that. Which guy? Which guy? The one on the end? Which one? Narratives. And the link is pinned to the top if you so desire. Like I said, I want to be able to have these conversations without the heavy weight of religion. So no shot at you either, man. It's just we're human beings first. We were human beings before religion was even thought of. Okay, right? And we still will be. Not the fat tabby. Not you called that man a fat tabby. Narratives, I'm done. How you gonna call that man a fat tabby? Ooh, y'all big. What the? I shouldn't be laughing at that. That is just silly. Why you call that man a fat tabby? I'm going back to the video. I can't with y'all. Y'all, wow. That's crazy. I know you joking. That shit was funny though. I'm so silly. I know. I'm goofy. And that's another thing too. Somebody want to be with me, child. I'm silly. And I will be so inappropriate at the worst times. Like I will laugh at something and I have to catch myself. That's why I stopped working with like little kids. Like, cause I would laugh right in their face, like, what? You can't do that. I catch myself doing it and teaching adults too. I have to walk out like, oh my gosh. What the hell? All right, moving on. I mean, his shirt is a little snug, but I like it. I'd like to get one of those. That's nice. I like that. I like the black and beautiful.
Years from now, and making sure that my actions are in line.
Well, wait, I got caught off. Anyway, what I was going to say was, what's wrong with being, you should want to fall in love with your partner as many times as you can. Just like it's going to be times with you looking at them and they look at you like, I can't stand you right now. Those are range of emotions. That is healthy. It's only when there's only one set, right? Like that's it. Like Bill Bellamy said, you only on 1, 2, and 3, and the other person doesn't evolve to 4, 5, and 6, or 7, 8, 9, or whatever it is. You have to evolve together and find the common ground in that evolvement on both sides. Where are you evolving and where are you evolving? And yes, change is uncomfortable. Change is very uncomfortable, but it's necessary for growth. It's just like, remember we was kids and I'm not even with you, narratives. You know what I mean? Like, you have to come to a conclusion about, if you don't, I hate when people describe it this way. They're like, you can be in love and you could be love. Love is supposed to be the same thing, right? Now, the in love part, if that's what we want to say, is, you know, you want to, yes, looks fade, change, body weight, body functions. I mean, like, these are the things that if you're going into a relationship with somebody, know in your head that now you don't know necessarily how it may show, but there are going to be changes the longer y'all together. There should be. And you remember we was kids and growing up and we'd be like, man, I'm having grown. Everything hurt. Your legs hurt, your arms, your back. You're like, wow, it hurt. You're growing, baby. It's growing things. Yeah. No, I cannot, because that's silly. And that's still in my head every time I see this man, and now I'm going to think about it. So, your fault, whatever. But yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Give it up for Tommy. You just touched my spirit. Yes. One of my things that I think makes a relationship successful is being willing to listen and try to learn from what you hear. And a lot of times it's really hard for guys, especially alpha males. Every guy up here is an alpha male. We try to find the solutions. We want to be right, but sometimes you're not. Sometimes it's a misread. Sometimes, you don't understand how your wife feels when the kids is just acting the goddamn fool, and then the carpool line long, and then, the microwave broke and you can't fix it. And it's 11 o'clock and she want to heat up a pot pie. She hot. And you like, baby, eat it cold. It's still the pot pie.
Ew, I hate pot pies. Yeah.
If you put it in the oven, it's gonna be 45 minutes too long. You should have got a better goddamn microwave. So it's like,
I don't know.
Like
we have to look that up.
Little things that to me are the sort of the ebbs and flows of relationships.
It is the little things.
I think it's a lot of give and take, but the best advice I would say is being able to admit that you made a mistake, or I'm sorry, I didn't even know you cared. Like, because a lot of times, we don't know. Women think different than we do. Guys, I never see dudes fall out. Like, none of my friends, we never fall out. Like, I got the same friends for 25 years. Women fall out at Chick-fil-A.
That's the thing. It's like,
bitch, I ain't so true.
This bitch already know I'm lactose.
But it's like, if we got an issue, we're gonna talk about it and it's gonna be done.
Right, we done.
Stop it.
When they mad, man.
Wow.
And then you can't even talk to her. Because a lot of times you don't know she mad at her friend. You be like, yeah, I just talked to Felicia. Oh, you talking to Felicia?
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
Good timing, Tommy.
I thought y'all was cool.
Well, they say the grass is greener where you water it. And so I think that just really appreciating your woman, being there, listening, communication is the key to
it sounds like a lot of work,
successful relationship. So just being able to check in and just listen to her, to where she's at, like we said. And
why do you keep making that constipation face?
Validating her feelings and removing yourself.
Is he listening?
Don't
is that
think
his
that
listening
because you feel a certain way, she should feel a certain way.
Right.
You're two completely different people. And that's what I've learned is, like, sometimes I would react and get a reaction because I'm not validating or feeling or empathizing with what she's going through.
Absolutely.
And that has changed so much. And, you know, there's so much more harmony because I'm able to step back and go, okay, we're different people. I'm, you know, she's obviously coming to me with, you know, whatever the situation is and expressing her feelings. So I got to just listen. Let me just, just listen and validate and support and make her feel safe. And because that's the thing too, they just want to feel safe and supported.
Narratives, I'm kicking you out. I'm not reading the chat no more. I quit. This dude up here, high value brother, right there wearing that turtleneck. What the? What's up, Christopher? You came back. I know they don't put them close to their mouth. Did he? Not in the 90-degree weather. Stop. Okay, whatever. I can't with y'all. But I want to know what's up with dude's face. Let me go back real quick. Look at his face real quick. Look. Now you go back and start picking. Look. Because I was thinking it, but I was like, I ain't going to say it. But look, check it out. Look at his face. When Bill Bellamy is talking. Oh, I didn't see all of that leg length right here. Why his pants? Okay, I'm going to stop. Maybe it's hot. He got on a turtleneck. He got on a long sleeve shirt and a collar, but maybe he pulled his pants up when he sat down so he would have room. That could be the case too. Not the mock neck, not the 1960s mock neck. I don't know if y'all remember, you get on my nerves. Do y'all remember when they was selling the turtlenecks? Like they be the turtleneck, but it's just the turtleneck. And you could stuff it under your clothes. Like it would cover here and all the way here. And they came in different colors. I don't know if they made them for men. I know they made them for women. Yeah, I turned it up. Let me turn it up a little bit. But they are like, their mics are like down here, right? Like what? Talk. They should have got them those like Janet Jackson joints. You know, some men be like, man, I don't want to hold this mic too close to my mouth. You know they're thinking that. I know they're thinking it. But hold on, let's go.
Ooh, when they mad.
Wow.
And then you can't even talk to her. Because a lot of times you don't know she mad at her friend. You be like, yeah, I just talked to Felicia. Oh, you talking to Felicia?
Bye, Felicia.
Christopher, I'm not with you either. You coming in here with the shits. Not the feline pants. I can't. Listen, I grew up with the Dirty Dozens, with the clowning each other at lunch, the battles of crack it on each other. I can't stand y'all. His pants is high. I am surprised. I was not ready for the heat.
Felicia. Good timing, Tommy.
I thought y'all was cool.
Well, you know, they say the grass is greener where you water it. And so I think that
I ain't gonna lie, I like
really
a man in the
appreciating
suit.
your woman, being there, listening.
For me, that's a man.
Communication is the key to a successful relationship. So just being able to check in.
Look at his
and
face.
just listen to her, to where she's
Don't he
at,
look like he make that face in the bathroom? I'm just saying.
Validating her feelings and removing yourself. Don't think that because you feel a certain way, she should feel a certain way. You're two completely different people.
Now
That's
you
what
got
I
on
learned
yoga
is that
pants. I
sometimes
hate
would
you.
React and get a reaction because
Oh,
I'm not
stop,
validating or
please.
feeling or
Oh,
empathizing
thank
with
you.
what she's going through.
I'll take a laugh.
And that has
But he
changed
put
so
maybe-
much. And you know, there's
Well,
so much
his
more
pants
harmony
is
because I'm able
leather,
to step back and go, okay.
and his pants is
We're different
like
people. I'm, you know, she's
shiny. Them
obviously coming to
kneecaps
me,
is out.
with, you know, whatever the situation is. And
I did
her
wonder
feelings,
about the
so
outfit. I was wondering about that setup.
just listen and validate and
I was like, you
support
got on cowboy
and
boots
make her feel
too?
safe. And because that's the thing too.
It
they
gotta
just
be
wanna feel
cold
safe
on that stage,
and
baby.
supported. And I
Oh,
think
they
that if you
both got
can,
on turtlenecks.
put all
Maybe
those
this was
together
earlier
and
this year.
look at yourself, be able to look at your own reflection and see or take accountability for, the role you play. Because a lot of times we pointing fingers all the time, but a lot of times we're a part of the problem too. And it's like, we got to just say, you know what? I was
Right.
wrong. Okay, baby. I'll take the zero. I'll take the L, and it's okay. But a lot of us, we always got to be defensive and, the tone. And when we get defensive, they hear that and it just puts gasoline on the fire. And it just creates, you burn the house down. And it's like, well, we could have just had a tiny little spark. It didn't have to turn into this huge, flame, but because of how we react as men, sometimes we
have
the power. Like I say, a woman's like the thermostat in the house. They control the temperature.
Yes,
they control.
indeed.
They're the thermostat. You control the thermostat. We have to be aware of that. If we just want peace and harmony, and we have a lot of power. It's how we communicate. And just respect them and validate their feelings. And I think if we do that,
bring no red pill over here
you're in
with
good
it.
shape. Yeah,
Chance.
That was all great. Listen, sometimes I'm listening and we up here, we some good brothers, right? Sometimes when people ask me this question, I feel like it's super important that I'm sitting here and it was just on my heart. And I got to say this. Marry somebody that you like.
Yay.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we can't just go over that. We up here pouring it out, giving you all these great answers about, but if we miss talking, communication, looking down the road, all of that. But if you miss this one key point, if you don't like this person, ain't none of this gonna work.
It ain't nothing to talk about.
If y'all don't like each other, and what I mean by that is, this ain't got nothing to do with lust.
Leave this man alone.
This ain't got nothing to do with sex. Well, maybe a little bit.
A little bit.
Because you need to like that too. However, what puts a smile on that person's face? Not just know what it is, but do you enjoy it too? Like, do you enjoy participating in that thing that person truly loves to do?
Right.
Does it mean the same thing to you? If you don't like this person, if you don't enjoy some of the same things, have some things in common, everything that we just said, it ain't gonna work. It's not going to work. You need to enjoy your partner. You need to, we can love all day long. You're gonna love by default. I took that one from my wife. But you gotta like the person that you with.
Honey,
you gotta like them. You need
Can
to,
we be
you need
friends?
to know what they love to do.
Would I hang out
what
with
they
you
like
if
to
you were
do.
my
You need
husband?
to like some of the same things and really
Or would I
invest
be like,
in that.
why am I whispering?
Otherwise, nothing is gonna work. And I feel like we up here giving our best effort at giving you great answers. And we may have missed that one key thing. Please.
I talk with my hands. Get out of here.
Pick them first and foremost because you like them.
No lies were told.
No lies told.
Thank you, Chance.
No cap, children.
No cap. All right. Over
Not
here, please.
That part. Thank you, Chance.
Ain't nobody scared
Thank
of you,
Ashley
first of
G.
all. Clap
It's
it behind
warm
the
because y'all
pole.
drinking.
We have the lady right here with the orange on. Oh, okay. Where we at?
Hi. So I heard you guys say like communication's a big thing, but I also heard you say you would rather be happy over right. And so I'm trying to figure out like how is that not settling? Like what part of
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you married?
No.
Yeah.
I can answer the question though. I can answer it. I can tell you because
Because he said it. Let him answer. He said it. He
I
said
can
it.
answer it. So what I mean by that is ask yourself how important the argument is.
Is the argument.
Yeah.
If you
Pick your
so
battles.
It ain't got shit to do being
when you're with a
married.
person for a long time, right?
Right. That's anybody.
Certain things can cause frustration, right? That really don't matter, and sometimes you can lose sight of that. You can literally be arguing about whether someone was in the closet or not all day long.
Yeah.
And mess up.
And that ain't worth addressing.
And it ain't worth addressing. So I could have argued with Tab all the way down the road in the car to come to this nice
About
event.
the pants she hid.
And she hid them pants. She did. But I chose to say, you know what?
Choices.
I got a special event going on where I'm going to get up here and cherish and make good memories. Speak highly about brothers and do something that will make my wife and my family proud.
Amen.
So I'm picking the win. That's a win, as opposed
Absolutely.
to arguing over
What
something
I
that don't
said,
matter and carrying
look,
it
I have
along.
attention
found the
issues too
pants.
sometimes.
Right? I found them. That's what matters. So that's what I'm getting at.
Yes,
Now,
we
we're
have.
talking
She
about-
like she. I found
we're
them.
talking about
I'm gonna
something,
say it right now because
right,
I get
that
tired of people saying that shit to me. I don't have to be married, right, to know how I want to be treated and how I should treat someone. I want to treat you with love. With let me take that out. I want to treat you with respect, empathy, open-mindedness. Be an active listener as well as an active communicator. And that helps you along the way in all parts of your life. Like, I know sometimes I know I get on the nerves of my brothers and sisters. Child, I know I do. I know. One, because I've been the oldest since I've been the oldest. You know, I have to check myself because I'm like, wait. I can't be telling the people what to do. But I also love them with everything within me and would hurt a dead rock if somebody said or did anything to them. And I do get tired of that. Oh, you have a baby? Well, okay, if that's the case, so should teachers all have children before they teach your kids? Right? So then you can't have a female oncologist because she ain't got no thing to say. It doesn't make sense. And then married folks want to gatekeep. Are you married? Well, no. But from the looks at it, if I go off you, no, I don't want to be married. It's just like you said earlier. The information we've been given is bull. It is about liking yourself, loving yourself, liking your partner, loving your partner. It don't have to be hard work when it is true communication and everybody then come to the table with the realness and not the representative and he gone or she gonna disappear in 6 months. Listen, we all look here when, and I'm glad you brought that up. When men say to me, men should be the leaders. All right. Okay. What do leaders have to do? They got to take the brunt for everything. Not one thing, not a few things, everything. The toilet paper in the house, the lights, the food, the carpet. It something needed fixed. You still got to give time to your children. You still got to give time to your wife. And you still got to go out here and provide. Right. Right. These are words and definitions we want to lay upon each other to fit a storyline, because I didn't want to say nerd, but a storyline that don't make no sense. I'm not in these people's bedroom, so I don't know if they're telling the truth or not. I can only go off what they're saying. Now I can sit here and be like, they lying. Da, da, da. But why? I don't know. I've been proposed to twice. I've been in a few long-term relationships, but the majority I dated. I dated different types of men and things like that. So, yes, we have a say. Because before you were married, you were what? A single person. Look at that. And so, yeah, that's a commitment, especially when we look at it in the sense of the same way we will commit to our business, our education, our whatever things. Yes, you can. There is this story, I know it's some years old now, but it was a couple, man and woman. They was in their 70s, yo. Excuse me. They were in their 70s and they found love, and I think that's beautiful. I think it's necessary. I don't think, and someone asked me this the other day, and I said, if I had to choose between, hey, go auntie, it's your birthday. Ow. Yeah. Everybody doesn't get older and wiser. A lot of people are on some bull. And no, they don't want to look in the mirror and go, hey. So I was always athletic. And again, like I said, I don't care about sharing things that have happened in my life because okay, that was so awesome. Yeah, my grandmother went back to school at 40 and became a nurse. I thought that was amazing. And that's the thing, like once you start learning about people's ability or inability to do things, men too. I remember that 93-year-old man who went and got his high school diploma. So it is what you want. And I say that to anybody. Live your life for you. And so again, it's okay to be a leader. But a good leader knows when to follow as well. Because sometimes that's what you have to do. Because you don't always have the best idea in the room. And if this is about communicating with one another, I'm so surprised. Right. Well, there's certain things. Like I really think you should, if the human brain doesn't finish growing until you're 25, I think that's a good time. I think that's a good time to start. I think we put so much pressure on younger people to do so much, and they miss out on understanding who they are. And then they think, oh, I need to do this. I got to have a baby. I need to be married. I need to be this. It's like we have to put an expiration tag on everything. I went through that. I was 24. I wanted a baby. Oh, God, I wanted to have a baby. And I went through that from, I want to say 24, 25 up until my early 30s. But then I kept asking myself, is it that you want a baby because you think that love is more secure than a relationship? Or are you just doing it because everybody else doing it? Because everybody, the majority of the women in my family got children except for like myself and my younger sister. Well, my younger brother too. He didn't have children. But as far as the women in the family, we're one of the few. I think it's like about a handful, like 4 or 5 of us out of a whole group of women. And we talking more than, 2. We talking 3, 4, and 5, right? My grandmother had 10. Pregnant 20. I couldn't even imagine being pregnant 20 times. Child, what? And have 10 babies out your chocha? What? I like men who are substantially, a little bigger. So yeah, nah, I don't know about that. We can maybe push 1 or 2, but 10. I think people had babies like that because they ain't had nothing to do. There was not a lot. There was not a lot of entertainment. People was oppressed. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah. I mean, you know what? I find it interesting. There are plenty of men with no children. That's why I don't know what these men be talking about in these spaces. There's plenty of black men with no children by choice because they also understand that if I'm not willing to put in that commitment with her, what's the commitment with some kids gonna do? I would think just like we want to find the right kind of man to marry, you should want the right kind of woman to marry. Or if not necessarily marry or whatever marriage means to you, not necessarily paper, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. So, child, I apologize. I thought I was going to hang out a little longer than I was, but the only man in my bed. Come here. Hi, say hi. I say hi. No? Okay. He fickle. He mean. And expensive. No, he was a rescue. And I love animals. I love kids. I love human beings. I'm that person. Like I said, I love Erykah Badu. But I ain't taking no compliment from, what's his face? Because he was trying to be facetious. And that's what I don't understand. Like, you can't combat what I'm saying, but you want to throw insults. And then you wonder why I'm reacting to you the way that, you coming at me. And this is what I mean. Even for a brief second, I've been on blind dates with men that act like that. Face to face. We up here eating chicken wings and you acting a fool. And I'm like, oh, man, I gotta get out of here. Take my food to go. But you know what I do want to do? Right. My mom called me bohemian, a hippie. She's like, I don't even understand. You don't know no hippies. How you a hippie? I said, I guess if you define yourself as a person who, life is life. From ants all the way up to eagles and elephants and giraffes. They done seen things we ain't never gonna see. But the perspective is and the consensus is life is what you make it. And we all have routine, we all have our cultures, desires and wants. And that should be celebrated, not demonized. And I think that, and it is fun. I ain't gonna lie to you, child. When I started seeing them commercials about back to school, I was like, Yes, I'm like, please. I like honey hot wings. Ooh, them is my favorite. I like hot food. I do. I like food. I like hot wings. I'd like to go, like, I don't want to do ghost pepper and all. I don't be crying. I want to enjoy my wings. But I like a good tangy with a little bit of honey in it. That's just so good. And I make them too. Make me some honey hot wings, whatever. But yeah, you know, I do. I want to see that. Ooh, I'd like to try South Korean fried chicken because I heard they enjoy them some chicken too. See, that's why I love that the world has opened up through the internet because they like chicken. Black people ain't the only ones like chicken. You know who eat the most chicken? Mexicans. I remember I was living in this part of Arizona, and it was a neighborhood just like your regular drive-through neighborhood. And what was crazy was I woke up to chicken noises, right? Like, for real, it was crazy. The cock-a-doodle-doo and all that. So I'm like, what, is that a rooster? What? But yeah, you know, and these are the things that should be fun, you know? As easily as I can have a conversation with a stranger, I should be able to have a conversation like that with the person in my life, you know? And I've heard all of it. Oh, man. You don't want that. You don't know, girl. Yeah, okay. I hear you. But yeah, you know, I think, you know what I'd like to do? I'd love to do a dating show. Yes, hello. Yes, I'm in Arizona. How are you, Leonard? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, man. Arizona. A lot of people was like, what? Who? When I first moved out here, that's like, this was 2000 and ago. And there was like, is there Black people in Arizona? I was like, yes. I have met several. I will say this, even if we're in small or a big abundance, small abundance, we everywhere, right? We be a little bit everywhere. Excuse me, you guys. I was something bothering my nose, but yeah. I done make what? We on 5 hours. Yes, it is very hot. It's 115 degrees. Yeah. 115. You stay inside and you come out at night. People do stuff at night. That's why things be popping off. Like once the sun start going down, like 6, 7, you know, people out here trying to do. That's because this is the place of a lot of jobs, a lot of companies moved out here because they can be open, you know, without having to worry about closing. Yeah. Well, it's hotter in places like Phoenix and Tucson and all the cities that are south of here. But as you go north, it's a lot cooler. Like a lot cooler. Yeah. Well, that's because too, usually in the Midwest or further out, you know, East Coast, you got humidity. It's a heat. I ain't gonna say it's dry. I hate when people say that. Hey, welcome. Let me add you to the stream. Hey, sir, how you doing? Welcome.
Oh, I'm doing good.
Thanks for coming up. What's
I
on your
noticed-
mind, sir?
I noticed Arizona, the low doggone concentration of melanated people. But that's a whole other doggone story. It's this guy grew up in Chicago, you know, he in Arizona doing this, that, and that, and this, and I'm in
Yeah.
Georgia. You
Okay.
know, I'm down here in Georgia. I'm good as long as it's not raining.
Right.
We lose power every time. But
that's why y'all need solar down there. We
no,
gotta
we
put
don't need
solar in.
we don't need solar. They need to run these wires underground in
You know they
doggone
not.
tunnels like they do in major cities, and everything will be all right.
Yeah, you know they not. You know they not gonna do
Oh, I
that.
know they're not, but it's cool though. I ain't got to worry about the stuff I have to worry about if I was still in Chicago.
Oh yeah, understandably. That's the
You
same
know.
for me. I am in the city currently, and once I'm able to get up on my property, I'll be way up north, like northeast Arizona, which is a lot cooler. You get snow, you get all four seasons up that way. It's closer to Colorado.
Nah, I'm all right. As long as I got some dirt, I can plant me some stuff and grow me some stuff and do me some things.
Yeah. Well, I'm growing mine in a greenhouse. So we'll be good to go. And it can combat all that weather.
Yeah, all that's too much going on with the AZ for me.
What you mean? It's a lot going on where you at
I
too,
can't.
sir.
Yeah, but you know what? It ain't. I'm not looking at sand.
But that's what I just said. If you don't have to, you can go north of Arizona.
Yeah, I can go north, and you know what it looks like?
Not sand.
Afghanistan with the mountains and the this and that. Yes, it
No,
do. Yes, it
don't.
do.
But
Yes, it do.
it has mountains, mountain tops. You got snow. You've
I know
got
you got snow. The snow is on
green
the
and
top.
pine and
That's how we
you got snow on the ground.
That's how we used to judge when it was going to be time for us to leave. Because if we land in Afghanistan and the tops of the mountains are white, over time we'll notice it ain't white no more. And then when it start whitening up again, that's when we know, all right, our year's almost up. It's almost a year being here. We're going to be home soon enough, long as we live, but we'll be home soon enough.
But you made it home. And that's
Yeah.
the
I
most
made it
important.
home. Everybody didn't.
Well, no, I know. My dad was a vet. He was in Vietnam. He was in the army. My grandfather was in World War II. So yeah, I know everybody didn't make it. And even some of the ones that did make it, if any mind was left, if they had any, ability to function afterwards, I don't I don't understand that part because again, it's a whole nother animal that
I know. Like, my best buddy didn't make it back. But,
Yeah.
that was 13 years ago. Yeah, that was it. I was done after that. But
Wow.
yes, I'm doing what I do. I'm watching Chicago from a distance and like that's all I'm doing. And they, some of them be mad at me, and I'm
I
like,
got family. Well, they live outside of Chicago. They live in the suburbs. So
it don't matter if you live in Cook County, Illinois.
I don't
still
think they're
getting
in
it.
Cook County anymore. I think they're a little bit out. I think they are in a different county. I think because they did live in Chicago at one point, and they
Yeah.
got out. And are
Well,
you
it's
on?
you only have two. Well, not two, but you got a couple other counties, north and south, and it's not many black people that move to those counties because
Exactly.
So it's a high probability they still live in Cook County, Illinois. I doubt if they live in Will County, it's a stretch.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they don't live in Lake County up north.
Well, I haven't
No.
been where they, I just knew the last time they was in Chicago. I have not been to see where they live now.
Yeah.
I was a little kid when they first moved out there, so I didn't
Well-
get to see, you know what I mean? But they bought them a house
Mhm.
and did their thing. And like I said, I know, you make comfortability out of chaos in this country.
No, that's what they do. I make comfortability and keep it pushing.
But
I
the
mean,
chaos is still around you in the sense of, like you said, that's why you left Chicago
yeah.
to move down south. But however, even though you moved down south, we have chaos everywhere. Even here in Arizona, outside of what my little world is doing, it's other things out here that need to be addressed. Like, again, the homeless population here. For me, that's a problem. When you drive and you see people living in tents, and I just came from North Carolina, not even a few months ago. It's been about maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And it you got tents and people living out in the woods and on the side of the street, and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And not because I'm not blaming the people who are homeless. I just don't understand why our society, after all these years, has not been set up so that we can catch people before they become homeless and help them kind of get back on track, making them a viable citizen instead of somebody that's looked upon as a problem in our cities, even though y'all set it up this way. It floors me.
You can't, if you continually give somebody something, you can't rely on them to be self-sufficient.
Well, I can't say that, because didn't they give us education? Did you go to public school?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so did I. And education is given to us.
It's not a
free.
given.
It is. It's a given, sir.
Hold on. Do you know I learned more at home reading on my own, doing what I was doing at home, than the whole public school?
But that's what I mean. But it
is
is given. It's free.
That's not given. What they gave me in Chicago public school system, I could have did without.
I get that part, and I got you, because I have also too learned a lot more since I got out of school than when I was in school. But the conversation was, it is a given part of society. Public school is given, meaning that someone else builds the school, someone else makes it available for those in the neighborhood to go. If they're not a person who can learn on their own, teachers, the whole nine, they have to be taken care of. But the parents benefit because the school is free, except for their clothes, except for their food. It's free.
Okay,
so,
well, that's your opinion, and you can have.
No, it's not an opinion, sir. That's how public schools is ran across the country. They're given.
Okay. You know what?
Right?
I hear a lot of black people talk about doggone economic disenfranchised and all this other stuff, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That being true, if it was, why can you go to any hood and go to any public school in any hood, and there's kids in there with Apple iPads, iPhones, Jordan, LeBron James gym shoes, and all of that? I've seen countries. Hold on, sister. Hold on. May I finish? I have been to countries where you have financially disenfranchised people. I'm talking, they say turn out the light, somebody blows out a candle. I've seen what that looks like.
Right.
So here in this country, no, it's not going on like that.
Okay. Now that is an opinion.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
No, it's not a fact, sir.
Yes, it
Just
is a fact.
because it's different in one country to another country. America set this up. Jordans was created by human beings who wanted to sell them to black children and black families because he was black. It wasn't like Nike was in the hood already going, oh, look at there. And so what? Because they have an iPad or an iPhone, you can get iPhones for free. You can get an iPad for free.
What? And maybe that's the problem. All of this for free. Everybody looking for the free.
No, but what I'm saying
how about work for it?
Who's to say that they're not? More? Who they say that they're not? Do you know that Apple donates iPads to schools?
I don't care. I don't use Apple products.
Okay, so why bother you there?
It doesn't bother me. I'm saying it to make a point.
But your point is that there are not people in this country that are disenfranchised economically, and it is true.
There are people that are, and then that's low number, but
no,
you
it's
have
not a low
people-
number, sir. It's still a
Okay.
high number. We
All right.
still have children going to bed hungry in this country. We still have people who don't make a living wage. We still have people who are being priced out of their neighborhoods and their homes. And that goes from the elderly to the young. So then why do we have all this homelessness? And then two, why is it that 60% of the homelessness are men, and a majority out of that are veterans? So there
Because
is
they got drug
disenfranchisement.
problems.
Not all
That's
of them,
why.
sir. Not every homeless person has a drug problem.
I'm not talking about homeless. You said vets.
I said homeless veterans.
Yeah, homeless veterans. And if you're a homeless veteran and you're not a combat veteran, which I am, miss me with the bullshit.
Well, if you think it's bullshit, that's your opinion. That don't make
That's
it true.
what I tell them. Miss me with it. I don't want to hear it. It's
But
like
nobody is
I did
asking you
Iraq,
to-
Afghanistan. I don't want to hear it. If you're a
I
Vietnam
understand.
vet, oh, sister.
I said I
don't-
understand.
Okay, look.
You
don't
in my
think-
house, sir. We
I know
have
I'm
a
in your house, but
conversation.
the only way we're gonna have a back and
A
forth conversation is we have to back and forth.
That's what we're doing. I didn't cut you off. I just made a statement. I just made a comment. I wasn't stopping you from
Okay.
speaking.
Now check this out.
Mm-hmm.
Before I lose my train of thought.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if they weren't in Grenada, the invasion, Desert Storm, Vietnam, like the real money deal, and what? You have a lot of people out here claiming to be combat veterans, and they are not. And it's simple questions you could ask them, and they'd be like, be like, bruh, beat it. Okay, I'm not honoring. What happened was you can't get right. You thought that the military was gonna be a doggone easy slide for you to get your life together, and it wasn't. You found out that you had more standards of discipline within that organization than you had where you came from, and you blew it. It's just like when black folk talk about welfare all the time, like, oh, it's a black problem. I'd be like, how many white people are on welfare in the United States? Give me the number.
The majority of because I could give you the whole state of West Virginia if you like.
No, give me the number. How many million?
That is.
How many million?
Do you know the number, sir? Or are you just asking to ask me? Because we
I
can
know
look
the
it
number
up.
because I did the math behind it. I know the number.
Okay. Then there you go.
69,500,000. We don't have 69 million black people in the United States.
Oh, I don't believe that. I just believe a lot of black folks don't fill out the census. That's the only way you know how many black people are in this country.
There we go. But
that's the truth. They don't, and that's okay.
No, that's your truth. I'm going.
No, it's not my truth.
Okay.
I'm going off of generations. I'm not sure how old you are, sir, and I'm not going to. So okay, and then if that's the case, like my grandfather, who was way older than you, told me. He would tell the census man to get away from his door every time he came. And he told him, you're not counting me. You ain't counting my toilets. You ain't counting my kids. You ain't counting nobody in this house. And a lot of black people, for a few generations, told their family members not to fill out the census. And that, sir, is not just my truth. This is a truth of generations who are still living currently. There are 7 generations living right now of people in this country from a lot of different significant eras. And there's change in this country. Like, I'm not here to argue with you about your experience in your life. I'm saying arguing that there is other sides to it. It is we can argue perspective all day. But I won't argue perspective with you because that's your perspective, like it's my perspective, my life imprint, your life imprint. I was forbidden to go into the military. My father told me, hell to the double H hockey sticks, no. And I wanted to go in to the Air Force because I wanted to learn how to fly. I like learning how to fly. So I said, okay, I'll teach myself on my own in my own time because I guess I don't need the military because he told me it's not for you. It's not for black men and it ain't for black women. He said, now, if you choose to go, that's you. But you are my
Yeah.
daughter and I don't want you to go. Now, again, does that mean that my father was 100% correct? No, because I know a lot of people who've gone through the military and it has been advantageous to them. And I also know, like the people you were just talking about, people who think it was an easy ride and it didn't turn out that way. We have so many different sectors of human beings. Like, there is not just one side to a story. So that's all I'm saying.
And that's why I'm like, if everybody worry about themselves and do the best that they could do for themselves and stop be out here whining, blaming the man and this and that. No, you do the best that you can. Everybody can't win. You know,
well, I
it's
think
just like
winning.
if you look at what I wasn't finished.
I didn't know that. You took a pause, sir. That's
No,
debate.
I took a breath, but
right. That's a pause.
Now, it's just like when I was talking about numbers, right? If someone wants to find out the numbers, all they have to do is just go on the Department of Agriculture, Food and Subsistence Department website, right? And they have all of the percentages of who gets what. That's who issues the website. Issues welfare out, which means the numbers are accurate because the numbers are gauged by funds disseminated. And
also to the SNAP program.
Then, if you look at the percentage of black people in this country and the percentage that are on welfare, which is stated to be 31%, how the hell can 31% of a 13% population equate the same numbers as 30% of a 72% population?
Because again, those numbers, and also in the little print, they tell you, they are also gauged with estimate. It's not an exact, but it's a gauged estimate.
Look. It's an exact number that they are issuing out over 69 million checks every month to white people. That is an exact number.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
But they do say that at the bottom of the website, because I am on the website because I'm in agriculture, which I'm trying to get my connection.
The Department of Agriculture, Food and Subsistence, where they have WIC and what they call it in Wisconsin, Badger Care, these other cute names that, because I remember when it was called ADC, it wasn't even called welfare.
Well, in certain places, because I don't think it was called ADC in Ohio at the time.
I don't know about Ohio. I was in Chicago in the 60s.
Okay,
and
so that's what I'm saying.
ADC,
like,
Aid for Dependent Children.
And it obviously, if there wasn't any economic disenfranchisement, SNAP would have went away a long time ago. The money would have gone down, not up.
Hey, it's like this here. If someone chooses to be willy-nilly with their doggone loins, you out here spreading your seed.
We don't know that, sir.
Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop.
Everybody is not like that.
I know everybody's not like that. I know everybody's not like that, but a lot of people are. So, hey.
We don't have a percentage on that either. So we can't say that. That's speculation. That is speculation that
we do have a percentage on that.
No.
74% of Black American children are being raised without fathers in the home.
What's that got? Well, then let's go talk to the daddies then. What we worried about the numbers for?
Let's talk to the whole picture.
But the fathers are the ones that aren't there, right? That's what you just said. Kids are not growing up without their fathers. So where are their fathers? Are they incarcerated? Are they dead? Are they mentally unstable? Are they abusive? Like, I guess that's my thing.
You missed some of them. You missed some. Are they pockets? Pikachu. You got that going on too.
But that has nothing to do with you being a father to your child.
Now, before you go along and I lose my thought.
That's on you, sir. I don't lose my thought. Go ahead. Get you some King Cobra. Get you some King Cobra.
No, I don't need any
King Cobra. You need more greens in your life, sir. That's what that is.
Baby girl, if this
You
was
too
daytime,
young. You too young. You 60.
if this was daytime and I showed you my garden in the back, you'd be like, oh, well, my. Like,
What's that
yeah,
got?
my.
Okay, so you can
Well,
garden, sir.
I'm
I
eating
think that's
right.
great.
I'm eating right, doing
You was
what I
talking
do.
about your memory. You said you can't
Now,
hold your thought. That's all I'm saying.
no,
You
with me
said you was
trying to
gonna lose your thought.
I was gonna lose my train of thought while I'm on here trying to maintain. It's just like if we're having one conversation and you shift off to another topic or somewhere variant, I'll be like, oh, now if I start focusing on that, I may just forget everything that I was gonna say in that one main topic. But let's go here as of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's joint responsibility, you know.
In some
And
scenarios.
that's exactly what it is, because a guy, and I got to plug this phone back up.
No, you good, sir.
A guy can see a female, and she could have a certain type of, I have a lack for the word, or something about her, and you know what you're dealing with, right? You know what you're dealing with.
Well, the
Now,
FBI said they can't even vet, so we do the best we can.
No. Now,
yes,
I've seen a lot of doggone sisters.
Mm-hmm.
I call the guys he cute those. That's what I call them.
Oh, okay. And so he can't be cute? Like, what is?
Where does he work at? Well, he's still trying to. Okay, but he cute though. Oh, okay.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to children? You talking
No,
to
I'm
young
talking.
women?
I'm talking.
I don't know any women
So
that have said
I know
that.
women of all ages. Okay.
As I do, sir. Yes, but I've never heard that conversation. So that's new to me.
Maybe
That's a
it's new to
different
you.
perspective.
He cute those. I know a lot of DJs that in this particular genre of music, it's called house music. And people think that they're living that life. No, they are not. They are living with or happen to be married to a gainfully employed black woman. And they don't like me because I always bring up the fact, you all are one doggone serious argument away from being homeless, don't you?
I mean, but that's in a lot of relationships. That regardless of money. I mean, that can happen.
Regardless of money.
Regardless of money. Whoever the breadwinner, whoever got the most, whoever got the least, you can be an argument away from being outside or out of the relationship. That's human
out of
being.
the relationship, not out of the house. Well, not the house. Out homeless, please.
But that's on him. Like I said, 60, that's on him.
Because they skating their way through life. They're looking for the easy. They're looking for the easy.
I don't know what they're looking for.
I just had a guy call me up talking about something going on, this and that, 50 years old, right? Not even really a DJ, just they got all this technology now, whereas I call them people that play music loud in front of people. They're not really DJs, but
But yeah, my father was in radio, and so yeah,
he called me up asking me about a particular situation, him and her, right?
Okay.
And he's going on, and when he stopped, I was like, "Hey, bro, hold on. Yeah, look, one, I don't give relationship advice to anybody I know.
Okay,
that's not my business.
Mm-hmm.
I give you the best advice I can give you. Work it out or keep it moving. That's all. Work it out or keep it moving. No, well, the car note and is in her name, and I was gonna just leave the car, but I'm paying for it, but she don't want to pay for the car. Bro, I don't care about all that. This woman, well, I pay bills there. Yeah, but the place is in her name, ain't it? Yeah. Okay.
So that's on him.
Exactly. And
right,
I didn't want to tell him you can't run around playing King of the Castle games when your name is not on the deed.
Well, you ain't built no castle. You ain't got no castle. So yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. See.
So that
now, I'm that one different,
being honest with a person and telling them based on the information you giving me, this is what it is. Now, for me, I'm gonna say what it is. If it quack like a duck, it's a duck.
It's
Like,
a duck. And if
what
it's
are
a he,
you?
if it's a he cute though, it's a he cute though. If it's a bonquisha, it's a bonquisha. I know what I see. I'm not finna doggone try to sugarcoat and paint something to be what it
Well, I
ain't.
don't have to be, it's there's ways to say things. There's ways to be tactful depending on the situation.
Well, I have no tact.
Well, maybe.
But
maybe
I don't
not.
use profanity. That's the wild part about it. I don't really use profanity.
Having tact has nothing to do with profanity. Like that.
Oh,
If
yes,
you
it
don't
does.
have
'Cause
no
when
tact,
you
don't
have
have no tact. Like, period, point blank. That's it. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
that's it. Here, is that a red light or a green light? It's red. All right, then don't drive. That's me.
Right. I don't think that's no tact. I think that what you're
Well,
doing
people
is
take it
pointing
as no
out.
tact.
Well, you're talking to me right now, and I'm saying to
know.
you that it's just about you are pointing out what is there at this point in time. Here's the reality: we know red means stop. Everybody learned that, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, when you get into the nuances and the different sides of human beings, it isn't always clear and cut dry. We would love it to be. Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you go? Why didn't you do? We can ask all the questions in the world, but we weren't in whatever mental space or whatever they felt at the moment in the time, whether it was a good for them, not good for them. But I say, and it's interesting that you come up because we were just talking about, if you don't know yourself and you don't like or love yourself, then you can't have anybody else in your orbit and go, we're going to be in a relationship. That makes no sense. It is going to be one argument away, and it don't matter who got what.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody going to go too far. Somebody going to say something. And even, unfortunately, in a lot of cases, someone may lose their life, whether it's in jail or whether it's by going to the upper room, based on the inability to know yourself, to know what to read the room, to know what you should do for yourself. I don't suggest any person, because I also was a victim of moving in with someone. I'd never lived with a man before. And I thought, oh, well, I have enough discernment to know that this man is da-da-da-da-da. And that wasn't the case. So when I started to feel that things was not going the right way, I put my stuff in storage and I bid my day adieu, because I'm not going to stay where I'm not wanted. And I'm not going to beg you, and I'm not going to ask you a whole bunch of questions either, because you've already made your mind up. Now, see, for me, they would say for me as a woman, oh, wow, you just walk away. Yes. I'm not going to slow down at the accident. I'm not going to find out who got hurt. I'm going to keep pushing, because I love myself more than to stay in a relationship or be with a person that don't love me or care for me in the same way I care for them. It don't make sense to me, but that's me, right? That doesn't mean that I'm correct in it all the time. That don't mean that somebody else would be wrong if they did it. It is about what is best for you. And when you know yourself externally and internally, those kind of things come with being willing to tell your own self, oh, now listen, you're not making great decisions, and you got to be okay and comfortable with telling yourself that. And a lot of people, now that I will say, a lot of people have a hard time looking in the mirror and going, oh, I'm flawed too. I'm not the woman or the man I thought I tell myself in my head I am. Because then why are these particular things happening? So I take people as they are. I can't make any assumption about you until you open your mouth. And that's how I look at it. And when and then when it is a romantic edge to it, meaning we closer, meaning we spending more time together, we being a little more vulnerable. That's why I don't have children now, because I wasn't going to have kids with just anybody, because that is a huge, huge commitment, raising another life.
Well, that's a funny thing on my end. And I was just laughing about it earlier this evening before the lights went out. It's hilarious, but I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that plane in the hangar for now.
Oh,
But
right.
yeah, I'm the type like this. It's like, hey, look, this is dummy proof, and this is how we could do it. And things go left of that, and I'd be like, all right, well, I guess we playing the prices right then. But what you mean? Door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? Which one you're leaving out of?
There you go. Those are your
well, you ain't gonna
standards.
do. I'm like,
Right. Those are your expectations and standards.
don't. I'm like,
Right.
not me.
There you
No,
go.
no. Shoot, these guys. I just look at them. I'll be like, how you put yourself in a Carl Tyrone situation?
Well, because they don't realize that that's what they are. Because again, some of the prerequisite for having a mate is just the fact that you are a man. And a lot of women will go down that road. You a man. That's enough. And they'll go, okay, at least I got somebody in my bed. At least I got somebody to come home to. Then that's your level of standard. And don't be mad if it don't turn out the way you want, because you're not being honest. Because to say that you want any man, that's crazy to me. Like, I would never say that. Like, any man, really? No.
When it comes to the, on the female end of the fence, it's like, I'm good because,
Well, yeah, I've been single about 5 years. I've been out the game.
I realize, with me, I'm looking at about, I'd say a year and some change with someone that I was in a relationship with.
You're doing better than me. That's all right.
Someone I was in a relationship with. And this is the part that's crazy about it all, right? Like, I met them, everything was cool, this and that. And then it got to the we finna get it in moment, right? And I looked at her and I was like, up here didn't look right to me. I'm like,
you know what? I'm done.
No, hold on. Hear me out on this.
Already.
I'm like, I'm doing like Scooby-Doo. I'm like, huh? Bro, Raggy? So I asked her, had she had any medical checking or anything, right? She didn't. So then there was a funeral and she went to New York to the funeral. She came back. While she was up there, she had got the cocoa. And then when she got the cocoa, what it did was it escalated what she didn't know that she already had, which was breast cancer.
Okay, I got you.
And I was like, this possibly could have been dealt with when you was in the early stages of, because I knew something, I've been with enough women to know when I see unusual. I mean, when it's like, bang.
But
how you got 2 different size you digs? You know what I mean? That's like if my right foot is a size 12 and my left foot is a size 8. You know what I mean? That ain't normal.
That's a straight out difference. But you can have a little foot. Some people come here.
Yeah, a little smaller, but not significantly smaller. So when I saw that, I questioned it. I was like, hey, look, I'm not trying to be funny, but she was one of those that, like some other people, I ain't going to the doctor because okay, fine. If something happens, I find out, hey, I'll deal with it then. I'm not a deal with it then. I'm a early
you're proactive about your health.
Thank you. Proactive, not reactive. And then, she thought she had pneumonia. And they did a lung drainage thing. And then when they got with the fluid out the lungs, they found cancer cells and everything just nosedived from there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It wasn't nothing I could do. I was just sitting there like, damn.
What can you do? There's no. I mean, it was ravaging her body. Like, what can you do?
Exactly. But while she was in functional health, had she went and got screened and checked out,
it sounded like maybe she didn't want to know. I think maybe she knew
that, and that's what I'm looking at. It's like, you know, she didn't.
That's a hard thing. Like
Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine what that would be like to know something ain't right with you. And I'm sorry, hold on.
I know.
No, it's somebody in the chat, and he been killing me all night. He always got something crazy to say.
Yeah, I don't worry about the chat because I can't even see the chat. I
Well,
can
no,
only see
I
you.
do because I'm
You
the
do. I know you're
host,
the host.
right? I'm the host. So, but I know it's like, for instance, you know, I've gone through that, unfortunately, with some of my family members who didn't want to go to the doctor, but I am an avid. I hate going to the doctor, but I will go because I want to be here as long as I can. Because I want to enjoy as much as I can before my time ends. I don't know when that may be. I don't have control over it, but that what I do have control over, I try to take care of myself in those respects, right? Because I come from a family of women who have high blood pressure, diabetes. My father had high blood pressure. You know, he was a vet, but he also had health problems. You know, he had arthritis, and there was a lot that.
Well, he probably picked up a lot of stuff in Nam.
Yeah, he did. Well, he was part of the Agent Orange. He was trying
Exactly,
to.
and that's what did it.
And that is why I know for me, like with my health, I have more of internal, meaning like the nervous system, you know, those type of things that I have to be very cautious of. And I think that's why another reason too why I'm in a warmer climate, because when you're a person who has like it's affecting your bones or your muscles, it hurt. It hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I
right?
understand. I understand all that fully because I'm, you know.
And I know that's hard. A lot of women don't admit that or are afraid. And I used to be one of those women who was afraid of talking about my health. But the reason I do is because there might be another woman out here that may be like, oh, am I crazy? Because just because I don't look sick or I don't look like my health could be in question, a lot of people will take that for granted and go, well, then it must be you lazy, or it must be da, or are you faking it? And that's a lot what you deal with too, going to the doctor as a Black woman in this country, unless you find a good doctor that sees you as a human being and not just the color of your skin, right?
Well, I don't know about the woman thing. I can't give a full-fledged on that. I feel a sneeze coming on. If it don't, I know my nose is gonna burn, and I'm gonna be upset. Don't you hate when you got to sneeze and it don't come out, and then your nostrils burn? Oh, that's the worst. But that's the worst. But there are different DJs that I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they fly out different countries playing music, this and that.
That's what I know you from. That's where I know you from.
Okay.
That's why I knew who you were. That's why I let you up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I was telling them, hey, look, man, you're not getting proper rest. You're definitely not getting proper nutrition. You are DJing yourself to death.
Yeah.
And they, he just, you know, he ain't touring like I'm doing this. Okay, fine. Then when the Coco kid it, because I still don't call it the actual word.
You are fine. I know exactly
I call it the Coco.
Not the Coco. The Coco is something else, but okay.
Yeah. So when Coco came up and like, hey, and everything shut down, a lot of these guys, they couldn't go and do all this stuff.
Right. Right.
And
well,
about 2 months in, they started typing on social media. It was like, you know what? I didn't know I was feeling the way I was feeling. Now I've been getting a lot of rest. I haven't been gigging like that, doing this, doing that. Man.
Your body tells you whatever you need to know.
And all of that was good until the pandemic ended. Now they back in the same circle. And I'm like, okay.
Well, some people only learn for a moment. And some people learn for a lifetime.
With them, they have to do this. They don't have any other options. That's what they have
Or
to
they
do.
think that they don't have any other
Oh
option.
no, they've been doing that so long that it's nothing else there for them. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
You gotta diversify.
Well,
You
they
gotta
don't
know
know
how to
that.
do more than one thing.
They get hooked on the popularity and all of
Yeah.
that, and they don't realize it's like a lot of these doggone used to be relevant rappers. Only 2% of people in the music industry ever earn enough money that will take them through their golden years and they can remain relevant and maintain, a lifestyle. That's the reason you have all these people, the smart ones, they started, as you said, diversify.
Yeah, you have to.
Jay-Z does not have to rap. Jay-Z
No,
raps
not
because
ever
he
again
can.
if you don't want to. Right.
He raps
He's
because
not
he
forced
can.
to.
But
Right.
he's got all types of other business ventures that are making money. 50 Cent, same thing.
Yeah.
All types of other business ventures. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan made literally nothing in the NBA, but from his other deals, that's how he acquired his fortune.
Got it.
Because he was making like $250,000 a year on the top end playing for the Bulls.
Yeah.
But all his millions were made from other, and they need to realize that, but they're not thinking. And then everybody wants to be their own independent person on whatever label or whatever it is. And I'm like, all that's fine and good. Mess around and make some money. When you finally do, that's when the IRS is going to step in. And when they don't have any 1099s that you filled out, Sam gonna have his arm out, want his money. If you ain't got Sam money, Sam is gonna doggone.
Yeah, you gotta pay Sam.
Sam
no matter
gonna
what.
take all your stuff.
Yes, he will. Because they feel like, oh, you don't want to pay us? Oh, we're gonna take everything.
And see, the music industry, they do not doggone pay your taxes. They just pay you.
Well,
You're
because
supposed
it's
to have
entertainment. Right.
Yeah.
You are basically like a contracted employer, right? Like that's why they started, medical care for musicians and actors and entertainers. It's not set up the same way as you would go get a corporate or government job.
Exactly, because you look at like they had a group called Ohio Players.
Yes, I know who they are.
Them dudes had every kind of expensive vehicle, this and that, big houses, all that stuff. They weren't paying their taxes.
Right.
The IRS came in, everybody that was in the band, they took their whole lives.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
It's like.
And you know what's so messed up though? And this even in the tax law, they don't have to do people that way, but they do. You can make arrangements, you can make payments, you can do other things, but that's not what they do. They come for big time players, entertainment, those kind of people. And they look what they did to Wesley Snipes. You know what I mean?
You look at him. You look at Lauryn Hill.
I think
you look at Red Fox.
But when you look at it on the other side, you don't have that many polarizing situations, but for us, they always got to make an example. So it's like, yeah, I completely get it.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to come back because I'm about to wind it down. But I enjoy talking to you, sir, and you're more than welcome to come back if you see me live again. To everybody in the chat, thank you so much for hanging in. I'm at 6 hours and 21 minutes.
You been on it 6 hours? Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought it was a late night thing. You were off work tomorrow or something.
Actually, like I said, I'm into agriculture, manufacturing, and technology, as well as politics and economics. Those type of things I talk about. And we were just talking about relationships. So you came in at a good time. I'm just about to wind it on down and get ready for the day because it's 1 where I am. But
yeah, well, it's 4:25 almost. Well,
yeah,
4:20.
yeah. I figured.
I'm on the East Coast, but
Yeah, yeah.
every day,
Oh, thank you,
every
guys, child. Thank you so much.
yeah, every day is Friday for me. Every day has
I
been a
know that's
Friday
right. I'm
the
trying to
past
get there,
12
sir.
years.
I'm trying to get there because once I'm on my property, growing my food. I'm good. That's what I want to do. So you can't beat doing what you love to do. Then it ain't work. It's just a way that you make money from it, but you love to do it. So yeah, I bid you.
Put this in your mental Rolodex.
Yes, sir.
If you ever decide to grow Tabasco peppers,
Okay. Oh, I was just talking about I love hot stuff. Like I love hot peppers and I eat them. Yeah.
Tabasco peppers,
Okay. Okay. Good. Look at that.
don't cut one off and bite like a quarter of it off, and
Okay.
your soul gonna get hurt.
I got it.
I did that.
I'm putting it in.
I did that. Never not no more again. But see, right now, I got a lot of green ones, and some of them are orange. And I read up on it with the red Tabasco peppers. You have to have on gloves.
Yes. Anytime you grow in anything that has any kind of spice, or because the juices have spice, the seeds have spice. Yes, you have to be very careful.
Yeah. So I didn't know this. So
You
me,
have to
I'm like,
come
oh, let me
on.
see what this do. And I just bit off a little smidgen on the corner, like, oh, this ain't. This is. Oh, my narrow ass up.
Not you did the let me take a double take. I ain't mad at it.
That doggone Tabasco pepper tore my ass up.
Yes, it
I was
will
like,
now. Yes, it
cool.
will.
But I got them growing. They good.
Well, you're gonna have to. I welcome you back. I'd love for you to walk us through your garden. So,
I got garden videos on my YouTube channel.
Put your channel in the chat, sir.
Same thing as my name, Leonard Roy.
Okay. I'll look for
easy
you.
to find.
All right, good to know. So again, thank you again for coming up. Thank you for being a part of the show. I hope everybody enjoyed the show today. I'm a big girl. I did 6 hours and 24 minutes. And I'll see y'all later on. Y'all have a good
all
one.
right. I'm gonna subscribe to your channel, so
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It'll alert me if you doing.
And I'll do the same for you, sir. So thank you. Thank you so much.
All
right,
right,
y'all. Have a good night.
Night.
Bye, guys. Good night.